lot of y'all pseudoscientists. You be fraud as hell, your granddaddy did it, then you did it, you can ride in hell. I don't know who with me or against me, it be hard to tell. Chaos energy, I'm heated, it get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up, had to be major. Yeah, I got my melanin. Guilty without no evidence. All natural, you know me. Jury, it's on me. Swagger, you matter. That's making me chase a fatter. Michael Jackson, but I'm better. Fuck all lives matter. All my teachers, all non-ether powers, I ain't got all mine either. I don't need a preacher, I just go within. We don't need a leader, no, we gonna win. I see apples with the win again. Tell a friend, we going in. All skin still ain't kin. Y'all heard the tribunal? They sweat us dead like funerals. Winning record like 2-0. Fly a lot like UFO. Joe Biden, you a hoe. You a hoe and you not original. We ain't going nowhere, you pitiful. We keep coming right back, residual. We over here lit, you know, fuck about who you with. We just correcting our status and shit. What do you know about your citizenship? What do you know about your status and shit? I hate suffixes like shit. Whole system ain't shit. Do something about this shit. You ain't gotta say it something like a king. This is what I seen when I had a dream. Should've had a scene, do the right thing. Carbon-based beam.
Peace and paradise to all American Aborigines. Supreme Chief Holidays in the building. Hey, I got the #1 DJ on the internet, man. Your neighborhood Cuddy, old head cut, DJ Cut Tackle is on the ones and twos, man. Shout out to DJ Cut. You're killing them. I'll say peace to the American Aborigines, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. Cut, man. Let's get right back into some music, man. See Reginald Jones first in the building, man. It's Sue, Anthony L. Pickens Jr., see Muffy Duffy in the building. Peace, Empress. Juan Torres. Elizabeth Young. Atanchinus Goddess. Snake God. A Supreme Chieftain. Wilmore Reed. Juan Torres. Hey, man, thank you guys for tapping in, man. We really appreciate all the first Aborigines in the building, man. Appreciate you guys, man. Hey, do us a favor. Like, share, subscribe, man. You already know, man. Support the kids, man. Hey, let's get right into this cut. Hey, if y'all haven't got that complimented download, man, Cowboys and Indians, man, tap in, man. Link will be in the chat room. It's probably in the description too, man. You already know, man. We're getting ready for the Memorial Day weekend. A marathon, man. Starting tonight at midnight, man. So you guys tap in, man. So we just doing a little pre-show, you guys, and got a little information I want to drop, man. So shout out to everybody, man. We're gonna be getting back to you guys, man. So cut. See E-Not in the building. Empress Freedom Feathers, Brandon Rogers. Take that off of there. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, man. It's kind of interesting, man. Okay, just let me know when you're ready, man. If you're doing something, you're muted, brother. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, I already knew I was muted. We'll get it cracking right now.
All right.
Wait.
It said wait. Cut! You're killing them.
You don't do it to him.
Yeah. We got Job Bricks.
Please don't do it to him.
Royal. Let's go. Let's go.
Don't do it to him.
All of my needs, they roll you. All of my needs, they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Royal. All of my needs, they royal. All of my needs, they loyal. Ain't the same, we ain't normal. Royal. All of my needs, they royal. All of my needs, they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you royal. Wait. Royal. All of my needs, they royal. All of my needs, they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you. Wait. I just had to catch my breath. Wait. I just had to catch my. Wait. I just had to catch my breath. I just had to stack my checks. Shorty got ass, God bless. Wait. I just had to catch my breath. I just had to stack my checks. Shorty got ass, God bless. Damn. I just had to stack my chips. I just had to grab my grip. A lot of niggas mad I'm rich. I'ma have to smash they bitch. Pull up in a maxed out fit. VLN on the logo, moving solo with the stick. Block jumping like a pogo, come and pull up on the strip. Told her pull up and get lit, so she pulled up and she stripped. Damn, I don't need all the attention, I just need all of the pension. Ran the bill up like a piston. Wait, told them but they didn't listen. Fuck your lesson. Out for the stressing. Damn dog, is you kidding me? You know that we Aborigines. I don't give a fuck if you feeling me, as long as you watch how you grilling me. My knee G's making history. Brother, some diamonds at Tiffany's. She a carbon queen and she feeling me, so you know she matching my royal. All of my needs, they royal. All of my needs, they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Wait, adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you royal. Wait, royal. All of my needs, they royal. All of my needs, they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Wait, adore you. Baby girl, I pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you royal. Wait, so to fix your crime, girl, you royal. You ain't got time for the low vibes, but you know I'm feeling your vibe. Woman, you go, God. Heh. You could trust me, girl. This my only choice, to be honest. It's perfect. When we hit your party, we getting it lit. Hitting YBs if I need me a fit. He got the sauce, yeah, he got the drip. We gon' keep grinding until we get rich. Smoking exotic, I need me a zip. My Aborigines be with this shit. Shit and I call it a blitz. We try to find us some lick, can't break bread, then you fake then. Free all my guys out the state pen. Her only wet, yeah, it's leaking. You want me to eat it. Had to ice her out, now she blinging. Dying for what I believe in. Dropping new heat every season. Call me a vet cause I'm seasoned. Call me a vet cause I'm healing the dogs. Roll me a wood, I ain't talking the law. Brought me some land, about to buy me a mall. Stand up nigga so I cannot fall. Chasing clout, then I won't get involved. Oh, that's your girl, then I'm testing the jaws. Said you was lame, so she gave me the draw. Feeling like Rick Ross because I'm a bullet.
I really get bucks. I know they hate no me. I ain't giving no fuck. I swear I've been living it up. Niggas ain't fucking with me cause my family so big.
You killing them.
I got that money on me, got my pocket so big, it's looking like I'm about to bust. I got two bitches. But I really get bucks. I know they hate no me. I ain't giving no fuck. I swear I've been living it up. Niggas ain't fucking with me, cause my family so big. They gotta pull up in the bus. I got that money on me, got my pocket so big, it's looking like they about to bust. I got two bitches with me, and they look at my sweat. I swear that I really get bucks. I know they hate no me. I ain't giving no fuck. I swear I've been living it up. Fucking with me, cause my family so big. They gotta pull up in the bus. Money on me, got my pocket so big, it's looking like they about to bust. Bitches with look at my looking like we about to fuck. Yeah, my bitch is so pretty, I'm running my city, I promise I can't get enough. You niggas really ain't sipping on pharmacy sipping, I ain't gotta double my cup. Yeah, I pull up on swingers, my fit be on dead, like he ain't gon' never get up. Hop out with diamonds and teeth and got diamonds on chain when you see me, I'm fuck. Yeah, you better go get you some money and stop all that watching me stuck. Yeah, you better stop giving your money to all them little thotties that don't fuck. Yeah, you better stop pulling that gun out and aiming at niggas and bust. Pull it, I shoot it. I hit you and promise you, get up. I got the clutch, I hit your back, make it rip. Don't give a fuck about that, you niggas be bumping, but I see you running your lips. Bitches on me, so the jazzy pull up on the strip. You know they stay on my drip. Sue on bloody, my cup is so muddy, so many blue hundreds. You think I'm a crip, I don't slip. I got the gift, I shoot 100 like Will. You play with me, you get killed. I fold them up like a quilt. Stay out the streets, you ain't built. Check out the way I appeal. They think I'm walking on stilts. I ran it up with no guilt. Pull up my fifth on the real, my bumper get tilled. They see me, they know that I'm here. They like, yeah. They ain't tryna come see what I wear. Cause the shit I wear, made me look like I'm flying through the air. Little bitch over there, talking about I ain't shit, but I fuck that whole ass shit. This hate on me. They think I don't know, but the truth is I really don't care. I get money, swear. Young nigga getting paid all year. I got hundreds there. I got a whole bunch of 20s over there. I'ma spend my money on shit. When I was broke, nobody wasn't there. Now they mad at me, it ain't fair. Get mad at me, I don't care. Got a bitch over here. And a bad little bitch over there. The bitch over here. And fuck the bad little bitch over there. You can cuff your bitch when I walk through the club. Don't matter cause she still gon' step. Diamonds on my neck and my wrist and my teeth. You see me, I look like a flare. Let roach niggas wear my clothes. I don't spare. I don't buy broke bitches. No clothes or no hair. I never let a bum nigga live with me. Nowhere. I never took a broke bitch to the beach or to the fair. I met a bitch so bad you can wife her. I'ma fuck the little hoe on one night. I got a badass bitch on my dick right now trying to fuck with me, but I don't like her. I'm on fire, slide cause it stays like Michael. Eating this shit like a tiger, king on the sire. Shit like some pliers. Walk a little wire. Older got wiser, and I got flyer. Hop by stunt like MacGyver. Had this in the city on the title, put it on the Bible. Flow wet water like a tidal. Diamonds on me wet like a diver. Diving, I be sitting back smoking on Bible. Ain't never worried about a rival. Slide up, slide him. Have a nigga crawling like a spider. Niggas be bad cause I'm liable. Took this bitch living with a diaper. Shit on a nigga from the Eiffel. It should be plumbing on my piper. Slap, bite him. Fuck that bitch like we fighting. Spit these bars like a cypher. Gas out of car like I'm about to go riding. Whoop a nigga ass like Bryson. Flow hitting hard like Tyson. Shining like a bright. Yeah. You niggas ain't ready for tough. Steady be talking about Tucker. Go get you some money. Don't give a fuck about nothing these niggas be talking about. I know you ain't gon' do nothing. Don't give a fuck about none of these niggas that's mad, but they like who's looking me up. I swear that I really ain't fucking. I swear that I'm living it up. Niggas ain't fucking with me, cause my family so big. They got
You killing them.
I got that money on me, got my pocket so big. It's like
Early in the morning for the crows stop clucking when the laws change shift. And them hoes stop sucking. I was in the kitchen whipping up stove top stuffing it. I was rapping when the hoes stop. Fuck down on me bad back when I ain't had nothing. Now I can't go nowhere and them hoes not. Down on me bad back when I ain't had nothing. Now I can't go nowhere and them hoes not. Down on me bad back when I ain't had nothing. Now I can't go nowhere and them hoes not blushing. Still make these million when these bowls not flushing. I won't rapping hoes stop fucking menace. I won't stop rapping till you hoes stop fucking menace. I won't stop rapping till you hoes stop fucking menace. Slut is a duck trying to get some bread. I don't even wanna fuck, I'm trying to get some head. We can hit the back seat, we don't even bed. Baby, gone ball, gone head. 2 years ago, you wouldn't let a nigga fuck. Now you all up in the club trying to eat a nigga nut. I'ma beat it from the back, try to rearrange her gut. Tell her hold her head down while I smack her on the butt. Send her back to her man, let him keep her ass up. Say my name round them hoes, they gon' beat your ass up. Made that bitch take me shopping, ate her income tax up. Work it at my trap, tell that bitch to go. Early morning for the crows clucking when the laws shift. And them hoes sucking. I was in the whipping up, stove stuffing. I'ma stop rapping hoes, fuck it. Talk down on me bad back when I ain't had nothing. Now I can't go nowhere and them hoes not blushing. I'ma still make the million when these bowls not flushing. Why? I won't stop rapping till you hoes stop fucking. No, I won't stop rapping, niggas stop capping, mouth street business and your lips stop flapping. Won't stop spitting till you niggas stop snitching. Family and your friends, gangsters stop switching. Stop spitting flows when y'all stop kicking doors and y'all stop eating ass with the click switching hoes. Always hanging with your bro, with your ass hanging out, with your pistol in your pocket, with your cash hanging out. Ain't a killer, buddy, acting like you bad hanging out. Till them real killers pop up with the mask, bang them out. Yeah, I'ma stop mine and you niggas stop lying and these underage kids in the hood stop dying. Up early in the morning for the crows stop clucking when the laws change shift and them hoes stop sucking. I was in the kitchen whipping up, stove top stuffing up. I'ma stop rapping, hoes stop fucking. Talk down on me head back when I ain't had nothing.
Killing them.
Go nowhere and these hoes not blushing. I'ma still make these million when these bows not flushing. I won't stop rapping till you hoes stop fucking.
Swear we gon' die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. We been here, lived here, open borders, got the right to fight for rights. Kidnapped, bitch slapped, blacked out, covered up, washed white. Drugged up, slugged up, beat bread, left for dead, fuck your life. It's all a plan, kill your man, take your land, slave your kids, rape your wife. Why y'all look so mad if all this shit I say is true? Why y'all look so mad if all this shit happened to you? White man quick to tell you was a slave, nothing before. But he himself only been free since 1840. On recording, I'm an ancient Egyptian from Atlantis, headed straight for Canada, that's Israel. Nothing fake about me, no capping rapping, I just fed the ink and I'm digital. No caveman, I'm original. Kentucky fried, extra crispy, wear a lot of gold cause my family history. I'm the guy to know I bring death to history. But we gon' die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal love, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we. Swear we gon' die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Original, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Know where we came. Power, only respect power. What's been said can't be said no louder. Stand for something, no, you die a coward. They bombed our churches, set our kids on free. Power, only respect power. What's been said can't be said no louder. Power, only respect power. What's been said can't be said no louder.
Killing them.
Stand for something, no, you die a coward. They bombed our churches, kids on fire. Police keep erasing, backed up by the nation. Nation ain't complaining, cause them Indians still hanging. Comanche, Sioux, Apache, ain't no history in blackness. No reason for that chatting if you bitch up when it's action. AR on my body, tell the bro to grab the shot. He loading up that new edition, finna hit him, Bobby. I can't shoot the shit. But 30 shouldn't miss. 54 races, 104 is click. Anytime in prison, they don't want the shit. They don't want the problems. Snitches get the stick. Talking all that hatred, end up running like a bitch. Quick to call the laws, quick to play the bitch. We die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. We die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They take but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, we die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. So we gon' die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. We die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came.
You killing them. Yeah, man, that's the infamous Trey Ali, man. Turtle Island. Y'all know what it is, man. Y'all tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. It's your side hop. And I come in peace, man. Okay, so just wanted, like I said, we wanted to drop a little information tonight, you guys, before we get into this marathon weekend, man. Like I said, we just wanted to come fellowship this evening. I just wanted to say, anybody UGK or MJ 8-Ball MJG fan, you know what I'm saying, in the building. I don't know if you guys know that they having verses right now. We probably do a reaction video later to that or something, you know. I got an idea, but I'll tell you about it later, you know, how we can do that. I think it's gonna be dope.
That's right.
I want to say shout out to y'all big homie, the one and only, the CEO. It's not in the building right now, but always with us. Y'all know what it is. But check it though. You know, the concept, being the CEO did this before, and I think it's gonna be dope. Cut, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna get back with you about that. I want to say shout out to everybody, man, in the building. I seen Lou Arrow Grassroots had entered the building. Yes, with the Ida B. Wells avatar, Peace Empress. Bronze Flat Power God is in the building. Peace King. What else we got here, man? Juice. Shout out to Juice. Hey, Juice, man, I fucks with you, man. I'm definitely have to tell you that story one day, man. I don't know if I can tell it publicly. That's one of them stories you had to get drunk to tell you. Shout out to Juice, though, man. Yeah, man. Man. Hey, now, Cut, I sent you a video, right? Just email it to you. Some of you can pull that up, right? Now, here's the thing. Before we get into any videos and anything, I like to do this, and we have the smartest audience, smartest chat room, smartest group on the planet Earth, because we are descendants of the greatest human beings on the planet Earth. Press GOAT, you know what I'm saying? But that's just what it is, man, and that's not for debate, right? Other than these imaginary monkey-ass people or whatever, you know what I'm saying? We are the greatest people on the planet in the history of civilization. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what it is, man. And without civilization, a lot of people would not be here right now. You know what I mean? What's that, brother?
I'm getting the video together.
Barkham Live. Peace to the guy, man. Hey, man, y'all already know what it is. It's one of the greatest shows on Earth. That's what it is, man. Truth Master Dre is in the building. Peace to the guy, man. I appreciate it. Hey, man, we really appreciate all the love, man, the support, man. Wanted to say, man, this weekend, you guys know we're kicking off the marathon weekend, midnight, I get, Eastern, you guys' time, tonight. So we got, we're going to be running a 3-day marathon, and then tomorrow we got content. We got some things, I guess, tomorrow. And then Saturday, we got performances. We got a few things behind the scenes, video shoot. We're going to be talking about a lot of stuff tonight. You guys, I wanted to get kind of into this information before we get into all that stuff, right? Then Sunday, we got the Backyard Boogie. And $10 donation for the Backyard Boogie, man. It's 3 to 4 Eastern, you guys, man. It's going to be crazy, you guys. DJ Cut, old school, man. Mix, man. It's going to be crazy. Throwback mix, man. So y'all definitely stay tuned for that, man. Support the kids, man. $10 donation, man. We're raising money for school supplies. You already know about Camp Warrior Kings. We'll be showing that tonight as well. Yeah, man, like I said, we got a lot of stuff going on, man, over here. Opportunities on deck right now. If you know of any opportunities, please pay it forward. Reach out to us, man. chiefholiday@gmail.com. onlybuilders2022@gmail.com, man. We working over here, man. Some people say, what are you guys doing? We don't want to hear that. Hey, we are wanted. Hey, we be like, wanted, dead or alive. That's coder. Right. We need a coder over here. We need a coder. Wanted. We need a wanted sign. A coder, dead or alive. You know what I'm saying? You know how they be like criteria? Just be good and preferably speak English. You know what I'm saying? American English. Speak American. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to all Americans out there, man. That speak American. Yeah. PCI. You got it, yeah. Okay, hold on, okay. All right, so before we get into this video, right? So here's the thing that I need you guys to understand, okay? That when we talk about these terms, Native American, African American, even black, white, purple, when it comes to these social constructs, a lot of times when we're talking about history, right? We're not talking about their writing terminologies in time like Native American. Give you guys a perfect example. So when we like I actually didn't want to use the term Native American, Slav-Ery, slavery, whatever. But once again, there's a reason for everything. Okay. Now, when we talk about this term Native American, when it talks about history, this term, just like African American, is a late 20th century invention. Okay. To be exact, for Native American, 1975. Now, if you see it prior to 1975, the concept of Native right? When it pertains to American, it would not be pertaining to Tonto or people on that they put in the movies. These they wouldn't be, because once again they hadn't applied Native American as a social construct to a group of people. Okay? Now, once again, when we talk about being mixed, you can't be mixed until somebody, and you have to know who people are mixed with. So when we say people are mestizos, you got to be, okay, well, what are they mixed with, right? Who are they mixed with? When do they get mixed? So keep all these concepts in your head. So when they're talking about history, when they're talking about anything before 1975, and they're calling people Native Americans, what they're doing is they're labeling, they're writing, they're time traveling, and they're writing social constructs back in history. Okay? And a lot of times, even when people are exposing, listen to me, even when people are exposing shit, they're still using social constructs. Now, I don't want to go back and forth with sometimes you guys be acting real dumb, right? You guys know that social constructions have happened. You guys know that the Walter Plecker shit has happened. You guys know that records have been changed. You guys know all these things. And the reason why they done these things for social, political, economic empowerment. Okay? Wake up. Please stop the bullshit. So if you see African American written in time periods of, check this out, of revolutionary time, of native, of Reconstruction time, of Civil War time, of, how about this one, slavery time. Huh? You should know that 1985, 1888, 1975 is not slavery time. Is not Revolutionary War time. So you guys got to understand that. So once again, when you're talking to people, they're speaking with a forked tongue. Words are spells. They're casting spells on us, okay? So I want to say that because I don't have to keep stopping this video right here explaining certain shit that everybody should know. I don't even want to have a discussion. That's why we say this is not a debate. When we're talking about certain shit that has happened, stop writing Native American back in time period. Stop writing even Black. Like, there's a lot of things that wasn't in a certain time period that they're writing in that time period, because you're reading something that was written in the 20th century, even in the 21st century, that's describing the 16th century, the 17th century, the 18th century, even the 19th century. Do y'all understand what I just said? And when they're doing that, they're creating power for themselves. Okay, now this word slave, how many, I don't know how many times we're gonna have to pull this word up. I don't even think I want to ever do it again, right? Ever. You have a smartphone, dummy. Look the word up, okay? Right? Slavs, slavery, from Slavonic people, period. Europe. Enslave, marriage, employment, apprentice, student, master, teacher, penance, prison, employment. That's enslavement. I don't ever, bro, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it to yourself. Stop raising your hand every time you hear anything that got slaving. Oh, it's slaving, it's cool to him or whatever. That's bullshit. And once again, we keep going back to this. I don't want you to come over here. Please, I've been asking this question about 10 years. When y'all gonna email me slavery? Please. Can somebody please email me? Please email me slavery at chiefholiday@gmail.com. Please. Can you guys please email me slavery when it pertains to so-called Aborigines of America? Okay, this is the land of the free, the home of the motherfucking brave. Now, we about to get into this video right here, because a lot of times y'all don't want to hear from your ancestors, because we the walking, breathing ancestors speaking. Okay, y'all don't hear from your ancestors, so I guess sometimes we gotta get some pale skins to tell y'all about them. Now, once again, don't get confused. The reason why you say, well, what does white slavery have to do with anything? Well, see, once again, that's what you're calling it. That's what you're labeling it. Because enslavement is a condition. Enslavement is a contract. You understand this? Enslavement don't have a color. That's how that works. We're gonna get into this. Yeah, I'm gonna say, shout out to this video right here, man. Let's get right to it, man. Whites. This is the name of this video is White Slavery in America. Let's go. Now, trust me, it's got like 100 and some views. Hey, this shit crazy right here, y'all. But it's very interesting, and it's a lot of things that we've been teaching for a long time. But once again, we're gonna have to decipher some things. Let's go. Let's get it.
Well, white people don't owe anyone, Pastor Peters. The fact of the matter is that white youth today are taught that black slaves and Mexicans and Chinese built this country, while the vast majority of the whites lorded it over them with a whiplash in one hand, and a mint julep in the other. But the documentary record tells a very different story. Up to one half of all the arrivals in the American colonies were white slaves, and they were America's first slaves. These whites were slaves for life, long before blacks ever were. And this white slavery was even hereditary. White children were born to white slaves, and they were also enslaved. Whites were auctioned on a block with children sold and separated from their parents. Wives were sold and separated from their husbands. Meanwhile, you had free black property owners walking the streets of northern and southern American cities, while white slaves were being worked to death in the sugar mills of Barbados and Jamaica in the West Indies and in the tobacco plantations of Virginia. So the establishment has created this misnomer of indentured servitude to explain away and minimize the fact of white slavery. But if you really read even the establishment historians, if you read their footnotes, even they have to concede, at the very least in the 17th century, that black slavery was almost non-existent and that whites were the overwhelming majority of slaves in America in the 17th century.
Where does the word slave itself come from? Isn't it exclusively in reference to the experience of black people in bondage?
No, it isn't, Pastor Peters. Actually, the word slave derives from the white nation of people known as the Slavs, or the Slavic people. And they were enslaved longer than the entire history of the United States. The Slavic people were slaves about twice as long as blacks were slaves in North America. So the actual definition of that word pertains to the experience of white people in bondage, yet the politically correct historians tell us that we're not allowed to refer to whites as slaves. So it's really a huckster's game that's at work there.
It's that old wordsmith game, isn't it?
That's correct.
How did the enslavement of whites in America begin anyway?
Well, the enslavement of whites in America really actually has its roots in Great Britain, because it's really a very complex story. Of course, the history of whites in bondage goes all the way back to the ancient world. The ancient Greeks and the ancient Romans, of course, held slaves, and the majority of those slaves were white. This has pretty much been the essential experience of all people throughout time, and it's ludicrous to say that it's exclusively the experience of blacks. However, if we bring this up to the American colonial period, we must go to Britain, because, of course, America was a colony of Britain. And Britain began its decline in the 16th century, shortly after the reign of Henry VIII. It really, I would say, it went into decline under his son, the very weak boy king, Edward VI. And in the era of Edward VI, we see that usury, or the charging of interest on loans, that had been illegal in Britain. And during the reign of Edward VI, he was being manipulated by his counselors, and that's when usury was legalized in Britain in 1548. And from that point onward, you also had the beginnings of the enclosure laws, which was the taking away of the right of the English people to farm freely in these common lands which had existed. They were basically swindled out of their land. And from that, you had a pauperization process beginning. You had the first real beginnings of a class of white people in Great Britain known as paupers. And once you had that, of course, you had all the social evils that came along with the paupers. Now, pauperization began in a large-scale way under Queen Elizabeth I, and this is when you had the first welfare laws in Britain being passed. And when white people who had formerly been yeomen, who had been freemen, now there had been a class of white slaves in early Britain known as the villains, from which we get the disparaging term of villain. It was spelled a little bit differently with an E on the end instead of an A. However, you still had a majority of the whites able to farm and able to live as free men. Now, more and more, the majority of whites were changing over from free men and yeomen and landholders and farmers over to this class, this formal class of paupers. And that's what began the roots of white slavery, because once you had paupers, you had developing the workhouse system, which was the way to manage the paupers, which was to enslave them in an institution where they could be controlled, which was the workhouse system in Great Britain.
That's an amazing story. In fact, it's so amazing that I know there are some people just using the understanding cognitive dissonance that they're rejecting some of the things you're saying because it seems so fantastic that they've never heard this. What happened to whites in Great Britain if they opposed the king or they were defeated in battle? You know, in high school today and colleges, we're told that the whites have been so-called indentured servants, that we do hear about some of indentured servants in America, but never slaves. And I know you address it in the book, and I want you to tell the people about it.
Right. Well, first of all, of course, you had battle captives and people who were opposing the king, or if they lost in battle in the various civil wars and rebellions in Great Britain. Generally, one of their punishments, if they were fortunate enough to escape execution, was enslavement. And what would happen to them is they would be transported. Now that was in a technical term. It didn't just mean that you were put on a ship, but it was actually a term related to forced deportation from Great Britain. And these various white rebels against the crown were then transported to the British Crown colonies of the West Indies, particularly Barbados and Jamaica, where they were basically worked to death in the sugar mills there. And when white tourists go to Jamaica and Barbados, they're basically going to the scene of a white Holocaust, because most of these white men didn't survive beyond the first couple of years there. However, this enslavement was long-term. It just did not involve only political prisoners or those who had lost battles, but it also involved the kidnapping, as I will discuss later, of whites off the streets of Great Britain, so that even in the early parts of the 20th century, you had a remnant of poor whites in Barbados known as the Redshanks, who were the survivors of white slavery there. So it was a very onerous thing to be captured in battle, and you were, in fact, subject to slavery as a result.
The Redshanks, would that in any way tie up with the word rednecks?
Absolutely, yes.
Is that right?
Yes, this is one of the racist terms which the media freely uses. We're often told that the most horrible word, I think this specter was summoned in the O.J. Simpson circus, that the most horrible word in the English language, one of his lawyers said, was the N-word. However, to conscious white people, one of the most horrible words is the word redneck. And this term of derision is bandied about in movies and television and in the newspapers totally blithely. We're just supposed to take this. We're supposed to be labeled in this way. However, if we look at the etymology of the word, the root of it is a means of poking fun at poor white people whose skin would redden in the sun in the West Indies, and they would be called hillbillies, Scotland Johnnies by blacks and by wealthy whites who enslaved them, red shanks, and eventually this term of derision, this loathsome, contemptible term for poor white people, eventually evolved into the modern day term of redneck. Yes.
That's fascinating. How were the slaves actually enslaved? How were the whites enslaved if they were not just indentured servants?
Well, the indentured servant thing was basically a racket. I mean, there was a minority of people who were in bondage who were fortunate enough to have been indentured servants, because after all, indentured servitude, when it is practiced correctly and legally, is a form of apprenticeship. Someone, as we were told in high school and college, would trade a period of his labor in return for passage over on a boat or in return for instruction in a skilled trade. So that is a legitimate a contract there between a laborer and an employer, and I certainly sanction it. I think it's a good thing. In fact, I'd like to see apprenticeship practiced more today as more and more young people get away from the public school systems and they're homeschooled by their parents, and then as they reach their teens, why it would be quite natural for them to apprentice themselves to a manager or someone who had something to teach them. However, under this euphemism of indentured servitude, Pastor Peters, a tremendous hoax and a tremendous swindle was perpetrated against the poor white people. And that is to say, it functioned in two ways. One, as a cover-up for the actual experience of white people in slavery. In other words, as this slavery grew larger and larger, and the white aristocracy in Britain scrambled for a way to cover it up, they grouped it under the notion of a contract for indenture. Secondly, it functioned as a way of entrapping people. In other words, people would be press-ganged or kidnapped aboard ships, and a spurious indenture would be written out for them, allegedly corresponding to the biblical injunction that no servitude is to go beyond a period of 7 years, and this is where we get the notion of a 7-year limit. In fact, that limit was completely ignored, and these people were referred to as indentured servants. They were even told that they had a contract of indenture, but in fact they were slaves for life. Now, the way this occurred, the real engine of this enslavement in Britain was kidnapping. And again, if we go to our study of words, we find out that the origin of the word kidnapping, which is now a universal term for anyone who steals people, relates to white slavery. If you go to the old dictionaries, you'll find out that the original word was kidnapping, N-A-B-B-I-N-G, and it's a specific reference to stealing white children and white adults for servitude in colonial America. And tens of thousands of them were kidnapped from the port cities of England and Scotland. In fact, it got so bad in the late 17th century that parents were in great fear to let their children go to the port cities on an errand without their parents or some other adult guardian safeguarding them. And in fact, even if an adult was along, oftentimes that adult would be knocked on the head and put on board the ship. And in my book, They Were White and They Were Slaves, I give many accounts of this mass kidnapping in action. So that was the principal means by which whites were brought to America as slaves. A secondary means was to trick them into the idea that they were going to have a limited contract of indenture for 7 years. But then when they came to America, you see, there was a way to lengthen that 7 years and to violate the biblical injunction against servitude going beyond 7 years. The way that happened was to create a roster of petty offenses. For example, if a white slave was away from his work or away from the plantation for more than a day, or even for more than an hour, if the overseer decided that this was an arbitrary absence, they would add on a month of servitude to the white slave's time of service. And through various stratagems and tricks, this adding on went to the point where the people ended up being enslaved for life. And that's the real reality of bondage of whites in America. It's white slavery and not largely indentured servitude.
Were there white children who were made slaves? How about white women also?
Yes, very definitely. If you were born to a white woman, then you also became the property of the owner. Now, for a white woman was basically banned.
Hold on 1 second.
A white slave woman could not be married. And, of course, the slave masters realized that these women were going to exercise this function of nature, that it would be unnatural for them to suppress their procreative urge. And there were secret marriages, of course, by the score between white slave males and white slave females.
Let's stop it right here, bro.
But this played right into the hands of their owners, because then more time was added on to their allegedly limited service by the fact that she had these children out of wedlock. Then the children became the property of the master. Now, it depended on which era of colonial law this occurred in. The law became more liberal in the 18th century. In the early 18th century, a child born to a white woman who was enslaved would be the slave of the master if it was a female until she was 18, if it was a male until he was 21. However, in the 17th century, when things were much rougher, their enslavement could go as long as until the age of 31. So this was really dependent on the local situation in the various states. It dates back to an old Roman slave code which decreed partus sequitur ventrum. The condition of the child follows the condition of the mother. So you see, this was really a slave law, which we've seen all these heart-rendering Hollywood movies and on Ted Turner's TNT channel and so forth. But what they never tell us is this was first the experience of white people in bondage, and only later the experience of some black people in bondage. So yes, white families suffered tremendously under white slavery in colonial America, you bet.
You're not saying that there weren't black families later on that also suffered, are you?
No, of course not. I regard the enslavement of blacks as a terrible tragedy for black people, but a worse tragedy for whites.
So what you're saying then, Michael, is that virtually every component of what we've come to know as black slavery was first experienced by whites when they were enslaved here in America.
Absolutely, that's absolutely correct. From the fugitive slave law, where whites had a price on their head and were hunted and nearly whipped to death, and in some cases the whippings were actually fatal, to the auctioning of white slaves. As soon as they came off ships, they were taken like cattle, and their arms were felt and their teeth were examined and so forth. And this has been tremendously suppressed. And people can say, well, you know, if this actually happened, why haven't I heard about it? Well, for those of us who are a little bit sophisticated about history, we know that history is rigged and that many historians owe their jobs to how well they play with the party line. But there's also another aspect at work here, and that is the fact that in the late 18th century and throughout the 19th century and even in the early 20th century, because this bondage extends right up into the 20th century, white people were very ashamed if they had a background of servitude. Many of those whites ended up settling in Appalachia. They became very alienated from the mainstream of the United States, and they were ashamed of their background. There was no one to come along and champion their cause here. They saw it as a kind of a stigma. Secondly, the aristocracy that had perpetrated this Holocaust against their own kin realized that they committed a great crime, both in the eyes of sacred scripture and in the eyes of common law. And so it was in their interest to cover this up as much as possible. So it's mostly fallen to me to be the one to dig this back up again and bring it to the attention of all people, black and white, so that we can deal with it and so that other researchers and historians can further explore it, because it's a pioneering field and there's a lot of room here for further discussion and investigation.
Where did you start going to find this material? Of course, you've got an excellent bibliography in the back, so I shouldn't ask you that, but why don't you tell the people?
Well, I live here in upstate New York, and believe it or not, New York is not entirely comprised of Manhattan. In fact, we have tried to break off the state. We've tried to make Manhattan the 51st state and make upstate New York, which is largely rural and farms, its own republic. So I'm in a very rural area, and the history here is very rich. Revolutionary War battles were fought.
Yeah, let's pause for a second.
Indian War.
So going back a little bit, right? When he was talking about, a child's condition would be the condition of a mother, right? Of the mother, right? Okay, well, who's the master? The husband, right? When we're talking about enslavement, and being a slave, two different things. Enslavement, once again, and they're talking in riddles. They're talking in circles for a reason. I promise. This is done for a reason. Now, we're not the only ones that can figure this out. They figuring it out. They're breaking it down. He's breaking it down, right? You know, good and goddamn well that when you're talking about slave, family, house of slave. Your wife is your servant. My bad. Your children are your servants. Guess what? Well, they just sitting while y'all go get some slaves from Barbados to till y'all land and do all this other stuff. Man, come on, bro. That don't even make sense. That's not the American way. That's not nobody's way. That's stupid. Especially coming from an agricultural society. So, and we know they just changed there's still some laws in some states that a husband can still whoop his wife's ass. Long as he use a certain stick or something. You know what I'm saying? Are y'all serious right now? Are y'all not understanding what's going on? And white, black, all this other stuff or whatever. Once again, it's like, oh, but not that many blacks in it, because we wasn't in a poverty condition. We owned land. They didn't when they came here. Didn't have skills, none of these things. And apparently didn't get these skills until after the 1930s. I mean, come on, y'all. We gotta do better. But yeah, let's get back to this, man. I had to say that. I didn't want to let that go past. And we're talking about husbandry, being married, the husband, master bedroom, master, he owns his shit. Okay, so when they start talking about in the 1700s, it was 31 was it's like, imagine this, right? You got some shitty ass parents, don't give you allowance, don't buy you shit, right? Y'all got 100 acres. Y'all got a lot of shit going on. You got to do a lot of chores. You can't go play. You got all this shit going on in y'all shit, right? And you got to do that shit till you 31. How about this? You got to do that shit forever. Even you got kids, your kids is doing it forever. But imagine you just not liking your dad and your mom and they just some pieces of shit, right? Imagine that. But legally, you can't leave. So then it became the Emancipation Proclamation. Like Gary Coleman being emancipated from his parents early, going to court and saying, hey, they pieces of shit and I want to get away from them. Y'all understand what I'm saying? This is what we're dealing with. We're not dealing with Kunta Kinte slavery. We're dealing with family slavery. Respect to the check it, bro. But we're gonna get back to this right here because once again, you know, I know that you know the Great Britain, this little bitty ass island, this little bitty ass place is explaining like as if they were ruling the world for centuries. How, Sway? How would you do it when you're starving, you're hungry, don't have the resources, don't have the people? You understand what I'm saying? Oh, I know how you could do it. You could just write it into history. You understand what I'm saying? This is what they're doing. So yeah, let's get back to this right here, man. I had to say that. I did not want to let that go, man. The husbandry stuff is what it is, man. Family, house of slaves. Look it up. Let's go.
Wars of the American Revolution with Generals Clinton and Sullivan fighting the Iroquois. And also, I'm quite near to New England. In fact, when I originally became interested in this story, it was by researching Matthew Lyon, who is one of the American Revolutionary War heroes. He was a hero of the Battle of Bennington, Vermont. The famous commander of that, of course, was Ethan Allen. But as I began to dig into Matthew Lyon's story, I discovered that Matthew Lyon was a white slave. He became a very great American politician and a congressman, and in fact, he was imprisoned in a famous sedition case after the Americans won their freedom. He was imprisoned by the Federalists, but he became a great and accomplished man. He wrote a book, and he referred himself as "by the bulls that redeemed me." Apparently, Matthew Lyon had been sold in return for a couple of deer, a couple of male deer. And I mean, that was the status of white people in the 18th century in America. And so I couldn't find his grave, and later on I found out that he wasn't buried in New England at all, but he went down much later in his career after his wife died to the Kentucky, Tennessee area where he made a name for himself in business. I did locate the grave of his wife, but as I discovered this, I was quite shocked that here was a great Revolutionary War hero whose life as a young man, he was an immigrant from Ireland, was worth no more than two male stags. And from there, I began digging into diaries and documents and early colonial laws and piecing this together. And I also found that historians in their published works have parts of the story, but they're basically too pusillanimous to refer to it for what it is. There's a real problem among historians. They refuse to refer to whites as slaves. It's almost a phobia on their part. You can trace a great deal of their research leading inevitably, pointing in the direction of the fact that whites were slaves, but for reasons of political correctness, they can't bring themselves to use that word. So the footsteps and the tracks of this great mystery can be ferreted out in a number of areas, both in terms of original research, diaries, and letters, as well as in published history.
During the Civil War, let me ask you this, or the war between the states as they call it, the Northern abolitionists accused the Southern whites of being heartless. But the Confederates, they would counter by claiming that the Northern whites held white people in virtual slavery in the factories in the North. What can you tell my audience about the enslavement of white factory workers in America, and in Britain for that matter?
Yes, well, Pastor Peters, that's another suppressed story. It was one of the really great challenges of the Southerners against the North and has gone largely unanswered. The factory system, once again, began in Great Britain during the Industrial Revolution, and it itself was a form of enslavement. Now, we might feel to say, well, the popular image of slavery is on a plantation, and we may be willing to grant the idea that whites were enslaved on tobacco plantations, but how can you say whites were enslaved in a factory? Well, it's very easy because the documentary record shows that they were locked into the factory. The doors were locked. These were largely, by the way, children who were workers in the factories that did the very toughest of the work, both in the northern United States as well as in industrial Britain. They worked under the absolutely most horrendous conditions.
What age of children are we talking about?
We're talking from an age, depending on the machinery and the type of work, we're talking from as young as 5 years old on up to 14 or 15. So you had that situation where these northern abolitionists, many of them were factory owners. As we know, Frederick Engels was a factory owner, but he claimed to have a tremendous interest in the welfare of poor whites. This seems to be a functional act of hypocrisy on the part of the socialists. William Morris, the arts and crafts socialist in Great Britain, was a strong proponent of this egalitarian society and wanted to use a central government in order to inflict this socialism. Yet if you look at his actual personal life, you discover that he made a fortune off white child labor in the Devon Consols copper mine in Great Britain. So this hypocrisy certainly functioned among the northern abolitionists in the great mill towns such as Lowell, Massachusetts. The white people were severely injured in the machinery. Girls, I have cases where girls would get their hair caught in the machinery, and they would be scalped from the tops of their nose to the back of their heads. As soon as these white children experienced this kind of disability, they were let go. They were fired on the spot. There was no disability insurance or payments or anything like that, and they were left to die of their wounds. So there were no Harriet Beecher Stowe's that had any concern about these white children in the North who were dying in that very horrendous way.
You give an account in your book of a scene in the British Parliament during the time when the British were abolishing black slavery throughout their empire. You contrast the concern of the Parliament with the freeing of black slaves while they heartlessly had cruelty inflicted on the white slaves in England. And can you tell my audience about this?
Yes, that is an incredible story, Pastor Peters. What you had happening was, here was the House of Lords meeting in a very, they were very proud of themselves. They had a tremendous sense of their self-righteousness. They were now going to be freeing the black slaves around their colonies. And this was a badge of their tremendous benevolence. Actually, what it was is a way of assuaging their guilt for what they were doing, the millions and billions that they had made off of the destruction of the white working classes and the poor classes. And the actual scene is this. Picture the Houses of Parliament, these gilded rooms, and these very wealthy men convening over the welfare and soliciting for the welfare of these black people who were no kin to them. Meanwhile, climbing up the chimney of this House of Parliament were 6- and 7-year-old boys who were going up there, who were enslaved to chimney sweeps, who were catching cancer from the cinders that were in the chimneys. 6- and 7-year-old boys worked to death in these chimneys. Often the chimneys, not necessarily in the Houses of Parliament, but other chimneys throughout Georgia and Hanover in England, would collapse on these children. Sometimes they were forced up into a chimney that still had a fire in it, because there would be a big banquet going on and there'd be a chimney fire, and they would extinguish the chimney fire, but the chimney was still hot and they wanted to get on with the meal, and they would force the child or beat the child to go up the chimney. Now, many times reformers, such as Jacob Hanwell, raised reform bills in Parliament to abolish chimney sweeping among children under the age of 10. And Pastor Peters, they could not get that bill passed in Parliament because people like David Ricardo said that it would be an affront to the rights of property.
This is Pastor Peters, and I hope you enjoyed the interview that I had in years gone by with Mr. Hoffman, author of the book, They Were White and They Were Slaves.
Hoffman, you have written a controversial book about They Were White and They Were Slaves. Yes. How did you come to write this book?
Well, originally I came across a book on white servitude in Virginia by a man named J.C. Bala, and I became very intrigued by his idea that white servitude was not limited to this juvenile kind of sophomoric notion that's pushed in high school, that persons of white background who were put into so-called indentured servitude had a very privileged type of bondage, and that that bondage was very temporary, and then it was ended after a period of 4 or 7 years, and they re-entered the ruling class and went about the job of exploiting black people. J.C. Bala, it's a very thin book of about 100 pages, I believe, raised the point that there were some aspects of white servitude that were consonant with slavery. And so that raised a red flag in my mind. Bala is deceased. It was an older book from, I believe, the 1930s, circa 1930s. And it stimulated something inside of me to say, if one man could say this, maybe others have said it.
No, of course, this kind of white indentured labor is nothing new to Europeans, because in the former Soviet Union or under Tsars in Russia, people basically were serfs, and serfs were tantamount to white slaves. Is there a difference?
There is a difference, I think, in the sense that in Russia, serfdom was very much a formal codified institution. In fact, there were two forms of serfdom. One was the bondage to the land, and the other was part of a formal Russian bureaucracy, which existed inside the government and had a tremendous record-keeping process. So there was a difference in terms of serfdom itself within Russia. But of course, in the larger sense of, were these people slaves? And by slaves, I define it as lifetime bondage, bondage unto death. Yes, they were. And I think it's astute of you to say that this is nothing new, because of course, enslavement of all people and all races has always been a phenomenon in history. We can go back to ancient Greece and ancient Rome, where there was always a slave class comprised of white people as well as of other races. We find this in the sections of the Icelandic and Viking sagas in terms of the phrase thrall. You know, nowadays we say you're enthralled to someone. They have a mental power over you. In that era, it meant a physical power over you. And of course, the Bible, contrary to what humanistic misinterpreters of Christianity have alleged, the Bible fully sanctions enslavement. We have had a mistranslation of the King James Bible, which says, servants, be faithful unto your masters, in Ephesians. But in the original Greek, it says, or connotes, the word would be the Latin servus, which means slave. Slaves, be faithful unto your masters. So there is no New Testament or Old Testament prohibition against slavery. In the Old Testament, the prohibition is one of qualification, which is to say, if you are an Israelite, if you are a believer in the one true God of the Hebrews, then you can only be a bondsman to a fellow Hebrew for 7 years. Anything beyond 7 years, in the eyes of the ancient Israelites, was kidnapping. And that law was brought over to New England in the 17th century, because the Puritans tried to keep the Old Testament law in that regard. But in the New Testament, in terms of enslaving people of a non-Christian Israelite background, I don't see that there was any limitation to that. Bringing you up through the Middle Ages, through the thraldom of the Icelandic era and so forth, we also have the Vikings conducting really a international trade in the capture and enslavement of white people. Irish, Norwegians, the Danes would capture the Norwegians in battle and sell them. And actually, there became a capital along the coast of Spain where the Vikings would meet with Arab slavers and sell whites that they had captured and raided to Arabia. And so you have that. And then also in the Middle Ages, you have a phrase that's very interesting in terms of modern usage called villenage, or villains, V-I-L-L-E-I-N-S, which would have been a French Carolinian term and then became anglicized as our modern day bad guy, villain, V-I-L-L-A-I-N. And what I found in the course of my research is there was a persistent demonization of poor white people. In other words, in many eras in white society, if you were poor, it was tantamount to being a criminal. And that criminalization was then a connotation for making you a slave. And this slavery, by the way, this villenage, even was hereditary. In the chronicles that I read and the accounts that I read, there was a almost biological taint on children of parents who had been white slaves or villains. So to summarize, I would say that the enslavement of whites, far from being a very brief period in the annals of time, was in fact the universal experience of whites. So now we come to the modern period, And we have this absurd stereotype which denotes black skin with servitude. And it's absurd. It's a folly. So I'm bringing the good news to black people that they are not of any more of a slave race than whites have been. And I'm also bringing good news to white people to say, you don't owe anybody anything. At least not the majority of white people don't. Perhaps the British aristocracy does. Perhaps those who were the heirs of codifying and institutionalizing white slavery in the United States are. However, they were a lot more politic about how they codified it, because in many of the New England rules and regulations for servitude, it would say that this had to be biblical. It had to be limited to 7 years. And that's where we hear in our high school history classes, when they give their minute and a half to this subject, they'll say, well, you can't compare white bondage to black slavery because the whites didn't do very difficult work and the enslavement was all over with within 7 years. No way. There were many loopholes and abuses of that law. As you and I know, there can be a law on a piece of paper. That doesn't mean that that's what's lived or brought into action. And for example, if you were a white slave and you did work that was unsuitable, or if you tried to run away, how were they penalized? In some cases by whippings, very onerous whippings. I have found accounts of almost fatal doses of whippings. There's been the recent firestorm of hysteria about this Jewish teenager who was to be caned in Singapore. I believe it was 7 cane strokes, and he was ultimately administered 4. Well, white slaves had to endure hundreds of lashes, and many of them died of that. But another way of penalizing them was to add time onto their length of service. If you ran away a day, that was a month of additional service. If you ran away for a month, that was a year of additional service. If you stole from your master, that could be months of additional service. If you had a corrupt master and the courts of assize listened more to the master than they did to you, he could have all kinds of trumped up charges against you, as happened in the Caribbean and as happened in the United States and the tobacco plantations. And it meant that in reality, it boiled down to a lifetime of enslavement under the euphemism of indentures.
No. Were these people allowed to marry and have children?
No. A white woman who had a child out of wedlock because she was not allowed to marry, so any child she did have would be out of wedlock. If it was a male child, that child became a slave until the age of majority, and the age of majority was 21 for males, and a female issue from that woman would be a slave unto that woman's master until the white child was 18.
Now, where did these slaves come from? Where were they drawn from?
Well, primarily from Great Britain. It was remarked in one of the chronicles that I found that Scotland was a veritable industry for white slavery. In the 17th century, white parents were afraid to bring their children to the ports of Scotland for fear of what has come to be known as press gangs. Again, the historians have distorted this and implied that impressment only operated for recruiting people on board British men of war as sailors. That's not true. In the original annals, you find that press gangs operated to kidnap children and adults on board these ships. And it was a veritable industry with the cooperation of the authorities. It began in the very early or the very late Elizabethan era, when the Elizabethan geographer Halkut suggested that the only way they were going to people these plantations was with bondsmen. But the actual machinery of it and where it was really put into effect en masse came in the Stuart dynasty and under the King Charles I in the early 17th century.
No, that is not exactly a nice part of Western history then.
Well, it is in a sense that it may be an indictment of the ruling class, but if you study the heroism of the white slave, I don't think that it is necessarily a depressing chronicle, because these people had tremendous spirit. And in the end, the reason why the slavers in the British America switched from whites to blacks is that white slaves were virtually in constant rebellion. As I chronicle in my book, they were white and they were slaves. There were really countless rebellions against bondage. And after a while, when they had a large enough black population in colonial America, they figured we better switch from the whites to the blacks. Now, I'm not suggesting that was a general coincidental synchronistic decision that all of them made together as kind
What
of a
year did they
conspiracy.
switch, sir?
It was nothing so conspiratorial. It was very informal. But in general, there was a perception that whites were much more independent and rebellious than the blacks.
Now, this kind of indentured labor force, was it freed when America gained its independence and the British lost kind of the right to rule, or when did this practice end?
They were not granted their freedom under the United States Constitution, because there is a reference in the Constitution to bondsmen of unspecified races, and there were still people profiting from white bondage. What did end with the beginning of the American Revolutionary War against the British Crown was transportation, which is a technical term used by the British for bringing so-called white criminals from Britain and dumping them in the United States. Benjamin Franklin greatly protested that, and that was in fact one of the colonists' grievances. However, I believe that it was also an alibi, because the Waltham Black Act of 1723 had criminalized a great number of petty misdemeanors and made them capital offenses. In other words, Britain was teeming with a white population of poor people that it couldn't handle, and it needed to get them off the island. So by criminalizing these petty offenses, you were then able to say, we sentence you to death. However, as for stealing a teaspoon or a loaf of bread or cutting down trees on an aristocrat's grounds or poaching a deer. However, as a mercy of the British Crown, we will transport you for life into slavery in the British Crown colony of America. When the American Revolution erupted, the British Crown then had to switch their dumping ground from America to Australia, and that's how Australia was founded. However, servitude is a vast subject. We're only dealing with one aspect of it, because after all, as I believe you remarked to me, you yourself were involved in an indenture program as a young man in Germany.
That's right.
And you didn't feel that it was unfair. You benefited from it. You got some experience and knowledge. So the system of apprenticeship, I believe, can be biblical. It can have integrity. And I feel the way our educational system is going in modern times, that it would be provident to bring back a kind of apprentice system. And certain fortunate whites, as well as fortunate blacks, because there were also free blacks who owned whites, free blacks who owned blacks, and blacks who were involved in an indentured system that was very humane and legitimate that I'm outlining here. So it's a much more complex topic, but I do sanction the idea of an apprentice system where a person trades sometime in their life for a humane circumstance of room and board and perhaps a stipend, if not a living wage, because you're living, after all, on the abundance of your master, and you in turn learn a skilled craft. So I'm not condemning the system of apprenticeship, but rather the abuse and indeed the Holocaust, which in the name of apprenticeship and in the name of a temporary biblically based bondage destroyed hundreds of thousands of white lives in the most heinous circumstances imaginable.
Now, when we talk about slavery, of course, to me, this is mostly new. When we talk about slavery, we talk about these crowded ships coming over from Africa with people dying of diseases, people being kept in the holds of these primitive ships. Was it the same for whites?
It was worse for whites, because the ships were not designed to carry human cargo as the slave ships were. They were designed to carry cargo, period, which could be horses, it could be rum, it could be lumber. These ships exhibited a higher rate of fatality for white slaves, as I document in my book, in the Middle Passage, as it's known, than existed for black slaves.
Another topic that you raise is that Indians, North American Indians, actually had slaves.
Yes, the so-called civilized tribes, the Cherokee and the Choctaw, had slave plantations, and they kept black slaves on those plantations in the South. And this is where the black cowboy phenomenon comes. It's now being celebrated as we speak on U.S. 29-cent stamps. The idea that black people had a share in the winning of the West, which racist movie directors in Hollywood have excluded from a fair account of this. Well, in actuality, it is true that blacks were a part of the conquest of the West. However, the part they played was largely punitive as a result of their role as U.S. cavalry soldiers punishing the American Indians. And ironically, because many of these black soldiers were these so-called Buffalo Soldiers, had been slaves of the Indians, they didn't really have a high opinion or a very lovable relationship with those Indians. So they were more than willing to participate in the Union Generals' War, and that's largely what the American war against the Indians was in the postbellum period.
Hold on 1 second.
That war.
Let's stop for a second. So this fool gonna say that once again he's using social constructs. Blacks were involvement in the conquest of the West, right? Was punitive. Once again, punitive means that you were criminal. But then you don't turn around and make your criminals cavalry. Jim, see, once again, he's still pushing his narrative to push himself still in an advantageous position. Just tell the truth. Don't go back and forth with it, with the white shit, the black shit, and all this other stuff. Indian is a descriptive term of niggas. I don't want to go back and forth with nobody. Don't stop playing with me. Don't go back and forth. Indian, nigger, niggas, niggas, right? Indian, black. Okay, so there's social constructs. So when he's saying certain things or whatever, he's doing it on purpose. So I gotta point it out. These guys, you're a buster for this. I just want to know that. So whatever, like I said, when they're writing these books, Hoffman and whatever, like I say, when they're researching the researchers and we researching the researchers. Okay, so I just want to point it out. This guy's full of shit. In his narrative, once again, you're painting a narrative. You say, "Oh yeah, slavery has nothing to do with race," but then turn around and say it has everything to do with black race. Oh, and also I gotta address this dumbass shit that he said. Oh, that they ended up having to go get African slaves or black slaves, aka African slaves, because the white boy was fighting so much. Essentially is what he's saying. The white slaves was fighting back, right? Revolting so much, right? Guess what? When they were having this conversation, they're talking about the Americans, right? Because see, once again, they're talking about us. They're not talking about I got your boy Webster, Noah Webster, the effects of slavery when he talks about that. You know what I'm saying? He talked about how wild the Indians, the Negroes, were here in the Americas and the islands. So once again, it's easy for these guys to weave themselves into names and certain things because once again, they're given a narrative, they're writing the books. So that's some bullshit, but that's why we're here. That's why we're here to do this. That's why we're doing this thing. So yeah, let's get back to this thing, man. But yeah, this guy right here is full of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that's blatant bullshit, y'all. Just blatant. Okay? Let's go.
Conducted by Union generals like Phil Sheridan and William Tecumseh Sherman with black troopers in their midst and in their ranks. And therefore, these Choctaw and Cherokee Indians, by the way, also had fought on the Confederacy. There were Confederate generals who were full-blooded Cherokee Indians because the Cherokee Indian identified with the white slaveholders who held blacks in bondage because Cherokee Indians also had plantations and also held blacks in bondage.
Incredible story, an incredible story. Now, how about this thing that there were free blacks that had white slaves?
Oh, yes. The early 17th century experience in America was one of, you would say, Reagan capitalism really prevailed in the 17th century in America. It was pretty much a capitalist domain, and it was an unregulated domain. And the idea that there was an ideology of white supremacy, which always protected poor white people and always gave them a higher station or status than blacks, is a tissue of falsehood. Because if you study the status of white slaves in Great Britain prior to the colonization and peopling of North America, you find that they were synonymous with a type of subhuman. That was the ideology of the ruling class in Great Britain. Now, that ideology didn't suddenly stop as soon as they confronted the experience of colonization in America. It was carried over. So there was a sense among the British aristocracy, who were now the governors of the crown colonies in British America, that if blacks were holding some individual whites in slavery or bondage, well, what the heck? These were, after all, poor whites, and this was their natural state. To the credit, I certainly don't wish to indict all wealthy whites. I'm not engaged in the class warfare here. I come from a family that had a fairly affluent background, so I don't have any axe to grind. It's just that this is what the facts, the documentary record, the empirical facts speak, and I must therefore be the vessel of their articulation. But there was finally a law passed. If you look at Henning's history of the statutes of Virginia, they actually had to pass a law saying that no black or Indian shall hold a Christian in bondage. Well, Christian was a euphemism for white person. So that's one of the pieces of evidence that we know, because, you know, they came to be very ashamed and embarrassed. The record of white enslavement is not something that they wanted to broadcast to the world. It was something that existed in a kind of an anomalous and ambiguous fashion, and one has to hunt these things out. Now, I'm not saying that it's something that was in code, but if we see a law that says no Indian or black shall hold Christians in bondage, we have to understand that these were people who were very reluctant to pass a great deal of laws. The people at that time felt, those who were religiously inclined, felt that the 10 Commandments were plenty of laws. If they passed a law, you can be sure that it was because there was a need for it.
Mm-hmm. Now, why is this not being known more widely in America? Why is this being swept under the rug?
I think that to a certain degree, Ernst, there is a function here of consensus reality that tends to prevail in human beings. I do not have a high opinion of human nature. And I think that humanity, more often than not, has a sheep-like, cow-like, bovine nature to itself. And since the received opinion is that blacks were slaves and whites were always the wealthy overseers, people don't tend to rock the boat. Now, people whose profession it is to look into this matter, university historians and academicians whose job it is to investigate and sift history, have this function of political correctness, which impinges on their tenure, their salaries, and indeed their relationship to the community. So if they begin to explore a politically incorrect area, then of course they may be subject to sanction. Secondly, we have a gigantic industry in the United States and in the West, which is determined to limit black people to a slave mentality, to tell them you've been slaves, and the only way you're ever going to get out of that is to rely on the slave mentality of the socialistic welfare democratic system, which is going to subsidize your manumission ever further. Well, as we know, no one ever gets out of his own bondage by someone else doing it for you. It's by your own work that you bring yourself out of bondage. Because certainly white slaves were the ones who freed themselves by their own unruliness and their own rebelliousness. Unfortunately, in the chronicle of black history, we do have to adduce the fact that the Nat Turner Rebellion was one of the few great black rebellions in the South, along with Toussaint Louverture in Haiti. There were very few. But there is this mentality to impose this, and of course then we have the Martin Luther King industry, the civil rights industry. So that represents a phenomenal weight, a huge weight pressing down on people. I do think, though, that my book, in its own subtle kind of guerrilla way, I say subtle because only 5,000 copies have been sold. We're sort of a samizdat press ourselves. I do think that it's beginning to percolate down into the halls of academy.
Is there not a good message here that one can say to blacks and to whites, look, you are not on opposite ends of a spectrum. You actually have a common shared experience, because undoubtedly many of the working class whites, the descendants of working class whites in America, are therefore descendants of white slavery as the blacks were of black slavery.
Absolutely, and especially in Appalachia,
That's my
where you
boy
had the
right there.
phenomenon of
First
the
symbol.
so-called boring Southern whites, the
I
whites who
didn't
came
know
from
this was
West
on here.
Virginia, Tennessee, and
Oh shit,
Kentucky.
it's about to go down, y'all.
People like Andrew Johnson, who became a president of the United States. He was vice president under Lincoln. Andrew Johnson had been an indentured servant. He was an apprentice tailor. He was treated brutally. He ran away. I don't consider him a white slave in the technical sense, because by that period in America's history, it had moved into, as a mass phenomenon, into something that was more a temporary bondage. However, nevertheless, you did have the fact that a reward was posted for him. For a president of the United States, as a young man, a reward was posted, a wanted poster was issued, and he had to flee the state of Tennessee. He went on to become vice president, and after Lincoln was assassinated, president of the United States. But there was an independent group of Americans living in those mountain border regions who were unwilling to fight for the Confederacy, not because they were scalawags who sided with the blacks, but because, in a sense, they were ultra-nationalistic whites who didn't want to lift a finger for the planter aristocracy in the South, who poor white people felt treated blacks better than they did poor whites. So yes, there is a unity and a common heritage, not only between blacks and whites, but between all people on this earth in the sense of servitude. I certainly don't believe in a new world order or one big world, but I'm talking about in terms of this experience. And out of that, we can understand that there has been a terrible distortion of history, and really an indictment of our historians for allowing this absurdity to hold forth, that there has been one race that has been enslaved more than the others. That may be the modern sense since 1840. It is certainly not the sense of the entire corpus of world history. In fact, the opposite has held true. Whites have been enslaved to the same extent or more than blacks.
Mike Hoffman, a very interesting topic, a very unusual topic, and undoubtedly not very much discussed by the media that is basically bringing only politically correct subjects. I hope that people at colleges and so on will invite you, and I hope that people who see the program will go and get in touch with you. A very interesting, fascinating, sad, interesting topic. Ernst Swindle here for another Voice of Freedom.
Very interesting.
When you have that lengthy of a history of what can only be called robbery, often state sanctioned and at best with the state looking the other way, it seems pretty logical that one aspect.
Hey man, shout out to everybody, man, tapping in, man. Okay, y'all, listen, like I said, there's a narrative that's always been painted. They're whitewashing history, they're doing certain things. We talked about Johnson being on a wanted poster, you know, they talk about Franklin, Benjamin Franklin, being a slave. They talk about Abraham Lincoln in Illinois, right? His dad not sold him, but loaned him to another farm and things of that nature, whatever, right? You know what I mean? Just labor. Like, so even if a person, you know, growing up, they're going to do certain things and have certain skill sets growing up, because basically you're in an agricultural society. So I don't understand why these people just continue to keep pushing like a narrative, like we see it like, okay. So when we talk about the late 1800s, you guys, that is modern. You got trains, you know what I mean? You got things going on, cars. Not everybody don't have a car. You got radios. You got certain things that's going on. Modern things is going on, right? In the late 1800s. Okay. how can I put it? How about this? When we talk about the 3/5 compromise, why do you think it was so important for these people to push that was a 3/5, you a 3/5 human? Now, that doesn't make any sense. They never even gave you any reason why they would call it a 3/5 human clause. It's nowhere written down. It's nothing, right? But socially, we pushed it on each other. Hey, man, we 3/5 of a human. You'd be like, damn, even with your monkey shit. So the other, what part of you as a human is the monkey or whatever, right? Y'all understand what I'm saying? You see how they working? You see how they playing the psychological warfare? So 3/5 compromise had to happen because it was more niggas in the South. You know who they didn't have a compromise with, y'all? Yeah. Do y'all know who the compromise wasn't with? Native Americans. You want to know why it wasn't with Native Americans? Because Native Americans didn't own land. Native Americans were not created, and we're just talking about the late 1800s. And the reason why I'm saying that when we're talking about Native American slavery, once again, they're going back and say, oh, Native Americans own niggas. Nigga, you a refugee. You have been displaced, uprooted from where you're from. Are you taking your savings with you? Did you have a freezer that you're gonna bring your meat and on the road with you, right? You're desperately, right? Clothes on your back, maybe some shit, whatever, right? But how do you have a human being that you own, right? Now, you already have to feed your ass, yourself, right? Your children, your elders, or they're giving you some rations. You're getting food stamps on the Trail of Tears. Y'all got food stamps for this Trail of Tears, right? For your slave. How many slaves you have? Okay, we're gonna give you and your slave rations. Make it, hey man, slave family. See how they're interchanging family? They said, oh yeah, he was a full-blooded chief that did it. All this full-blooded shit, right? Because once again, when they say full-blooded, don't ever think that a mix anything is full anything. That's dumb. You cannot be a full-blooded mixed person. It's stupid. I'm 100% mixed nigga. That's dumb. For anybody to say that dumb out their face. So when I hear 100% anything, I hear nigga. 100% nigga. When I hear 100% Indian, I hear 100% nigga. However you want to, don't play with me. Y'all, this is why I have a problem with you motherfuckers right here. Yeah, we got a barn burner tonight. We just getting started. I promise we're just getting started. I want to pull up this. We're just gonna get right into this thing. Hey, let's put a couple songs on, cut, and then we'll come back. Man, got some more information. Y'all remember the thumbnail, right? Her name was Olive Oatman. We're gonna tell the story of Olive Oatman when we come back. I want to say shout out to all American Aborigines, man. Appreciate everybody in the building, man. Hey, man, be sure to like, share, subscribe, man. Hey, man, support the motherfucking kids, man. Support the kids. We over here, we raising money. A marathon weekend, man. $10 donation, man, going towards that backyard boogie, man. Stop playing with us, man, over here, man. This is what we're not going to be doing over here. If we're not going to be talking about, what are y'all doing? What are you doing? And you hadn't contributed anything. Not even your time, your energy, nothing. So don't come over here asking us shit. Cause we gonna drop it every motherfucking time. That's what we doing over here. We dropping the information, we dropping the entertainment, we dropping everything over here. The inspiration. I don't know what more y'all need. We're gonna give you some more anyway. Let's go. Cut. You're killing them. It's the GOAT. That's right.
Get her, man. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100. Let me demonstrate. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100. Let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't tryna penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up needy, you could get your dinner. I ain't buying all that real shit. Dog, you benefit to go on a dinner date. Now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been we up by the time of me, dog. We ain't tryna integrate. Man, we ain't tryna integrate. Was broke back then, now the youngest seeing different. We don't go off feelings, we just make sure that the business straight. And if you ain't an intellect, then you can't get a penetrate. Local need you, now I'm getting love, all in difference. Gotta need you. If you ain't got scars, then you can't relate. Preach the niggas, I'm just trying to make sure that my people straight. Woke nigga in a sleep world, trying to keep awake. Man, I'm just trying to keep awake. Bodies dropping in my city, damn Perry, keep awake. How another black man, ya op, make it make sense. When the system got y'all niggas going through the same shit. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100. Let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't tryna penetrate. If you ain't a stand, you could get your dinner ate. I ain't buying all that real shit. Dog, you benefit to go on a dinner date. Now we on the innocent. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been we up by the time of me, dog. We ain't tryna reach. Hey, you shoot, what's your resume? Let me see the proof. Drilling shit, where your gang at? Let me see your troops. Getting money, pull up stunting on them. Let me see your coup. Genocide, they pointing weapons at you. You don't even shoot. Real nigga, how you say you real? You don't love your peeps. Family man, Ron, feed your family, nigga. Fuck the streets, sliding on each other when the government the enemy. If we come together, we got power, nigga, in the beef. For real, nigga, in the beef. You ain't getting money, ain't no reason to be in the streets. Striving to be legends, we ain't trying to be a memory. And now you ain't my nigga, you my Niji Aborigine. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100. Let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't trying to penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up needy, you could get your dinner ate. I ain't buying all that real shit. That you benefit to go on a dinner date. Now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I'm trying to be about a time to me, dog. We ain't trying to
Black man, black man, black man, black man. Neighborhood superhero. Neighborhood superhero. Hey, and he be moving like a chief. It seem like he don't ever sleep. You rarely catch him on his ass. Man, always on his feet. He compete but never cheat till the mission get complete. Never close his eyes until he makes sure everybody eat. Woke up this morning with a target on my back. Woke up this morning with a target on my back. Woke up this morning with a target on my back. Black and looking good like I sold a bunch of crack. Woke up this morning with a target on my back. Black and looking good like I sold a bunch of crack. If I say I didn't, then I would be spitting facts. But that was way back in my past, 2003 to be exact. Discovered better ways to elevate, better cheddar and better rates. Competition better weight, he was moving that better weight. It's okay to gamble sometime, but I bet that better way. Let's bet I make $1 million this time. Okay, then better way. Don't have to look in the sky for a brother on a plane to recognize me when you see me. I always look better than most, but I really know ghosts, and I promise you won't wanna beat me. I really hung with them killers who really didn't give a damn, cause they were killing with killers. Really on sight and they finna get. We didn't have any cellular phone, so it wasn't no video, wasn't no picture. Niggas was killing each other for colors, they did a drop by and they shot up your sister. So we cannot hate on the new generation, cause we the one taught them it's cool to be niggas. Cool to be killers and hitters and drillers and gorillas who really live by the trigger. Black man, black man, black man, black man. Hood superhero. Neighborhood superhero. Neighborhood superhero. And he be moving like a chief, it seem like he don't ever sleep. You rarely catch him on his ass, man, always on his feet. He but never cheating till the mission get complete. Never close his eyes until he everybody eat. OG, why I always see you with them young niggas. OG, why I always see most of them dumb niggas. OG, why I always see you with them young niggas, knowing you can tell them shit because most of them dumb niggas. That's OG, why I always see you with them young niggas, knowing you can tell them shit because most most of them dumb niggas. Why they don't respect you? You paint them a dumb picture. Don't look up to you or them niggas who hung with you. And I wouldn't look up to y'all either. Most of you niggas cheaters. A lot of hoe trade. Most of you niggas features. It's a few of y'all that's strong. Most of you niggas weaker. Cool hating when I should have been. Most of you niggas teach. Never no nigga that's stuck in the past when the young niggas really the future. Gotta watch how you approach a young nigga these days. These young niggas really a shoot you. Juju be one of them niggas that come to your mom in them house and not really a scoop. Why all my young niggas wanna be killers when all of y'all really linebackers and hoopers? Well, you don't wanna do 35 birthdays away from your family and locked up with losers. Well, you don't wanna be in there with a nigga that'll knock your ass out and then go on your booty. I can name 200 rappers killed in their own city. We can bet 100 bands, I can prove it. Man, I seen 2 or 3 niggas get killed, but I cannot put none of that in my music.
You killed him. Yeah, man. Shout out to my OG. So yeah, man. Like I was saying, man. Like I said, this thing is very, very. I think I gotta stop acting like this is very easy. Because it took me a long time to figure it out. And when we talk about spells, being under spells, you know, enthralled, like dude said, he was talking about that one part, he was talking about being enthralled. Really interesting. You know what I'm saying? Like how people can be enthralled but they're using words, because words matter. Words are spells, right? So keep that in mind. So we're going through this thing right here. We're going through this article, right? Well, it's Wikipedia of Olive Ann Oatman, right? Now she was on the thumbnail, and we're gonna get into a little bit about Olive. And like I said, I'm like I said, going through this thing or whatever, you're gonna hear words and things, like I said, that didn't exist in this time period. So that's the reason why you have to have discernment. You have to know etymology, right? You have to know these things. So we got to keep all this in mind. All right, so let's get right into this right here. We're talking about Olive Oatman, okay? One second, yeah. It says Olive Ann Oatman, born September 7th, 1837, right? Died March 21st, 1903. Now keep that in mind, 1903, okay? Now, they said she was an American woman celebrated in her time for her captivity and later released by Native Americans, right? Now, remember we said Native Americans didn't exist, not even in 1903. So never gonna, right? She wasn't a Native American. She wasn't captured by Native Americans, right? But by them saying Native Americans, it gives you an optical, it gives you a mental picture of who they're talking about. They're talking about Elizabeth Warren and them people. They're talking about people who would be mixed in a more modern time when they're talking, well, even though 1903, 1837, that's still a modern time period. Follows, okay? So Native Americans in the Mojave Desert region when she was a teenager, right? Let's keep going. It's gonna get interesting now. Shout out to Prince Justice L. Bay, Islamo. Appreciate the support. Support the kids, man. We really appreciate that. Make sure you guys send us your email to chiefholiday@gmail.com, onlybuilders2022@gmail.com. If you don't put it in the description of the Cash App link. So I just appreciate everybody that's supporting the back to school supplies and everything else we got going on, man. We really appreciate you guys, man. And You guys gonna see. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy something, you guys. Yeah, man. So it says, Olive was born in La Harpe, Illinois. Okay, 1837. She died at the age of 65 in Sherman, Texas. Right, West Hill Cemetery. They still saying that her nationality is an American. Let's go. She got a couple other names. Fairchild. Arch. Okay. Says she has an alma mater, University of the Pacific. Interesting. She had a spouse. She was married in 1865 by John Brant Fairchild. Okay. Has one child. Okay. She was born in Illinois in 1851. Okay. Born in Illinois in 1851 while traveling from Illinois to California with the company of Brewsterites. Her family was attacked by a small group from a Native American tribe. Once again, Native American tribe. Though she identified them as Apache, they were most likely Tokepayas, right? Western, I definitely can't. Yavapai. It said they clubbed Minnie to death, left her brother Lorenzo for dead, and enslaved Olive and her younger sister Mary Ann, holding them captive for 1 year before they traded them to the Mojave people, where they were well treated. Now let's stop right here. So they were captured by what she described as the Apache, right? So they said something else. Doesn't matter, right? But they didn't call them Native Americans. So it was interesting. You understand what I'm saying? They didn't call them Native Americans at that time. So we're talking about a specific people and what they had going on. Now, get more into the story, and it's probably gonna get more into the story, but just to give it a background, the year they were with these people, they wasn't treated well. They were beaten, starved, right? They were beaten often within that year that they had them. Okay. Now remember, they were little girls at that time. So once they got traded or sold, now what's interesting, they said they were enslaved, right? You notice once again, like the dude said in the interview, that they basically try to, it's the narrative. It's like, we the only people that paint. We the only ones that accept the worst of the story and tell the worst of the story. Like, oh, it was just so bad for us, right? You know what I mean? We the worst ever. You know what I mean? And that's how it be, right? Our slavery was the worst. Like, even though dude was like, no, their slavery wasn't the worst. White slavery was the worst. That sounds crazy. Like, tell that to the millions of Chinese. You know what I'm saying? Like, I go on and on and on and on and on. People who died and, you know what I'm saying, that went through air quotes slavery or enslavement. You know what I'm saying? So that doesn't make any sense. So for people to say that, right? But it's interesting that when they got traded to the Mojave tribe, right? They said they were treated well. So I thought that was interesting. So I want to get more into the story before I break it down a little bit more. It's a very interesting story, y'all. Seriously, really is. And once again, we're getting newspaper rendition. We're getting movie. We're getting a lot of made up stories when it comes to Olive Oatman. Okay. Olive and Oatman. We're getting a lot of made up stories, right? Because they were pushing the narrative. They were pushing just like they do now today. So in the newspapers, in the plays and certain things to highlight stuff, to dramatize stuff. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what we're talking about. So So just keep that in the back of your mind, and you know that this is what they do. Now, I don't know if you guys ever seen that flick Hell on Wheels. Come on AMC. It's a series. They talk about slavery and Indians, and talk about building the railroad tracks and stuff like that. But they have a character in there who's a whore. But I guess she was and a slave. A slave. She's a pale skin. But I guess she was captured by the Indians, and they tatted her on her face, same way as some of this. So they took some things and added it into that. You seen that show before, Hell on Wheels?
Hell yeah, and I seen that.
That's
the first person I thought of when I seen that picture.
Oh yeah, and once again, she's a Slavonic. She's a Slav. Her people didn't come here owning no people. We'll get into that. Okay, so check this out. So it says 5 years after the attack, so they were captured 5 years. She was repatriated. Repatriated. I think that's really interesting. The word when I read that, it was like repatriated into American society. American society, right? The story, right? Like she didn't just leave American society, right? She just. So when they see, once again, it's the terminology they like to use. What's American society? It's white society, right? So that's what they're really saying. Once again, it's the words that they're using. Okay. Says the story of the Oatman massacre began to be retold with dramatic license in the press, as well as in her own memoir and speeches. Novels, plays, movies, and poetry were inspired, which resonated in the media of the time and long afterward. She had become an oddity in the 1860s America, partly because of the prominent blue tattooing on her face by the Mojave, making her the first known pale woman with native tattoo on record. Now I thought about that, right? I really did. I really thought about that. So if she's the first, right? I mean, I'm just got to think about the time period. If she's the first on record, so they say on record, right? Okay, but they talk about that the tattoos are a term of endearment. It wasn't like to denote slavery, right? Because once again, we're not, you know, or you know what I'm saying? Like you're a part of this, you're a part of us. It's not like we tagging you or putting this paint on your face to be against you. I mean, for you, you know what I mean? Like to tag you, to scar you, to make you be a slave or let's make you, oh, you one of us. You understand what I'm saying? So that's how the Mojaves took them in, right? Yeah, I gotta keep that in mind. So painting, putting the tattoo on there, whatever, they're bringing her in. But their interpretation was these were slave things. So once again, they're pushing the Native American slavery. Okay? So once again, these air quote Native Americans enslaved her, correct? Traded her and her sister, so on and so forth. Let's go. Much of what actually occurred during her time with the Native Americans remains unknown. Oh yeah? So y'all just make shit up, right? Let's get to her early life real fast. I ain't gonna waste too much time on this, you guys. Born into a family of Mary Ann Sperry. All right. I'm gonna say these names are suspect, but we'll get back to that. Like the Sperry shit and Royce Oatman, right? Olive Oatman was one of 7 siblings. She grew up in the Mormon religion, okay? She was Mormon religion in 1850. The Oatman family joined a wagon train led by James C. Brewster, a member of the Church of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, whose attacks on and disagreements with the church leadership in Salt Lake City had caused him to break with the followers of Brigham Young in Utah and led his followers, the Brewsterites, right, to California. So he was doing his own thing, which he claimed was the intended place of gathering for the Mormons. Okay. The Brewsterites, immigrants numbering between 85 and 93, departed Independence, Missouri on August 5th, 1850. Dissensions caused the group to split near Santa Fe in New Mexico territory, with Brewster following the northern route. Royce Oatman and several other families chose the southern route via Socorro and Tucson. Now that he should have followed old Brewster. Think about it. If he'd have followed old Brewster, they wouldn't have been, they should have stayed together. So he went the southern route and was down there with them southern niggas and got caught up. Just letting y'all know. And got their shit split. That's what happened. I'm just letting y'all know. Giving y'all paraphrase. All right. So old Royce though, yeah, he said he the man now. He gonna take it over and go on down, go the southern route. Right? So he said they reached New Mexico territory early in 1851, only to find the country and climate wholly unsuited to their purpose. The other wagons gradually abandoned the goal of reaching the mouth of the Colorado River, right? Okay. So the party had reached Maricopa Wells when they were told that not only was the stretch of trail ahead barren and dangerous, but the Native Americans, right, ahead were very hostile. Why I think they hostile? Right? Hostile, and that they would they would risk their lives if they proceeded further. So they told them, ain't nothing that way, and it's hostile niggas over there, right? You gonna risk your life if you proceed to go further. They didn't listen. The other families resolved to stay. So the other families like, nah, we cool. So now they got even less people about to take this trip, right? So the Oatman family, eventually traveling alone, was nearly annihilated in what became known as the Oatman Massacre on the banks of the Gila River, about 80 to 90 miles, 130, 140 kilometers east of Yuma in what is now Arizona. Okay. Now, I'm not gonna get into the massacre and stuff like that. They swooped down, like I said, they billy clubbed them, and they thought they had killed her teenage brother. He woke up and found his way. And some people saved him, and he lived to tell the story. But everybody else got clubbed to death except her and her sister, and they took them into bondage, into slavery, enslavement, right? Captivity, okay? Or saved them. Right? Now, what's interesting, right? The Mojave were going through it as well, because remember, ain't nothing out there. Everything's barren, ain't no food. So they're trading. So Olive's little sister starved to death with the Mojave who was treating them good. You understand what I'm saying? Think about it. You got two little girls you got to feed. They ain't really that helpful in a in this society, right? So when they traded with these people, whatever, they were hungry. So Olive almost starved to death as well, but one of the mothers made some type of what did it say? Miriam always had 7 children, and Miriam was pregnant with their 8th during the journey from Illinois to Gila River. So basically telling y'all that she was pregnant when she got killed. Okay, they killed that baby as well. The Oatman children ranged in age from 1 to 17. So they even had a baby that was 1 year old. Okay, the eldest being Lucy Oatman. On the Oatman's 4th day out from Maricopa Wells, they were approached by a group of Native Americans who were asking for tobacco and food. Due to the lack of supplies, Royce Oatman was hesitant to share too much with the small party of the people who they eventually said came back and killed him, right? Think about it. They became irate and at his stinginess, right? During the encounter, I can't pronounce that. Yavapa. Yeah, I'm not going to try that. Yava Yavapas attacked the Oatman family. The Yavapas clubbed the family to death. All were killed except 3 of the children. 15-year-old Lorenzo, right, who was left for dead, and 14-year-old Olive and 7-year-old Marianne. Okay, so Olive was 14. Her little sister was 7, who starved to death, right? Who were taken on as slaves. Okay, so that they said right there they were taken as slaves to be slaves, right? Well, they're already slaves because they're Slavs. They're already slaves. They're already enslaved because they're family members. They're children. You're already a part of a family. Do y'all child have rights? No, not over you. That you can tell them go to bed. Go give me a glass of water. Go take out the trash. You know what I'm saying? Go cut the grass. You know what I mean? You don't have to pay them shit. You know what I mean? So why the hell would you bring some more people on to do their work and you pay them? This is just dumb. Don't even make any sense. And you say, well, what if you don't have to pay them? Well, you have to feed them. You have to house them. You get sick, whatever. Oh, they have children. Oh, you gonna house and feed niggas' whole families too? Well, we can just give you the slop. Come on, bro. Stop doing all that. Everybody was hungry. Food, shelter. Like, come on, man. So these people did not come here. They didn't, come here the owning niggas here in America. That's false. So that's another fake. It's just fake, you guys. I think I finished this. Yeah, I think I finished that. I do want to talk about. I do want to get into this. This next video, you guys. Like I say this, like it's so much information, y'all. Like I said, we don't want to. Actually, shit, it's about to be midnight. I guess on the East Coast pretty soon, huh? So shit, I don't know how we're gonna do this, but we're gonna get into this a little bit. You guys, and we'll probably have a video for the overnight. We'll probably do something like that. So yeah. So we got like a half hour until we start this this marathon, you guys. So I'll say shout out to everybody, man. Sure. Get everybody. Make sure we get everybody some Big Chief Fuck You Crackers in the building. Big Dog Philly OG. Tony Furlow. CNO Sports. Aboriginal React. Aboriginal Powers in the building. Peace to the guys. Shout out to Mansa Musa, Prince Justice, Eli Bay, Islam, Mo. Appreciate that, brother. Original Anglo-Saxon Berber. Appreciate everybody, man. Shout out to Old Head in the building. Says, so the Freedmans except the Cherokee were white, into the Cherokee were white. Yeah, we did a build on the Freeman maybe a month ago, so something like that. Sagittarius Jones in the building. Peace of the God, man. Broke that down. Tyron Lou, Maguzu. Appreciate you guys, man, tapping in. Tayshawn is in the building. Peace of the God. TV, Shay Pink 40. American Sigma. Yeshua Hebrews is in the building. Mr. C. I'll say peace to the guys, man. Isaiah Humphrey. Peace, King. Yeah, man. Appreciate everybody, man. Hey, do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe. Hey, man, if you haven't been told, man, you tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. Hey, we're going to put the link in the chat room. Like I said, I want to have this conversation with some intelligent people, man. Like, we get somebody got to explain what's going on. Why do we continue to keep pushing falsehoods and weak stuff? You know what I'm saying? So that's a Charles Clark, peace king. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Like y'all gotta understand, man. Like the dates and the times are not adding up. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll tell us some stuff, and they'll be like, "Yeah, it was slavery," but then it'll be like after air quote what is called slavery, right? When they talk about 400 years, you know what I'm saying? They be like, "Well, they can't even tell you when this started." They'll be like 1619. But it didn't start in 1619, because then they'll still turn around and be like, "Well, John Punch or Anthony Johnson, that's not 1619." You understand what I'm saying? So when I ask people to produce this law, right, this magical law that made all of us slaves for life. Okay, well, aren't you a family member for life? When we talk about age of majority, like what are y'all talking about when we talk about the term age of majority? And why do we allow them to continue to keep calling us minorities? You understand what I'm saying? There's a reason why they're calling you a minority. It ain't because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or you're is less than. No, it's a status. I'm telling you, man, these people, hey man, it's diabolical. It really is. It's unbelievably diabolical, yeah. Seriously. Real talk. It's really crazy. It's really interesting too how it's still working this long, you know, into it. Rick Ross, why 50 Cent can't do me like Ja Rule's in the building. He said, fool. Yeah, man. Hey, man. Like I said, man, I'm definitely gonna focus energy on what we need to be focusing energy on, which is these babies, which is our you know our community, keeping safe. You know, just kind of getting off this for a second, man. Like I said the other night, I didn't know what I don't even want to say race, ethnicity, or culture. Let's say that the culture of the children who were shot, as well as the teachers who were shot and killed by that coward in Texas, right? Get up today, and lo and behold, the news has pictures of them, of these children right? And I was thinking to myself, and I'm like, damn, this is fucked up. Like, y'all understand what I'm saying? Like, it's really messed up. Because they were giving the age of the children, they talking to some of the parents of the children, you know what I mean? Now, you're seeing, now I don't know if anybody's paid attention to this, but these are Hispanic children, predominantly. I think only one of them was once again, wasn't, I just say wasn't, air quote, physically looking like she Hispanic, but she had a Hispanic, I'm just saying, name. Y'all follow me? Now, I haven't heard this yet. I haven't heard the narrative yet, right? They're being very delicate. And I understand. You're supposed to be delicate. I don't even know if I would have shown these children's pictures. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, y'all. I'm not gonna do it, but I don't know if that's like not that. We're gonna feel away. We're gonna be sad, but I think that the media is glorifying this, right? Now I heard that they foiled 2 other attempts. Okay, the media, I'm going to continue to say this, is complicit in the fear, complicit in the pain, and as well as, once again, pushing all this junk science, right, out of Africa, theory of evolution, replacement theories, and all these other things that they're talking about, right? Minorities. You're going to be a minority, right? You're not going to be the majority no more. You're going to be a minority. All these things, you're already a minority. You're being used as a tool, a coward tool, okay? And we got to let them know, y'all. I mean, they get currency. But my point is, though, is it necessary? Did you have to put it up unless you're pushing an agenda? You understand what I'm saying? So I think, once again, I know that the media is being irresponsible in their coverage of this. That's just what I gotta say about that. Hey, let's get a song in, man. Put this link in the chat room, you guys. Or no, I'm gonna get this video ready first before I put this link in the chat room. Yeah, let's get another song in real fast. Cut.
For the community. Look. Damn man. A lot of y'all pseudoscientists, you be fraud as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it, you can rot in hell. I don't know who with me or against me, it be hard to tell. Chaos energy, I'm heated, it get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Everybody trap up, had to be major. Yeah, I got my melanin. Guilty without no evidence. All natural, you know me. Jury, it's on me. Swagger, you matter. That's making me chase the fatter. Michael Jackson, but I'm better. Fuck all lives matter. All my teachers, all non-ether powers, I ain't got all mine either. I don't need a preacher, I just go within. We don't need a leader, no, we gonna win. I see apples with the win again. Tell a friend, we going in. All skin still ain't kin. Y'all heard the tribunal? They sweat us dead like funerals. Winning record like Keno. Fly a lot like UFO. Joe Biden, you a hoe. You a hoe and you not original. We ain't going nowhere, you pitiful. We keep coming right back, residual. We over here lit. You know fuck about who you with. We just correcting our status and shit. What do do you know about your citizenship? What do you know about your status and shit? I hate suffix like shit. Whole system ain't shit. Do something about this shit. You ain't gotta say it something like a king. This is what I seen when I had a dream. Should've had a scene, do the right thing. Carbon-based being, let freedom. I want 48 cause I got 40 haters. Saving myself, I don't need no savior. Say what you want, just save it for later. I don't wanna save, I'm no lifesaver. I don't even know you, stranger danger. If you want smoke, I'm no park ranger. Not the online type, do me that favor. Everybody tribe up, had to be major. Me, G, don't play with me, I don't got patience. I need some gases that only see agents. Hater, it's your fragrance. I come from the ancient. All this division is lame shit. I was telling my knee G the same shit. Something to play with. Real Indians ain't it. My files be flagrant.
A lot of y'all pseudoscientists. You be fried as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it. You can ride in it. I don't know who with me or against me. It be hard to tell. Energy, I'm heated. It get hot as hell.
Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up, had to be major.
You're killing them. Or we'll say shout out to ED. Appreciate the love, y'all. Really do, man. I already know, man. We got a lot going on, man. You know, as far as the we got, once again, also, don't forget to send your email if I don't have your email already, because you're going to be entered into some raffles that we have. And if you enter into the vacay sweepstakes, you know what I'm saying, you definitely would want to have a chance to win a trip for two to here out to Vegas. You know what I'm saying? We got a trip for two to Mexico. We also have a trip for two to the Bahamas, you guys, amongst a lot of other things, you guys. So tap in, man. onlybuilders2022@gmail.com. To enter the sweepstakes vacay, man, $50. Y'all know, man, we got y'all, man. So tap in, man. Raising money this weekend for back to school supplies, shoes, book bags, things. We got a lot of things going on that we want to be able to do, to give, bring to the children, and not just at Camp Warrior King as well. You guys, we are putting together some stuff with Camp Warrior King. So we're gonna be talking about that more often, more, you guys. So we're raising money for July 19th, celebrity basketball game, and some other things that we're gonna be doing in July as well down in Atlanta. So tap in. You guys already know about the staycation here, vacay. You guys already know about June 25th, All Nations Unity Fest. So you guys gonna be hearing more about that as well. Performance Trey Ali, not Trey, I'm sorry. Shout out to Trey. Performance by Threads, 3 Stacks, Ja Bricks, a few other people, man. So myself and DJ Cut gonna be in the building, man. So y'all stay tuned for that, man. Some promotion on that. You guys gonna be seeing, you guys gonna hear more about that as well. Right now, man, you already know, man, it's a marathon going down tonight, starting tonight, man. Marathon weekend, man. Memorial Day weekend, Carnival. We got a lot of stuff going on, man. We got a lot of great content too. So you know, that's what we on tonight. I got this video. I'm gonna pull up. Got this video. I'm gonna pull up, you guys. I just sent it to you. Now, I think it's interesting because the reason why I want to be, you know, kind of balanced on this thing or whatever when we're talking about covering it and reporting on it and just hitting it from every different angle when we're talking about this air quote Native American slavery, right? You know, this is really another debunking, debunking this, you know what I'm saying? We could have just did another debunking tonight, with them pushing their narrative. So, you know what I mean? So that's what this next video, you guys, short video. Yeah, we're just going to debunk this whole Native American slavery that they took niggas on the Trail of Tears with them and all this other stuff, man. It's just really crazy, you guys. It really is. It's really crazy. It's really interesting that we believe that we believe them. You know what I mean? Like we literally believe these stories and we believe the narratives that are painted. You know what I'm saying? I think it's interesting. And, there's going to be some people that really be like, no, that's not true, Chief. You lying. I'm like, hold on. I ain't gonna even argue with your ass tonight. I ain't gonna lie to you, so I ain't gonna do it. Unless you come out here with some slave papers, man, we ain't got nothing to say. Shy Apples is in the building. Peace to the God. You get the video? Oh my God. Hey, cut, let's get another song here, man. Matter of fact, what y'all smoking on tonight, man? What y'all smoking on tonight? Got that pressure over here. Let's go. Trey Ali. Pressure.
I'll tolerate fuck niggas. Show me different one time, I don't fuck with you. I'll tolerate fuck niggas. Show me different one time, I don't fuck with you. I'll tolerate fuck niggas. Show me different one time, I don't fuck with you. I'll tolerate fuck niggas. Show me different one time, I don't fuck with you. Red bread had my bed before we started, bitch, I'm Caesar. Red bread had my bed before we started, bitch, I'm Caesar. Red bread had my bed before we started, bitch, I'm Caesar. Came from the get-go, knew my status, he ain't need it. Red bread had my bed before we started, bitch, I'm Caesar. Came from the get-go, knew my status, he ain't need it. He fresh out the pen and I'm just happy, kid for breathing. Whole time bitch was scheming, I seen but I ain't seen it. Hanging around the niggas who think smart don't make you bigger. Hanging around the niggas think they hard don't make you killers. Hanging around the niggas you just met, they ain't your niggas. Heard they snatch you up trying to play cool like shit was chillin'. Loyalty ain't cool no more, niggas rather be hoes. Lucky I don't pimp no more, I would've put you on. Gangsters ain't the same no more, don't give a fuck about they name no more. Oh, it ain't a shame no more, she bang them folks, she bang them folks. I came from the old days, if she broke ways, still look both ways. Never turn the housewife, that shit dead, no way, Jose. I wrote this shit while riding in the top down, no shade. Roll these niggas up and then I spark down. Propane. I'll tolerate fuck niggas. Show me different one time, I don't fuck with you. I'll tolerate fuck niggas. Show me different one time, I don't fuck with you. It's pressure, pressure, pressure. It's pressure, 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 pressure. It's riding in the floor, I do not kick it with form. Riding in the floor, I do not kick it with form. Riding in the floor, I do not kick it with form. AK on the fans, ride my choppers doing porn. Riding in the floor, I do not kick it with form. AK only fans, on my choppers doing porn. Driving in their chest, them hollows, wreck bitch fucking shorts. Cock that bitch back, triggers pushing forward. I don't want your paper fee, our money got no gold. Fuck fuck them reparations, restitution, get them gone. Tired of being target, so I target on my own. Handy with the chrome, John Wick, tombstone. Positive like cold testings and an investment. Avoiding jabs like we're critical, they can't stand me. Crazy with the verse, 10 full caption. Padded room, tools, fumes of mass. At the nose like gas, it's just me and some ratchets acting ratchet. We don't need extendos, cause we aiming at your pimple. So much dope up in the air, you swear the room on fire. Bodies everywhere, these bitches looking crucified. I don't tolerate fuck niggas. Show me different one time, I don't fuck with you. I don't tolerate fuck niggas. Show me different one time, I don't fuck with you. It's pressure.
Cut, you killing them.
Swim team shit, nigga. Dope boy shit. Hey, just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Gotta call my plug again, they asking where it's at. Niggas on the drugs again, they don't know how to act. Hey, I just got off the pack. Hey, I just got off the pack. Hey, I just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Hey, I just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Gotta call my plug again, they asking where it's at. Niggas on them drugs again, they don't know how to act. Hey, I just got off the pack. Half a brick of salt for 20 pounds of that bat. Hey, gram for gram like Uncle Sam, you know I tax. Hey, know a free little hoes they bustin' off a flex. Hey, I just got off the pack. Half a brick of salt for 20 pounds of that batch. Gram for gram like Uncle Sam, you know I tax. Know a free little hoes they bustin' off a flex. Hey, if she a freak little hoe, I'ma bust all on the back. When I do it, you know I do it to the max. We in Neiman, we in Gucci, we in Saks. I got the Uzi and G&O got the Mac. You ever play with the G, I turn you to a pack. Boy, you can't take the heat, it turns you to a rat. I'm trying to shake this D and serve all of this crack. You know we play for keys, you play with me instead. Get in that water, swimming for them racks. You see them blue, my denim, bitch, them stacks. I probably need a Vincent, and that's facts. My Remy 30 got me relax. Just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Gotta call my plug again, they asking where it's at. Niggas on them drugs, they don't know hack. I just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Gotta call my plug again, they asking where it's at. Niggas on them drugs again, they don't know how to act.
Cut, you killing them. Hey man, we got big Aboriginal power in the building.
Salute to the gods, man. Shout out to all the American Aborigines, man. It's your brother, Big Aboriginal Power. You already know what's going on, man. Shout out to all the guys. What's going on, man?
Man, shit, man, we just doing that thing, man. Just drop a little information, man. Get ready to kick off a marathon in about 10 minutes on your time, man. So you're here to kick it off.
It was a dope bill, breaking down these false narratives, getting into these tribal affiliations. You know what I mean? Even talking about some tribes that people don't really talk about. The Mojaves, the Yavapas. Yeah, man, you going in, man. Shout out to Chief, man. Fire
Hey,
bill.
appreciate it, brother. Hey, we got a lot more tonight, man. We got a lot more. So we got Charles Clark in the building. Peace to the God, man. How you feeling, brother?
Peace. Pretty good. How y'all doing?
Man, it's all good, man. Everything going well. How about yourself, man? How you feeling?
With my hands. What about you?
Man, if I had your hands, I cut mine off. You
Yeah.
Nah, it's all good, man. Life's great, man. For real, for real. You know what I mean? I see truth in the building. Peace to God, man. Yeah, man, life is great, man. I was breathing better this morning. It's like, hey, you know, you get up, you like take that breath, everything's still there, you good? Yeah. Sheesh. So it's a good day you breathing, you know?
That's for sure.
So you got another day to fight. You know what I'm talking about? But yeah, I still want to pull this video of y'all. It's a short video. It's called Black Slaves, Red Masters, right? Now it's real interesting. The brother that I don't want to tell you, it's 11 years old, but it just goes to show you, like, kind of where people still at. Like, you know what I'm saying, in their information. Like, people still be stuck in certain places when other information has came and not necessarily debunked it, but just basically, you know, corrected a lot of the misconceptions. And it's always based off of words. The word red comes from brown. It's a descriptor. It comes from Rudy. Okay. So when we're talking about these, even the states, Colorado, colored, Colorado, you know what I'm saying? Everything is denoting nigga land. You hear me? You know what I'm saying? And I know people be like, oh, what you talking about, Chief? Well, that's y'all problem. Is you just mad. You know what I mean? It don't matter. You allow these people to come and trick you. But, you know, that's why we here, man, to set the record straight, y'all. So we on. My G. Yeah, it's in the email called Black Slaves, Red Masters. What's up, man? You getting ready? You finished? No, you only had like a couple more lines left. Finish the third.
Yeah, man.
That's over. It's all bad, y'all. It's all bad. I told them fools, man, we're gonna have a little press conference tomorrow, man, and talk to them. They come through tonight or this morning or whatever, you know what I'm saying? We can get it in. Like I said, we got some good videos.
They see we live over here. LV don't be wanting to do no promotion or nothing. So, you know, I ain't been promoting. So I'm just gonna show up June 11th, smoke his game, fuck on.
What the hell is wrong with him? You know what I'm saying? You gotta do promotion, man.
I mean, you don't see most niggas going live that's on death row. You know what I mean? When they know they gonna die, that's something different. We all know we gonna die, but when you know that date, it's
the date, the time.
It's a different thing, man.
Yeah, I gotta be in 3-0 again, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I gotta tell them, man.
Or another
I gotta tell y'all, man.
6-0, man. Trying to go
See,
6-0.
yo, what's happening? Hold on, cut. Let me see. Oh, yeah.
I'm ready to see Sir dropping schemes. You know what I'm saying? I'm really interested in seeing what Sir dropping schemes got to bring to the table. You feel what I'm saying? Man, we got Tasco on here. What's going on?
Salute to the brother Ab. I see you, my brother.
Oh, we got DJ Cuddy on this thing too. Man, shout out to DJ Cuddy. What's going on in the chat, man? What's up, man? What's going on out there? Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Y'all playing around out there, man. Y'all see Chief Holiday got one of the latest channels on the tube right now, smacking. Make sure y'all share the live stream. It's very important. They say he on the pink rocks. We on the pink rocks. We on the gelati with the asteroids. Shout out to asteroids, man. Hardline heavy.
Right.
Shout out to my man. Yeah, we on the asteroid. Shout out to 111 Truth in the building. This thing. Everybody in here, y'all turned up, share the live stream, man. Hit that share button. Forward the game. She turning up with the info tonight, man. So I gotta be tuned in. Sagittarius Jones, what it do, gang? Who else we got up in here? Berkham Live. Uh-oh. Y'all niggas quiet in the chat. Some of y'all must be smoking on that midi seed pack. Y'all ain't telling us what y'all smoking on this evening. Y'all must be on that seed pack. But yeah, man, it's going down June 11th, man. We killing a nigga. Who are battling again? Shit. LV. I'm battling fucking LV, man. He's dead. It's over with. You understand me? We're gonna go ahead and put him out of his miseries. Like, I ain't even motivated. Nah, it's just live, Patrick Gabriel. It ain't like that, man. Listen, I'm not even motivated for fam. You know what I'm saying? Like, I forget who the fuck I'm battling. It's really he just a prop for real. They just said, man, just bring out a prop and you just battle the prop. See how good you is. That's all that is. Because it doesn't matter what they said. They're going to say some shit that everybody said. It doesn't matter what they said. Everybody did. You feel me? So I'm just waiting to hear what I got to say. Yeah, I'm going to run through the whole squad, gang. I'm going to run through the whole squad. That's what I do, man. Undefeated. I try to run through niggas in the debates. So now we're going to run through niggas in the battle route. I mean, making me the first conscious community undisputed champion. Yeah, the undisputed. The undisputed.
Hey, Al. So check this out. I definitely want you to build on this video we about to play. So yeah, let's get right into it. And you know, if we got to stop it, we'll stop it. But for the most part, it's a short video. Let's go.
The following is a News 7 Black History Special, Black Slaves, Red Masters. Hello, everyone. I'm Sam Ford. Earlier this month in our 7 Inside Reports, I took a personal journey to look at a largely unknown chapter of Black history when my ancestors and thousands of other Blacks were slaves, not of the whites, but of the Indians. Well, a lot of people responded who'd missed some of the segments and who wanted to know more about the subject. So today you'll see it all and more, and get your pencils. At the end, we'll have not a test, but an address and phone number where you can get more information. Tribes of their homelands in the South and move them by force to Oklahoma. They don't tell about the thousands of Blacks the tribes brought with them, their slaves.
My mammy and pappy belonged to a part Cherokee named W.P. Thompson when I was born.
The woman reading is my sister, Elaine Ford Staton, but the words are those of our great-grandmother, Phyllis Thompson Pettit, whose Georgia-born parents were brought by the Cherokees over the trail.
Johnson Thompson was Phyllis's brother.
Before that, Pappy had been owned by 3 different masters. One was the rich Joe Van, who lived down at Weber's Fall, and another was Chief Lowry of the Cherokees.
My cousin, Maurice Shepard, reading the words of his great-grandfather. The interviews were conducted 52 years ago here at Fort Gibson, Oklahoma, when both my great-grandmother, Phyllis Pettit, and her brother, Johnson Thompson, were in their 80s, part of a federal writers project. Now, both of them are buried in this cemetery. But after I read their words, I was set on a mission to find out how my family became slaves of the Indians. I learned that beginning with the administration of George Washington, it was the policy of the U.S. government to civilize the Indians by teaching them modern farming techniques.
To adopt agricultural practices that patterned after the whites. And one of those in the South was slave trade.
I don't ever talk about it very much because I think it's a very shameful part of Cherokee history, and so I've purposely avoided involving myself in that whole issue.
While the current chief may be ashamed, at the Cherokee Museum today are slave bills of sale, including one for 3 slaves bought in 1841 by then Principal Chief John Ross. The chief and his brother Lewis were among the biggest slaveholders in the tribe. Indeed, many of my mother, Kathleen's ancestors, the Rosses, were owned by the chief's family.
They were Southerners. They adopted Southern institutions, Southern dress, Southern black slavery.
But one characteristic they did not like was Southern greed for their land. By 1830, through wars and treaties, the 5 tribes had lost most of it. Then they were all ordered to move west to Oklahoma. 4 of the tribes left, but the Cherokees took their case to the U.S. Supreme Court and won. At least they won the lawsuit. Then the man on the $20 bill stepped in.
And President Jackson essentially told the Supreme Court, you made your ruling in favor of the Cherokees, now, try to enforce it.
As president, Andrew Jackson controlled the army, so 14,000 Cherokees and 1,600 slaves were herded to Oklahoma, some groups in winter, with about a quarter of the Indians and blacks dying along the way.
You got plenty of Indians right today don't like Andrew Jackson in this area.
84-year-old Luther Scales, who describes himself as 1/4 black and 3/4 Indian, is president of the Coweta, Oklahoma Historical Society. He remembers stories his Creek Indian grandfather told him about the removal, which was devastating for the Creeks as well.
He said the roughest part of it was crossing the Mississippi River in a boat.
How so?
Well, man, the Mississippi River, down there in Arkansas and Mississippi, when you're talking about a mile across, mile or so across the river. And then in a boat, as swift as that water running, well, you got problems.
Once in Oklahoma, the slaves were put to work, raising cotton, building the new nations. The Merle home, which still stands outside Tahlequah, Oklahoma, was built by the Cherokees' black slaves. And should you think the Indians were much kinder masters than the whites, listen to Granny Phyllis's words in the interview about my great-grandfather.
My husband was George Pettit. He tell me his mammy was sold away from him when he was a little boy. He looked down a long lane after her just as long as he could see her and cried after her. He went down to the big road and sat down by his mammy's barefoot tracks in the sand and sat there until it got dark, and then he come on back to the quarters.
Oklahomans reenacting the Civil War Battle of Honey Springs. When it actually occurred, this was the Creek Nation in Indian Territory, slave territory, in which all of the 5 civilized tribes had signed treaties supporting the South. And the battle actually looked much like something out of the movie Glory, except it wasn't the 54th Massachusetts, but the 1st Kansas Colored Regiment that saved the day. Because of fear of attacks from nearby Kansas, many Indian slave owners fled south.
I can just remember when Master John Harnish took us to Texas. We went in a covered wagon with oxen and camped out all along the way.
My sister, Elaine Ford Staton, reading the words of our great-grandmother, Phyllis Pettit, a girl at the time of the war. In ex-slave interviews conducted by federal workers during the Depression, she told how her brother, Johnson Thompson, and her parents were sold from one Cherokee master to another and taken to Texas.
and Pappy done the driving of the oxen. I was set in a wagon and listened to him pop his whip and holler.
On the square of the old Cherokee capital in Tahlequah, Oklahoma, stands a monument to Cherokee Confederate war dead. But the war here was confusing. While Cherokee Chief John Ross was arrested by the Union Army and shipped to D.C., his mansion was burned to the ground by Cherokee Confederate General Stan Wadey, who just didn't like the chief. And while Creek Chief Samuel Chakotay fought for the South, Apathalea, another Creek chief, fought for the Unions, his slaves at his side. In any event, when the war was over, the tribes who'd all signed Confederate treaties were in trouble.
The United States government informed the 5 civilized tribes that all previous treaties are null and void. And the first thing to be accomplished is to sign a peace treaty.
The new treaties meant the Indians lost more land. And since this wasn't legally considered the United States, Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation had not covered Indian slaves. So the treaty said they had to be freed.
One of the things the federal government required in those treaties was that these tribes adopt the blacks as equal members of the tribe, their former slaves.
One day, old Master stayed after he ate breakfast. And when us Negroes come in to eat, he said, "After today, I ain't your master anymore. You all as free as I am. We just stand and look and don't know what to say about it."
The words of her brother, Johnson Thompson, read by his great-grandson, Maurice Shepard.
Pappy wanted to go back to his mother when the war was over and the slaves were freed. He made a deal with Dave Mounts, a white man who was moving into the Indian country, to drive for him.
Granny Phyllis described a harrowing trip in which they had to fight off wolves with fire from their camp, a wagon journey over land and water that lasted 5 weeks.
When we would come to a river, we would cross ferry boats, but me and brother rode on a bed in the back of the wagon, and when we were crossing a river, Father would make us lie down and wouldn't let us look out. He was afraid we would fall out in the river.
Finally, they arrived back to Fort Gibson in northeastern Oklahoma, where their father's mother was working as a cook for the U.S. soldiers.
My grandma, Phyllis Harnage, was the mother of the Colored Baptist Church on 4 Mile Branch, east of Fort Gibson. She organized the church and was head of it as long as she lived.
Since the Cherokee tribe owned all the land, as new Cherokee citizens, the family merely picked a spot. After Granny Phyllis Pettit married, her first child was my grandmother, Lutetia, whose third child was my dad, Sammy. Pettits and Fords still own this land today. Our Black History special will continue in just a moment with more about Black slaves, Red Masters.
So Al, when you think about the whole concept of Native American slavery, how does that make you feel? Can you hear me? Testing, mic check, mic check.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Mic check, mic check.
No, I can hear you. I don't know if Al, he's still muted.
Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Still say you muted though, but I can hear you. I mean, like, once again, man, like, y'all, listen, why ain't nobody paying attention to what we're saying, right?
That video said a lot. Now that video said a lot. I stepped away. My bad, y'all. Yeah. Whatever, niggas. Y'all talking about I'm sleep. I ain't sleep. I ain't sleep, niggas. Let's wait for Chief to get back. Y'all funny as hell in the chat. Y'all know I'm about to be asleep though. About 30 minutes. It's past my bedtime.
Shit, you and me both.
Oh, that's right, DJ Kenny.
You already know my eyes is heavy like the motherfucking levee.
I tell you, no, I ain't gonna lie to you. My shit is too. My shit is too.
I know it's past y'all bedtime.
Hey,
We
but
just
you
getting
see that?
started.
You see that $5 chief? You see that $5 chief? Just
Well, it's not only that though. You gotta look at it like, but they're not the original, and and these people can trace themselves back to Europe. There's a specific time period, and the reason why it's important is because they know it. This is a source of their power. I don't understand why people are not paying attention. Like even in it with like it's like Black History, right? And then you be like, oh, this is Black History Month, but then you automatically associating that with Black and slavery, Black and African. You understand what I'm saying? And they come up with these terms like freedmen, and we've already pointed out a couple months ago when we did a Freedmen Bureau that that Freedmen Bureau, just like affirmative action, it benefited them more than it benefited us. It was created for them because it wasn't created for us because they are the refugees. See how that work? You become a refugee if you move, right? Or you displaced, but you're not bringing no goddamn air quote slaves in the concepts of what they're talking about. Now, when they talk about being civilized, right? You know what that means? That you are doing business, commerce with these motherfuckers. That's what that means. You hiring people, you have apprenticeships, you're doing certain things. Like Jack Daniels was apprentice under Mr. Green. He was the apprentice, he was the master. When they talk about it should have been black masters. You understand what I'm saying? But because they're pushing a concept, they're pushing a construct. You can't own shit if you can't feed your goddamn self, man. You ain't got nothing. You, like, bro, it's like they be like, we were having a conversation with them the other day. And they was like, man, y'all got teepees. They was like, no, you don't even know nothing about a wigwam. It's just a larger teepee. It's a double wide teepee, nigga. It's still a mobile home. Even when they got to Oklahoma, they didn't build nothing. We were already there. What are y'all talking about? The problem was building the churches. The problem was getting into their system. That was the problem. Ab, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, brother. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you got something to say?
About
we got
what?
part 2 to that. I want to put part 2 up too. Like shit.
Talk about
We
that
got all
video.
night, y'all. Huh?
Talk about that video.
Yeah. Or the video before that, or anything that we talking about, far as we talking about Native American slavery, brother.
Man, listen, that shit is a fluke, man. They don't even understand it from what they talking about right there. They confused, my G.
I mean, you know, well, when we talk about family, a house of slaves, my brother. Um, talk to us about them using words and interchanging them for their empowerment, brother.
Hold on, Chief. Let me step away. Hold on.
Well, hey, cut. You there?
Barely.
Yeah. Hey man, we're gonna get ready to get you up out of here. But you gonna play a song too before you get ready to get up out of here?
I got you.
All right. We're gonna get ready to pull up this second part of that. Go ahead, bro. You got it.
Yep. Wild Indian, yeah. Baby. Yep. 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 Wild Indian, yeah.
Baby. Line them up.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't really Indian, that boy. I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't really Indian, that boy fugazi. I just keep it player, you can never play me. You got an ass so fat, girl, let's make a baby. Another one. Then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying to double some. Bad, woke chick, and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some one-on-ones. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Mets. Job about our freedom, we'll leave a crack and stretch. Round of applause, boy, you know we text. Chucky dog, child play, yeah, nigga, that's what's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up masked up like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we bought a corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Like my niggas said, bitch, we the shit. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want it. I'm just on release. I'm in go mode, motherfucker. In these streets, like even we at peace with me. I don't give a damn. Understand? Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand? It's fuck who stole this land. Might have seen me get a little buddy these hands. He wasn't no abo man. A lot of these dudes is Sambo man. They full of shit like my ammo can. What they call an N-word out the wrong mouth as an ambulance. Wild Indian. Get it in advance, or you can post date it. Ask around. I'm the most hated, straight sacred, they stole acreage. Go ape shit, show ain't shit, it won't be televised, I don't tape shit.
Be the B, I just pulled up in the leaf is free to land. Tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
I don't get along with niggas, I get along with bitches. I'm affiliates with gangsters, I don't conversate with snitches. Only move with the fam, we congregate for business. Only thing we got in common is to concentrate on riches. If somebody said we done it, we confiscate the witness. Paid $100,000 working out at Planet Fitness. Blackballed in my city for keeping it the trillest. From the hater world record, gon' put them in the Guinness. If you're real, then you're fake. If you're fake, then you the realest. They done turn the game around, so now they celebrate the stitches. Yeah, I ride around with that Drake, cause these niggas is vicious. They'll clean the nigga house and they won't even do the dishes. See, these bitches act like niggas, and niggas act like bitches. All these bitches ready to fight, these niggas scared and toting switches. Trying to imitate these rappers that's living so fictitious. Disrespecting dead people in their songs and making disses. Get along with niggas, or get along with bitches. I'm affiliates with gangsters, I don't conversate with snitches. Only move with the fam, we congregate for business. Only thing we got in common is to concentrate on riches. If somebody said we done it, we confiscate the witness. Made $100,000 working out at Planet Fitness. Blackballed in my city for keeping it the trillest. Broke the hater world record, gon' put them in the Guinness. I can only be me, let God be my witness. Did some shit when I was young, I had to ask him for forgiveness. Been betrayed by my family and friends who turned snitches. I have yet to met a woman who did love to burn bridges. Did some time when I was younger, but I ain't get no visits. I was looking for the love, where is that? I must have missed it. I ain't going back and forth, cause I ain't playing tennis. I've been flossing since a young nigga, so I ain't paying dentist. Use the kitchen like a lab, but I ain't playing chemist. Talk to get it till it's done, I ain't never saying finish. So whatever's been diminished will always be replenished. Really got it out the mud, everything I do authentic. I don't get along with niggas, I get along with bitches. I'm affiliates with gangsters, I don't conversate with snitches. Only move with the fam, we congregate for business. Only thing we got in common is to concentrate on riches. If somebody said we done it, confiscate the witness. $100,000 working out at Planet Fitness. Blackballed in my city, keeping it the trillest. From the hater world record, gon' put them in the Guinness.
In there, my tribe of opera mind, so what's happening? Government and all y'all crossed the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you crossed the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my need you, my need you, my need you, my need you. Oh yeah, I need you, I need you, I need you. I do this need you, need you, I 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 need you. I do this for my need you. Should've left me where I was, cause I ain't never scared. Took that little ice off my neck for this Earl head. My nation, my need you, someone Earl said. American, I'm like, let my people go and just take me instead. When it's red or blue pill, I'm only choosing red. I'ma always choose my people, you can keep that bread. Our government owe $1 trillion, you can keep that bread. If it's one thing Jim Crow is showing me, I don't want no white folks ruling over me. I don't want no politicians ruling over me. I don't want no po-po ruling over me. Only somebody just like me gon' treat me like me. I'm Iron Cherokee, the Chief and Dr. G.L.E. I'm still a G like DST. You might not be as G as me. You think you free, but you need remedy to be as free as me. I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people. They got us good, they still hating on my people. When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to dancing, the whole world wanna be like us. Foreigners are doing everything, trying to weaken us. Sports, y'all can't fuck with us. Rhythm, know we killing y'all. Anything involve a ball. Mentally, we figured out the cosmos. After all, inventing shit, we smashing y'all. It's time to take through asking y'all. Rights by blood after all. Vatican and the Smithsonian got all our shit. Artifacts and relics still keeping us away from it. When they say it was a long time ago, that's racist shit. Y'all holy land keep stolen shit. We don't need y'all holding it. Reverse engineering our technology, controlling it. Gave it everything you got, but you can't put no soul in it. I ain't go see the new Matrix cause I'm living it. Everything is not what it seems, but I'm killing it. Can you afford to pay attention who you living with? Now they trying to mandatory vax, but is you getting it? Fall back off my knee, I'm peeping y'all tactics. This ain't no Earth war, this is galactics. Goddesses and gods warming up like practice. We gon' put arrows on your chest like patches. Lords can't style like us, them fake natives ain't wild like us. They ain't got a soul, destiny as a child like us. Nobody power like us, nobody peace pipe like us. Boxing, y'all can't fight like us, nobody lost they right like us. Wake them up, I'm in the way. Say too much, I'm in the way. They trying to kill us anyway, so listen what I'm finna say. Everybody I kiss, we raise y'all anyway. Everybody ain't here to stay. Issue with us or against us, ain't no in between. I'm a non-ether being, not a human being. 1492, but all my allies what it do. Renegade got kicked for days, be careful, I advise you to. Yeah, my tribe of opera mind, so what's happening? Government and all y'all cross the line, so what's happening? Ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my need you, I 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 need you. I do this for my need you, I 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 need you.
I do this for the beach. It's a capital murder. Another first degree murder. It's a capital murder. Another first degree murder.
Cut. You're killing them. You already know. DJ Cut Tacklers on the ones and twos, y'all. Hey, Cut, man. Appreciate you coming through tonight, man. Bless.
I'm sorry, Chief. What you say, man? Was you talking to me?
Yeah, I was saying thank you for coming through tonight. Blessings, man. I know
Shit, I'm here for a couple more minutes, man. I'm here for a couple more minutes. I ain't going nowhere yet.
Okay.
I'm here with you. I got you.
Fuck it, nigga. Let me hear tip drill, then, man.
Who's in the building?
Salute to the brothers.
Man, salute to the guys, man. I see all my brothers up here, man. I see Cut, Chief, AP, Battle Rap, WWE Champion of the World. You feel me? Salute to everybody in the chat, man. What's good with it?
And you already know,
what's up, man?
You already know what's going on, big bro.
I still got to get back at you. My bad, bro. I've been super fucking busy, bro.
Man, it's all good, fam. I been busy on this end too. Hit me up when you get a chance, though, for sure.
Yeah, I gotta check them out. Look, that nigga, hey, you can tell me this nigga be talking too much. That nigga said, yeah, it's all good, fam. I thought that nigga was from the hundreds or some shit.
Wow.
Oh, who else we got on here? Tayshawn, big bro. Tayshawn, what up, though?
Tayshawn.
Peace to the guys, man. How y'all?
Man, salute to the God.
Man, we having a little fun over here, man. Had y'all, do y'all see what they doing though when they talking about this Native American slavery? How they're pushing the narrative to even push us further down the caste system by pushing that narrative that everybody had us enslaved, like everybody was over us, was our masters. You understand what I'm saying? When we were in fact the masters, because we were the landowners. We had the skill sets. Y'all speak to that.
I mean, shit, I never heard this narrative before until I came into this information, and it seems like they trying to push that narrative because niggas waking up and realizing this they shit. So now they trying to push another form of slavery. Oh, the Native Americans had y'all as slaves as well. Like, stop it. So.
Yeah, man, I had to spaz on the nigga one day and shit. I was like, man, you really think them booty faced, docile motherfuckers ever had our people in servitude, nigga? You gotta be fucking smoking rocks, nigga. Like, come on, man. We too feisty of a fucking people and still is, and them motherfuckers too docile, man. Ain't no way in hell we'd have been killing them niggas left and right, bro. If that narrative was true. Them niggas foreigners.
Yeah, the whole slave narrative is to put the main people of the land down as if they had no power, like they wasn't resisting. You know what I'm saying? They pushed this whole docile, weak mentality over on all indigenous people around the world. Just the main focus has been North America here lately.
Yeah, man, I just say look at yourself, man. You know, ain't no nigga in the world really think that any motherfucker can beat us in anything, nigga. Not even motherfucker pencil pop, nigga. A nigga ain't even gonna beat us in that, nigga. Yet alone, you know, man, it's basically to distort your mind and, you know, to kind of suppress your power, honestly, because as long as you got those images and thoughts in your mind, it's suppressing the power that niggas already had and shit. You know, that's why the education of a Negro and the indoctrination, all that shit was important to their ass.
Hell yeah, that was like their main mission. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. No, man, we too strong, man. You can still see it in us to this day. And that's honestly some of the things that lay problems inside
Like
of
it
our
wouldn't even
community
be no
too.
point to it wouldn't even be no point to indoctrinate, come up with all this brain and all this time trying to figure out an indoctrination process if they physically controlled us. There wouldn't be no form for that. You see what I'm saying? They couldn't physically control us, so they created indoctrinated tactics.
That's a fact, Brody. Just real shit, man. And the suppression of understanding our true power and shit, we shift our power on each other and shit. And you know, man, we got to break them chains, man. Them chains of your mind.
That's a big fact. Y'all hit that like button out there, man.
Yeah, share this shit, nigga, on all your social media platforms.
Even on y'all OnlyFans.
Nigga, share this shit on Pornhub too, nigga.
Y'all niggas sick as fuck.
Fuck up one of them perverts day, nigga. But nah, man, you know, and we gotta accept the fact that, you know, man, it was some of our own people that helped with that shit, man. You know, I get, you know, man, that's the reason why, like, man, like on some G shit, like I say, man, I've been watching niggas way before I started going live, way before I started getting active in the chat. I've been watching for almost like 3 years, and I always been a part of this community, even back from the hangout days before niggas even started hitting the live button. And the reason why is because niggas is honest and shit. You know, man, you got other people want to sell you this yellow brick road that we was just all peaceful and living kumbaya, woo out the bam. Man, we have some fucked up people in this land too, man. You got to accept the good and with the bad. You know, shit, that shit pray out in our own family. You know, we got to be honest, we got some fucked up ass family members too. You feel me? But it was more good of us than the bad. And we always been fighting with the bad. And all the bad ones and shit that feel like, you know, they exile and black sheep and all that shit and don't nobody fuck with them. Who do they usually link up with? Other niggas from other areas and shit that's usually going through the same shit. Where they own people ain't fucking with them. And then they come together. And then they concoct a scheme and shit with some outsiders and shit, man. This shit ain't nothing new. We still living in this shit today.
Ain't nothing new under the sun, fam. Ain't nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, you see that shit playing out in these YouTube streets too. Niggas coming together to fuck up the Aboriginal. I ain't gonna say movement or community, the bloodline. You got people really out here saying, "Oh, Aboriginal means away from," and we shouldn't use Aboriginal. Like, what the fuck is y'all talking? But y'all want to be Indians though, even though the mestizos, which is the Native Americans and Mexicans, they can call themselves Indians as well. Right on.
Bro, Indian, that shit is inclusive, nigga. Anybody can be a fucking Indian, nigga, but can't no pale person be a fucking Aboriginal on no landmass. You gonna have Aboriginal Australians, Aboriginal Americans, Aboriginal Europeans, Aboriginal every fucking landmass you can think. And the one thing about that, can't not one pale person call them that shit. They self that shit. Now maybe a light skinned nigga, you feel me? But it's gonna have to be some blood ties to that shit and also how that nigga was raised. What community that nigga grew up in. What's his mindset like? Who the fuck he procreate with after the fact? Like, Nigga, it's real out here, man. You know, man, nigga, I'm cool. I can cordial with any motherfucking body because I don't mean nobody don't hate, nigga, but nigga, the facts is the facts, nigga, and fuck a nigga feelings.
That's how I am with it. That's exactly where I'm at with it, man. If you don't like it, bite me. You feel me? Shout out to the American Aborigines, man. We ain't keep dropping that heat.
And the crazy part though is when you look up the true definition of an Indian, it say the copper color race is found in Americas, the Aboriginals of the Americas. Like Aboriginal is in your definition, nigga.
That's crazy. And they still deny it. And they
That's
still
cause
deny it.
We
that's cause them niggas want to
indigenous.
go to them powwows, nigga,
They
and
push it
hold
out
hands
of
with the
Africa for
mestizos.
real. But even if they wanted to though, they trying to exclude other niggas though. That's the part that's irking me. Like, okay, you Narragansett. Okay, what that got to do with us? I'm not Narragansett. So you can't speak for everybody, you know, your elders or, you know, and matter of fact, they're not even speaking on their elders, showing us their elders, you know, doing anything at powwows. Like, this is my grandmother. You understand what I'm saying? They telling us about some other people that's not their bloodline. So we just got to be clear. And once again, these mestizos know their European relatives. That has to be spoken on. Like, what? Y'all not gonna talk about that? Or the ones that were adopted into the tribes. Y'all remember that? Or the ones that were allowed to marry into the tribes, and they usurped the tribes as well as the nations. That's what happened. I don't why everybody acting surprised right now. See what I'm saying? And then we have people, niggas, who are brainwashed, who actually want to be pale skinned people. That's just what it is, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be the one to tell y'all. That's just what it is. Respect to the check it. When it comes to this the slavery stuff, how did the magical slave, the powerful slave invent everything, and then all the way up until the mid 1900s still had a large foothold on every industry in America? Does that make any sense to anybody? Before it don't even make sense. Where are the Native Americans at? That's a social construct. See what I'm saying? Once again, these people have done this all over the planet. So if somebody who's air quotes say they're woke, then they can point it out happening everywhere else on the planet. But then come to America, they get amnesia. They get stupid. See what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's a fact, chief. And
This shit is crazy.
the crazy part is about all this shit, right? And you know, I like to play the what if game. Okay, let's say what you saying is that, right? These are the questions I got. Where the fuck was you getting these foreign slaves from? You say the Europeans. Why the fuck would the Europeans give you something that allegedly is valuable to them for anything you got when they also state that all your valuable shit, valuable shit, you was giving away to them for forks and knives and shit, nigga? Why the fuck would I give you an expensive slave for your resources when I'm giving you forks and knives and beads and shit, nigga? That'd be stupid of me, nigga. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, and
Well,
when
I
you,
gotta keep it real. I have to keep it real. A chicken, a hen that lays eggs, a cow that gives milk or meat is more valuable than a person who it is, just say for instance, it's a small child that can't work yet. You know what I'm saying? So they'll be like, hey man, let me trade that hen for this little girl or this woman. You understand what I'm saying? Do y'all get the point what I'm trying to tell y'all? Like, and it's based off of worth. I can't. I'm trying to like picture what I'm trying to explain to y'all. Like, it'd be like somebody said, hey man, here's 10 people, and they just drop them off at your house. No food, no nothing. What you gonna do? You got room for them? You gonna make slave quarters? You gonna figure out a job for? You understand what I'm saying? It would be just like that. Just imagine the what you have already accumulated, what you got coming in is not gonna be enough for these 10 people. Okay? Period. It's just not. You're gonna have to figure it out. So in the act, they couldn't figure it out. They didn't have e-commerce. They didn't have Walmart. They didn't have Macy's. They didn't have They had agriculture. Shit grew. Shit had you got 100 fucking people that you got to take care of. Really? That would be the most expensive way of doing business, my G. Come on, y'all. Y'all gotta think, man. We cannot allow these people to tell us these fake ass slave narratives with no evidence, none, zero evidence, and all the evidence proves that they're the slaves. And then we turn around and still be like, "What? We were enslaved, though. We are the enslaved. We are enslaved. Only black people." You ever heard this before? Only black people can be slaves. White people are indentured servants. In my Renee voice.
Yo, was you there when motherfucking I told her to show me one fucking goddamn manifesto with a ship actually docking from Africa to America with hundreds of slaves, and she showed me a manifesto like, got you leaving America going to Africa with food and shit to help these starving motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, shorty ass, I ain't gonna say nothing bad or disrespectful. At the end of the day, it's just, arguments of the mind. She wasn't disrespectful, so I won't disrespect her, but her ass need to fucking nigga read. I'm just say that, nigga.
I mean, I, people read shit, bro, and they read what they want to read. They selective. They selective in it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, that ain't cool.
They'll pick the definition that suits their needs.
Hell yeah. I remember I think I showed her the laws that was being passed in the burgers about the treatment of indentures and shit. And when you read them shits, the shit they was going through sound real fucking familiar, my nigga. Real fucking familiar. But
shit, what they were going through for centuries in Europe.
That part, not only was they being put in that shit over here, but nigga, not only Europe too, but Africa and Asia. Like, niggas don't ever listen to that part. Like, it's like, how could the least populated people on this planet be getting put into certain fucking labor arrangements that resembles the definition of what they call slavery, not only in their own home, but in Africa and in Asia and in America, but be running around putting millions of people in slave. That shit don't make sense.
It's not gonna ever make sense, bro. They never gonna make it make sense ever. Ever.
Hey, if a nigga still, hey, that nigga literally just broke that shit down simply. If a nigga still believe that shit, I don't know what to tell him, yo. Like,
Nah, look, bro. We get all these motherfucking books about a nigga writing about what's supposed to happen, but you rarely see any documents, right? And I'm understanding the trade and shit going on, so I'm not gonna sit here and say like it ain't no manifesto with ships going back and forth, But nigga, I need to see the one with all these motherfucking slaves you talking about. Nigga, that's the ones I haven't seen yet. But when you look up white slavery, African masters, you know, shout out to AP on that one. I ain't gonna lie, bro, put me on it. And then I found some other literature dealing with that shit too. Like the Vatican actually got these records going on just between the 1500s and the 1800s. We're not even dealing with before the 1500s, but between the 1500s and the 1800s, you literally got friars and priests being allowed down in these sultan regions and shit to see how many motherfucking people been captured. They say Christian souls, so they could try to redeem them. And then in one book, it got the documentation where it's telling you how many the fucking friar recorded in each location. And you talking like damn near 5 pages, front and back, both sides full. A motherfucker. Matter of fact, they spoke about a whole, and you know, people try to make it seem like, oh, it was just in the Mediterranean region. Like, hell no, nigga. Ireland is more closer to America than fucking England. They had a town called like Baltimore. It was Baltimore, and yeah, it was in Ireland. So they was this far in the Atlantic, stopped in a town at night, put men in front of every door of the town, and at the stroke of a signal, kicked in every fucking door, killed people, and then took everybody else and shit away to Tunisia Sultan region. The whole fucking town. Like, so they going through that with that. Then you got the people that these motherfucking Berbers answer to, the Ottomans, banging on you in your eastern and central region. Then you got niggas bringing you over to the Americas if your ship can bypass and not be seen by these African ships and shit. Full of niggas ready to snatch you up, like when Kaz brought up EB, I forget, man, EB, whatever the fuck his name is, that he said in his family, nigga, I already dug into dude. Dude wasn't put in no fucking slavery. You know, at the end of the day, if a nigga that you tagging on catch the upper hand on you, nigga, they gonna get down on you, nigga. But they actually got down on them and he got caught up, but they used him as a bargaining chip. Cause fam wasn't even in that servitude that damn long. And then the shit he got to go off and do after that. So like, you know, it's like Chief be saying this shit, man. You know, niggas is reading, but they not comprehend what the fuck they read. They even read a big word they don't understand and then just go right to the next word and continue like they know what the fuck that means. Man, what's up? I don't want to be the only nigga up here talking, nigga. I'm high as fuck, nigga. I feel like I'm on the spot.
I
But
was
you
over here laughing at what you said
building
just now.
though.
That's real though.
I mean, y'all, it's getting weird at this point. Like, you know, seriously? And I could never even fathom that we would even be having this type of conversation about slavery. I used to wholeheartedly believe in slavery, like that was only for us. You know what I mean? We were the only slaves on the planet. That shit crazy. And we're not even slaves. I think that's interesting.
You know what else I think interesting, bro? I think it's interesting that niggas say they read Benjamin Franklin memoirs and didn't notice that he was a fucking whatever the fuck you want to call it, a slave, an indentured nigga. Not only did his father try to sell him off to his uncle, something went wrong with that and he came back, but he gave him to his brother. And the nigga brother got into some shit, and you know, he did some fraudulent shit by putting it in his name, not knowing that his brother was gonna get the upper hand on him, and Benjamin Franklin pulled the jack move on him after he did that and escaped to Philadelphia. And when he got there, he said that the Quaker boy he ran into when he took him to a place to get freshed up, that he was being grilled while he, that young, is moving around through Philadelphia without no supervision. You know what that means. He thought he almost got caught. And he got cool with somebody with some status out there that eventually paid for his freedom and shit from his brother. Because his brother definitely got redeemed for that shit, financially.
Well, so people from this perspective, right? You know, they talk about these laws, right? Like if you break curfew, right? Now they probably just go get you or see you somewhere. Hey, bring you to the house, right? Back then, you probably get time in jail, might get a whooping, all type of shit. You understand my point? Shit was different, man. Like a whole different legal system. You know what I'm saying? Emancipation, 31, 21. You know what I mean? So think about it. Some people, you know, they never left. They always on their family land, and it's just generational wealth. Isn't that the best way to do business
Yes, sir.
within our
Keep
own
that shit in the
family?
family.
There you go. And that's what they destroyed our family. They abolished our family dynasties, our family wealth. My whole reasoning for even doing this show tonight was basically like, if we're talking about a remedy, the reason why we would need restitution, right, is for this crime that you continually are pushing. They're pushing a slave narrative, slave history. You understand what I'm saying? That's all they're doing. They're pushing the slave narrative as slave history, which is illegal. It's illegal. But what they're doing is they can say, well, we didn't say that you was a slave. We said that you were enslaved. You see what I'm saying? So they're being very careful. Y'all got to peep game, man. They're being very careful with the words that they're using. You just said it. They didn't say it. You just raised your hand to it. They didn't say you, hey, you said it. Then they blame Jesse Jackson. Hey, we didn't tell you guys to call yourself African American. Well, God damn it. Who voted him in to write law? See what I'm saying? No, that's not legal. That's propaganda. It's talk. And we got to stop allowing them to talk. Because once again, going back to the 3/5 compromise, you had to have a 3/5 compromise because in the 1800s, in the 1900s, according to their records, we, the Aborigines of this land, the American Negro, the American Indian, is the majority on this land, period, according to them. When do we stop being the majority? When y'all think that happened?
With the census.
Yeah, changes on paper after they burned the census down. That's exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I keep asking niggas how the fuck we still at 40, 50 million for damn near 2-3 decades now. That's virtually impossible. Any motherfucking specialist dealing with population and number control and shit would tell you that it's virtually impossible for a ethnic group to just stay stagnantly at the same number over that period of time. Either two things gonna happen: the population is gonna rise or it's gonna decline. Now it might have a fluctuation of both due to certain things that might be enacted, but to just stay stagnant at 40 million for this long, come on, man, that shit ain't adding up, my nigga. That shit don't add up. Either we supposed to be low in numbers, or nigga, them numbers supposed to be up. And then we gotta realize I'm willing to say half of our people don't even take that census at all.
Or more. ATF all time flat, aka Chief Copperfoot, is in the building. Peace of the God, man. Yeah, my brother. Yeah, they definitely rewrote history and whitewashed it too at the same time. We got to understand that. Um, there's oh man, they just say some of the weirdest stuff. Even the President Johnson, you know, Vice President then President Johnson. You know what I'm saying? Um, yeah, I mean, y'all got to understand, man. Like they have a vested interest in writing themselves into history because they even talk about after Reconstruction. We can go to the people, like even the voting and everything that happened. We still outnumber them because they wasn't in the Americas. They wasn't in America yet. You understand what I'm saying? So even when we're talking about this whole slave conversation, what about the Mann Act? That's 1910. See Gretchen in the building. Yeah, y'all check out Gretchen's business support. Wait, y'all, we here to support everybody's business. Y'all already know, man. We already started this a marathon, you guys, 3-day a marathon. So we want to say that. Hey, guess we could kick it off, cut before you get ready to get up out of here, man. You want to say anything?
Shit, man, hey, man, we're gonna have a great
Anything?
time. We're gonna have a great time.
That's right. If you can't burn the bonfire, man, light your lighters, man. You know what I mean? Don't set no fire or nothing like that. You got a fireplace, light your fireplace. Hawk School in the building. Peace to the God, man. Yeah, man. 3-day live stream, man. So look, when we 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 working it out, man, scheduling and things like that, man. So we'll let you guys know later on today about the lineup on the performances. You know what I mean? You guys want to be a part of it as well? Tap in. We're gonna be doing a trivia as well. So if you guys want to be a part of the trivia show, hit us up as well. Once again, participate. It's a $10 donation. Once again, there's prizes involved with participating in all of this, but participating in the trivia, you can win cash prizes as well as some other things that we got going on. So yeah, man, we're gonna have some fun this weekend, you guys. We'll really have some fun. Hey, I got a question for you, gentlemen. UGK or 8-Ball MJG? Who y'all got?
That's a tough one,
Hey,
man.
yo, Chi.
Yeah, dude.
Hey, yo, Chi.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I'm gonna go ahead and make sure I got that downloaded so we can watch it and rebroadcast that tomorrow, so we can go through it, do a review or whatnot.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying? In the meantime, in between time, salute to the chat, salute to everybody on the panel, salute to the Queen, Tasco, and Truth and Tayshawn, man, everybody in the chat, man. I'm about to go lay the old head down.
Man, salute to the favorite DJ.
That's right.
Peace, Cuddy.
I appreciate y'all, man. Till tomorrow.
Already, bro.
What Ab say? Best to do it if you ever knew it.
Yes, sir.
8-Ball MJG UGK, man. Who y'all got?
The first half of their careers, 8-Ball MJG. The back end, UGK, bro. I mean, man, I fuck with both of them heavy, bro. I don't even want that battle. I look at that as just like shit, a playing the two of the greatest motherfuckers to ever do it from the South.
Man, I'm saying arguably for me, just for me, damn my A-Ball MJG is my top. For me. UGK is in my top 3 as well. As far as groups. I gotta talk Outkast. I gotta talk Run DMC.
Oh, Outkast though, bro. Like that's what I'm saying, man.
Outkast.
That's another one.
Facts,
Ah,
facts, facts.
Nigga, I remember the first song I heard was that nigga, I was a shorty, nigga. Motherfucker, my mama used to date this shit back then. I was at the whip with a bit shit. Recipe to that nigga. Motherfucker, when he play that, me and you, your mama and your cousin too. Hey, hey, yo. Nah, real shit, dude. The reason why I got, man, them ain't blood family, but I got family in Memphis because of him. His mama in Arkansas too and shit. Like, he was a real one, man. He just got caught up, man, like a lot of brothers did and shit, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, shout out to all the step pops out there, man. Salute. Shout out to my step pop, man. For real. You know what I'm saying? Stepsons, we be getting them stepdads hell, boy.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
We get them hell, boy. Y'all
my
already
mom
know,
was
man.
married,
So
bro.
salute to y'all, man. They hang in there, man. Real talk.
Yeah, I had a stepdad and shit, man. My mom was married. He passed away and shit, man. He was a real old school nigga and shit. And his family been around my family for a long ass time, going back to like shit forever, nigga.
That's what's up. Tayshawn, who you got, man? I know you're a little young, man, when it comes to A-Ball MJG as well as UGK. But, don't mean you
That nigga
still
gonna
don't have.
pick young bloods.
Nah. I say if I had to choose at the end of the day, I don't know. I'm gonna have to, cause I used to listen to both of them, UGK and A-Ball MJG. So I probably would pick UGK though. I fuck with Bun B.
It's not a bad, bro. We used to have these conversations back in the days. Like, niggas be in the trap having this argument. You know what I'm saying? I remember I almost got shot one time. I told this dude I thought A-Ball was a better rapper than Biggie. I'm in the South and niggas was mad at me. And I had to point out that I'm like, well, niggas in the South ain't bumping Biggie M out here and Jay-Z M.
Nah, we ain't even fuck with that type of shit,
Let's be
bro.
clear. Can we be clear?
Down
Yeah,
south or in Chicago, bro. We ain't really listen to that shit they was listening to on the East Coast. No offense, bro.
man, let's be clear, man. So yeah, so you can't and I realize that people have always been trying to tell everybody else who they top 5 is supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? I don't even feel like your top 5 is supposed to stay the same. God damn it. You know what I'm saying? Shit, my top 5 is who I'm listening to. You hear me?
All life,
Shout out
bro.
to Trey Ali. Shout out to my OG. Shout out to Mr. LV. Shout out to Threads 3 Stacks. Shout out to Ja Briggs. You know what I'm saying? They're my top 5. I ain't listening to that. Y'all gotta make me like Kendrick Lamar. Shout out to Kendrick Lamar, bro.
Man, that
Brother,
song,
man.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I ain't even feel it. I think
I ain't
niggas
heard
was
it yet. I
just
gotta
more in
do a
tune.
review. I gotta listen to the album. I might listen to it tonight.
Yeah, I think motherfucker was just more caught up with the faces of the people that's gone that he was doing in the video. But that song wasn't it for me, bro. I couldn't even make it through it, nigga. I'ma keep it a buck.
That's
I
right.
tried to
Hey,
make
man, I
it
keep
through it like
hearing that,
5
man. You can't make
times.
it through his album.
I tell you, I tried to listen to the album. I couldn't do it, dog.
Oh
Oh, man.
God.
I
Don't
tried
do
a
it, man.
couple of
Don't do
times.
it,
I
man.
tried a couple of times, bro. I'm like,
Hey,
Kendrick
we
saying
gotta
ain't
be
no.
quiet about that though, man. I'm out here in Cali, man. I don't want to get jumped,
man.
man.
All right, I got you, bro. I got you, bro. But that shit trash.
Hey, nigga, you want to know the most motivating hook I ever heard in my life, nigga? Nigga, this was motivation for that ass, nigga. What that shit say? You lost your cars and your house. Now you sleep on your mama's couch. I'm like, oh, nigga, I don't never want to be like that, nigga. Nigga, that shit was motivation, nigga. I see that shit here. What, nigga? I ain't trying to be that, bro.
Yeah,
UGK, nigga.
yeah, man. Nah, I remember that nigga said, rest in peace to Chad Butler, man. That motherfucker said, I'm terrible with lyrics. It was something like sipping gin and Sacco. I slapped the meat out the taco. Jesus. I said, this nigga pimp is out of there, man. You know what I'm saying? Out of there.
Hey, that interview he
And y'all
did
know
though
that
with
line, man.
Bun.
Somebody type that line for me, man. Something. Yeah, I remember slapping meat out your taco. I'm like, you gonna slap meat out his taco, Chad? Like, sheesh.
Hey, that nigga interviews used to be real. He was like, yeah, nigga, me and Bun ain't never ran no motherfucking train on no motherfucking woman. Nigga, we family, man. We ain't no fucking freaks like that. What the fuck I look like being in a room butt ass naked with my mans and shit. Nigga, you niggas is homosexuals. I was like, damn, nigga. That nigga just said the realest shit ever, nigga.
Oh, God. Too real, man. Too real for TV. Mm-hmm.
What he said, Atlanta ain't the South. That shit, the East Coast. Oh, he set it up with. I'm like, damn, this nigga don't give no fucks, nigga.
Yeah, he was tripping. He was going in. So, all the conspiracies talk too. Yeah, can't talk about this, can't talk about that. This will happen. This will happen to you. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. It's just a lot of weird shit.
Yeah, bro. Like when like niggas did all them conspiracy theories like on Nip. At the end of the day, nigga, y'all focus on the wrong shit. That nigga showed you, nigga, that he was making business moves and he had his niggas that he grew up from the hood with him and shit involved, nigga. You feel me?
What?
That's the
Well,
shit I paid attention to. All the other shit, it's like whatever, you feel me? But
but
his
right now,
nigga.
it's some James Bond ass shit going on right now, though, bro. You know what I mean? Like, we got to keep it real, bro. Like, okay, now we just found out here recently that the FBI and the NYPD murdered Malcolm X. Correct? Are we clear?
Yep.
Oh, okay, cool. Right? Set shit up, let motherfuckers go to prison for it, all type of shit, right? Now, with all that being said, you know what I'm saying? What else have they done and got caught for? Right? Since then.
The
Anything matter?
Nicaragua shit.
Yeah, everything. Nothing matters. Even when Maxine Waters had them there and say, hey, we got you. Whatever. It's all this. Right? You know what all they had to say? Well, for the sake of national security, it's over. Can't say nothing else. And
Oh
then
God.
and Maxine Waters them already know what's going on. So it's a procedure that they have to do in front of the people. So they know they're going to say this. And they're supposed to be the ones that they're supposed to not tell the information to. See what I'm saying? So they've already had the meeting and already told them what they're not going to tell us. You know what I'm saying? It's all theater. They always been playing with us. American people have to step up. We got to stop allowing people who we pay their, it's like motherfuckers work for you. You pay their salary, but they run you. The fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Make it make sense, bro. You a mayor, you a governor, you this, you that. That you don't mean you the that's a European concept. If you're a chief, you are a leader of certain things, you're there to make sure that everybody eat. You understand that? So why the fuck would these people be taking on more people when resources was already limited for their people? Why would they take in other people? Only for mercy. Because we are compassionate fucking people. See, they like to tell the story of all they savages and all this other shit. But why do them people feel so safe to go there? Come on, y'all gotta think, man. Come on, y'all gotta stop allowing these people to tell us anything. That's what they do, tell us anything. That's why we getting our ass handed to us. Because we believe anything. We believe in the 13% all the time. We believe in these things. We believe in that we don't supposed to do certain things. See what I'm saying? We believe it. Hey, you guys don't supposed to do that. You know what I mean? And then find out we invented it. You guys are supposed to play hockey. We invented it. You guys are supposed to play golf. We invented it. Come on, bro. Like, we got to stop the bullshit. What didn't we invent? So our children need to know, like I know people like doing Black History Month, and it's good. You know what I mean? But I feel like that type of stuff should be talked about all year round. The children should hear that type of information all year round. Why designate historical time periods just to that? You understand what I'm saying? Once again, you've allowed somebody else to tell you when you should celebrate. Now you can go celebrate. Now you can have some heroes. Now this is when you can teach your children something. Huh? Remember, you know, you're not the age of majority yet. Hey, Truth, you know what that means? The age of majority?
Go ahead, give it to us.
Well, depending on the time period that we're talking about. But once again, like none of our children are the age of majority until they turn 18, according to law, correct?
That's a fact.
And so that's basically what they're talking about. But if you never had a law for that, then there's no age of majority then, huh? Think about it. You're not getting that passed down until they die. The people that come before you die. But imagine if you know what I'm saying? Think about it. And it don't happen until then. You can't make any decisions because you're not the actual ultimate master of this situation. You know what I'm saying? And then also, if somebody comes up and then they are put in that position in the family, right? However the family came about it, or was it just progression, right? Now imagine that person is handling the business wrong. You understand what I'm saying? This is a family business. Make poor decisions. Go to war. You know what I mean? All type of shit. Go into some type of contract to become, instead of landowners, now you're leasing. Now, you know what I'm saying? At some point, the banks took ownership of our land. When did this happen? How did it happen? And why has it happened? Y'all understand what I'm saying? So when we're going back looking for our land, looking for patents, looking for deeds, looking for allodial titles, all these things that we're looking for, right? You understand what I'm saying? These are the things that we're looking for remedies, y'all, to get power. And we trace back to this soil. Okay? So it's really weird for me to keep hearing people keep saying that niggas is Europeans and, you know, and all these other things. That just go along with the whole out of Africa narrative. You know what I mean? So I think it's really interesting that that's going on still. And it's really confusing. for a lot of people. Real talk. Hey, let's go. Can we pull up that part 2 of Black Slaves, Red Masters? I think this is an interesting. It's an interesting. It's an interesting video. I seen it years ago. Found this again today, and I was like, yeah, I think this is something interesting. And we got something for overnight as well, man. Got a couple interesting videos for you guys, man. We get ready to shut it down. Big Chief Noble in the building. He said we're gonna have to put you in that top 5 in a minute. Hey man, you gotta send us some music, man. We're gonna see what you got. We always looking, man. Great music, man. Producers, beat makers, singers, dancers, choreographers. Hey, right now, want it, dead or alive. We need a coder, man. We're looking for a coder. We need a coder on the team, y'all. So tap in, man. If you guys know anybody or you're a coder, you working to be a coder, tap in, man. We definitely looking for you. We got jobs right now, paying customers right now. Artists, cartoonists, you name it. Graphic designers, fashion designers. ATF, you coming up? ATF in the building. Peace, fam. Chief Copperfoot, how you feeling, family?
What's going on, Chief?
Long time no hear, man. How you feeling?
I know, man. I've been good, man. How you been?
Shit, man. We doing our thing, man. Been all right.
I know
man,
that.
life is great. Huh?
I said, I know it. I know it.
How you in the tribe, man? How you and your family?
Man, we making it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, where you from again, brother? Where you tuning in from again?
I'm originally from Chicago. I'm in Texas now, though. By way of Mississippi, of course. You know my
blood.
Yeah, you know my people from Mississippi and shit. You know how the Mound people get down.
Mm-hmm.
But no, Chief, I wanted to get on, man, because you had said something that had made me think, like, all the inventions that we made here, right? They ain't got none of that shit in Africa, bro. So how did fucking life begin somewhere where they don't have the same mirror examples of America?
Well, okay. So these so-called slaves who were snatched from their homeland came to America and outdid everybody breathing.
Everybody.
The Native Americans, everybody breathing. We beat everybody.
Everybody to the punch.
So much so that they had to send for reinforcements and send more people in here and then commit terrorism.
Facts.
I know people don't like these words, but if this is what they did. I don't call it a fucking massacre.
Yep.
This is American terror.
Yep, terrorists. They are the original terrorists.
They need to send their ass up out of here.
Facts.
Real talk. We do not play that, bro. Like these kids. How, sir? I don't even. Yo, bro. Like I can't even. My brain don't even work like that, bro. I can't even fathom, fam. Yeah, can y'all imagine this? And they caught these fools, 2 other fools, trying to go do some other damage to some other people. At this point right now, bro, like we definitely gotta all come together, concerned fathers, mothers, American citizens. Hey, I know we got a lot of differences, cultural differences, a lot of things, you know, they pushing misconceptions and all these things. But one thing that we don't condone is hurting these babies.
Facts.
I'm not about to let I ain't gonna hold y'all up. That's unacceptable, y'all.
It is. It definitely is.
Unacceptable.
It definitely is.
And this is how I feel about it. That same outrage has to be the same outrage equally.
Mm-hmm.
Where is Black Lives Matter? Where's all these people at?
Said Black Lives Matter in George Soros' pocket. That's where they at. Shit.
What I'm saying is though, this is like just human life.
Right. But you know George Soros don't give a fuck about that. That's why that shit is all fugazi, bro.
Hey, well, look, y'all. Let's check this video out real fast, y'all.
That's a fact. I'm muting up.
We can talk about it, man. We don't have to stop it. There's a lot of stuff in here, man. So yeah, let's go. Let's get to this one.
Hey, I'm gonna jump down, charge up my phone a little bit more. When it's done, I'm gonna jump back on.
For sure. Man, I just thought this nigga up right here. Hood. Hold on, real fast. Stop it. Hold on for 1 second. Hey, I wanna welcome my brother, Hood Nigga Doom, in the building. Peace, bro. How you doing, man? Hood Nigga. Jersey. You still muted, bro. All right, well, we're gonna get back to Jersey, y'all. Shout out to Hood Nigga Doom in the building. Let's get back to this video.
The ex-slaves were called freed men, and the freedmen of the Indians had reason to dance. No, they weren't rich, but since they were now citizens of the tribe, and the tribe owned all the land, there was no need to sharecrop. Just stake a claim, build a cabin, start a farm. And there was the black vote. Witness this Seminole election in which they counted one candidate's supporters on the left side of the street, the other candidates on the right. To gain control of the Cherokee capital in Tahlequah, chiefs like Lewis Downing campaigned heavily for the black vote, as did Chief Spaichi for control of the Creek capital in Okmulgee.
The Creeks appointed and elected blacks as judges, attorneys. They were private secretaries.
Because it was more niggas than anybody else, sir.
I was gonna ask you, Chief, could you go back to that picture of them on the
Silas
street?
Jefferson was even elected one of the Creek chiefs and was among the delegation any time that the Creeks had business in Washington. Since there was none of the lynchings or terror of the white South, Indian Territory became a mecca for blacks, even though many never gained citizenship. At least 25 black towns sprang up, some still around, like Taft, Redbird, and Tallahassee, where on a warm day, they still bring out the kitchen table for a game of dominoes.
I'm out of here. What? How you get down? I'm out of here. Glad you did.
There were black lawmen among the Creek Nation Light Horse Police, deputy U.S. Marshals like Bass Reeves, who killed 14 outlaws without ever being wounded. And there were outlaws, killers like Cherokee Bill, part black, part Cherokee, or the Buck Rufus gang of Creeks and Creek freedmen. And there were the rowdies.
If they got enough whiskey in them while they shoot the town up.
You ever had to run from a shoot up?
I have crawled under the bed.
My great-great-uncle Willis was among those rowdies. You may recall my great-grandmother Phyllis Pettit's story of how her husband's mother was sold by his Cherokee master.
He looked down a long lane after her just as long as he could see her and cried after her.
While George Pettit turned out okay, his brother Willis spent 1877 in the National Prison for shooting up the capital of Tahlequah. 5 years later, it was more serious. In March 1882, the Cherokee Advocate reported in both English and Cherokee murder trial in Tahlequah, the capital, the Cherokee Nation versus Willis Pettit. The transcript still exists today. It seems 2 weeks earlier, Willis was having an argument with his wife Julia when his mother-in-law, Margaret Bird, said something, so he shot her. It all happened in the home of a sick woman that the two women were visiting. Among the numerous witnesses was one Henry Bowe, who testified that the day of the murder, Willis had tried to sell him his house and his hogs for $65. He said his wife had quit him. I said to him, "That won't make you sell your place. She'll come back again." He said to me, "That's played out." And he cursed and said, "I'm going to kill Margaret." While Willis did not take the stand, he had a witness, Maria Shepherd, support his defense that Margaret was trying to kill him. "As I passed her along the road," testified Maria, "she said she would have Willis put away in less time than 2 weeks." But the Cherokee transcripts say the prosecutor asked Maria, "What relation are you to Pettit?" "Not any." "Is Willis not in the habit of coming to your house often?" "He comes there sometimes." "How come Margaret to tell you about this?" "She did not like Willis and did not like me." "Why is it that Margaret Bird did not like Willis and you?" "I do not want to tell about that. I am not going to tell it." The Cherokee Advocate reported, the jury returned a verdict of murder, and Willis, that is his name, was sentenced to be hung until he was dead on the 5th of May next. At a hanging in those days, the public came to watch, and the condemned man was among those expected to make a speech to warn some young person against making the same mistake. The newspaper reported Willis went to the gallows laughing. As for his last words, he said he'd made a mistake. He meant to shoot his wife, Julia.
One,
The Oklahoma Land Rush was the beginning of the end for the 5 Indian republics. 1889, Congress had given to anybody fast enough to grab it much of the land confiscated from the tribes who'd supported the South in the Civil War. 9 years later, Congress made the Indian governments irrelevant by taking title to the land they still held and sending in the Dawes Commission to split it up and allot it as private farms to the individual Indians and freedmen who were members of the tribes. At mass gatherings like this, they were interviewed to determine whether they were legitimate tribal members or squatters. In the Cherokee Nation, folks like my grandmother, Lutetia Ford, had no trouble proving their legitimacy and received deeds to their land. She received 60 acres. My grandpa, John Ford, was a non-citizen but had access to land through Lutetia and their children. The Fords, John's parents, Harry and Zerilda, had migrated from Kentucky in the 1870s, but Zerilda had died, and Harry had remarried a Creek freedman woman, gaining access to land as well. But some of the blacks had no connections, had not married citizens, but had established farms on tribal lands. Now, somebody was about to receive an allotment that included their farms. In the Tallahassee community in the Creek Nation, many of them turned for help to great-grandpa Harry Ford, a Baptist minister, and, says his 85-year-old surviving son Andrew, a prominent farmer.
My dad had a big barn, low full of hay, corn. He once had sharecroppers.
But he didn't have gas lights, and that proved tragic when he came to Washington, D.C. that day, seeking someone in authority to help his neighbors keep their land. The October 19th, 1906 Evening Star reported the story. It said he took a cab to a hotel called the Philadelphia House at 348 Pennsylvania Avenue, which is where the National Gallery of Art now is. It said he asked questions around the hotel. Quote, the visitor said he wanted to meet some Baptist ministers in this city as he thought they might assist him to transact some important business in which he was interested. Then he went to bed in a room which had a gas light. My Uncle John Ford picks up the story.
Instead of him turning it out, he blew it out, and he became asphyxiated. Then the rumors are that he was really on to something, you know, that was going to benefit blacks, and maybe it was foul play.
Somebody killed him.
Yes, now that was a rumor.
The D.C. death certificate said Harry Ford, age 70s, cause of death, asphyxia.
He had $1,000 more when he left home. When he got it back, he didn't have a dime on him nowhere. Naturally wouldn't have. In the cheapest casket they could buy, and shipped him back to Oklahoma.
As for the blacks Harry was trying to help, they lost out. But all of his and his second wife's descendants received 160 acres of Creek land. They became targets for ripoffs by land speculators. And when oil was discovered on Harry's grandson Dan's land, he was essentially kidnapped.
Dan, they run him way out towards California trying to make him sell his place and all that. They called them land grafters.
Dan was no fool. He refused. Andrews said when oil was discovered on his allotment, he had no problem with land grafters, but later both he and Dan lost their wealth.
That's when they got Dan Tucker. The banks went busted and cleaned our ass out.
The end of Indian Territory meant the end of an era, of 40 years of tribal citizenship for blacks, the end of centuries of self-rule for the proud tribes, the Choctaws, Chickasaws, Cherokees, Creeks, and Seminoles. The descendants of those black slaves and red masters after this.
Man, say. Hey man, I'm sorry I gotta do this to y'all, man.
I'm flabbergasted.
Yeah, that was terrible. Wow.
Hey, no, but listen though, fam. It's
it was a lot of
terrible
gems in there.
because we're still dealing with this today.
That's a
We're
fact.
still dealing with this today, man. We're dealing with the misconceptions. We're dealing with a bunch of stuff. Why don't Native Americans why didn't they get the same stuff? See, because once again, we've done these bills before. We've shown these cases. We've shown the newspaper article. We've shown the court cases. Why they got it? Because you put them in prison. You put them in internment camps. Okay, hold on. But guess what? That's what the Freedmen Bureau is about. Yeah, we're not the only freedmen, because once again, it's just like anything else. It's like NAACP. Well, it includes a lot of other people.
Facts.
Freedmen Bureau of Refugees and midgets and humpbacks and whales. You know what I'm talking about? So it's including the humpbacks and whales as well. Y'all gotta understand this, man. This is the problem, man. And the humpback and whales got more than the freedmen. What did they free you from? Jail, federal prison. That's why they got the allotment of land. Oh, we found oil on there, whatever. Then, but dude said they wiped them out, the banks and all this other stuff. This is what is being remedied, because these people are getting remedies. Now, a lot of these people are dead, and say, for instance, some of them say they didn't have descendants, or say their descendants don't know. You understand what I'm saying? They moved off because they didn't want to deal with these people, and you know what I'm saying? That all the stories and things that have happened to our people there. And when they came here, now keep in mind, when old boy got hung during that time period, late 1800s, early 1900s, the pale skin was being hung at the highest rate ever here on this land here, right at that time. Just keep in mind, being lynched the most, period. And that's why they created prisons. Okay? Because think about it. If you don't have anything, you're gonna beg, you're gonna steal, you're gonna whore, you're gonna prostitute, you're gonna pimp, you're gonna Ponzi, you're gonna do all these things that they did, and all the criminal acts that they did. This is late 1800s, early 1900s, you guys. So let's be clear. So, hold on, guys. We got King Cass sister.
That's what that is. Wow, this dude. Oh wow.
Yo.
Peace.
Peace. Hey, You know, it was a bunch of Native Americans getting killed too over that oil during that time, man. They
Oh
was
yeah.
killing a lot of the. I forgot that book. Tariq Nasheed talked about that book, where they were marrying into the tribes, the white dudes, but then at the same time they were killing the Native American women off too. They were killing them off. Damn, I gotta remember that book, man. It was major over that land. That's why you got that $5. One of the reasons you got that $5 Indian, because he was marrying into those tribes during that oil grab at that
Oh, so
time.
you're saying that the pale skins married into the tribes, right?
Yeah,
And so when they married into the tribes, did they have babies?
yeah, they had babies.
Okay, so what you got mixed people, then you got pale skinned Europeans mixing with Negroes. Do you understand that?
No, they were
To
mixing
create,
in with the. I'm talking about that
hold on, listen,
there.
somebody might be getting something out of this. So the pale skinned European came here, right? Mixed, married
He mixed
into
in whoever he
nigga
nominated,
tribes.
but we talking
Indian
about
means
with that
niggas.
oil grab.
Hold
We
on, hold
talking
on.
about that.
Indian means niggas. Indian means niggas. Negro de
I
terror,
mean, that's
niggas.
what you wanted to
Okay,
be.
hold on. Listen,
You
listen,
wanted to
listen,
be
sir.
that.
Listen. So the result of that is a mixture, right? And more mixing happened after that original mixture. So you
Facts.
get different mixtures. That's what we talk about the caste system. Okay?
The
In the
United
different
States is
mixtures.
mixed, bro.
No. Listen.
The
But there's
only motherfuckers
original.
that
We
ain't
are the
mixed is
original.
the
I
the
got you. You
foreigners
might be
that come
mixed, but
here.
listen, sir. But there's
Why don't you go
original
do a
people here.
DNA test?
We don't have to
See if
do a
you ain't
DNA
mixed.
test, sir. We don't have
Did
to
you
do a
just
DNA
say a
test.
DNA test, bro?
Yeah, he
Damn, you
just like.
say that they say this every time. It's like y'all get
I
paid every
mean,
time y'all say
bro,
DNA test.
listen.
Like shit.
Yeah, we don't even have to have that conversation.
They got
Somebody's
script.
listening though that needs to get something out of this. The point is that it was niggas here, according to science. Okay, the pale
Facts.
skin came here just like they went to Philippines, just like they went to China, just like they went to the Levant.
We
They went
know
to
that. We got
everywhere
that
and
history.
created
We got that
mixed
history
people.
though. We know that, bro. We know
Hold
that.
on, and then they further bleached out the rest of the people. You understand that? So
No, they
that
didn't
happened in
bleach out. You
America.
can still go to.
Hold
You
on,
can
sir.
still
That
go
happened in
to North
America first, though.
Dakota.
I
You can
got you.
still go to
But
North
it
Dakota
happened.
and still
This
see
process
red
happened in
Indians.
America first, though. Do you understand that?
What you talking about? It happened? No, it was happening in Africa too. They was having babies
When?
on the coast of West Africa, bro. They was doing that in
Who was
Dominican
having babies on the
Republic.
coast of Africa? The slaves,
The
the
white,
Europeans. Listen,
the
the
Europeans
Europeans
was
that were
doing
getting
that.
taken and put into harems and stuff, and that was what you talking about?
No, we're
Because that
not
happened
talking
until the
about
19th,
the
sir.
the
That
who
happened
the
in
Ottoman
Africa until the
Turks.
1900s.
That's a story, bro.
What
Go look up
do you
slavery
mean
in
that's a
Sao
story?
Tome, man.
What do you mean that's the
The
story? You're saying the
Jesuit
story
the
right now.
Jesuit priests, the priesthood was already in the Catholic priesthood was already in the Congo around the 1500s, bro, converting people
All right, let me ask
What
you
are
a
you
question.
in the
talking,
1600s.
bro?
What does that matter? What does that matter to you? What does that matter?
Because you
What
talking
we
about
saying?
mixture, they was doing that all over wherever they conquered, bro. They had babies and they mixed in to get good with other tribes. They would have that mulatto baby. Like, look, you got an allegiance to whether it's Britain or whether it's
Okay, so
Portugal or
did that not
whatever.
happen here? Did that not happen here?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It happened all
Did that
over,
not
bro.
happen
It's
in
not like
Jamaica? Did that happen in
it's.
Jamaica?
I mean, it already happened in Africa, so it happened further in Jamaica. Like by the time you got to
Sir.
Jamaica, motherfuckers was cutting down sugar cane. So you didn't
What?
pretty much didn't have a choice.
What the fuck is you talking about, bro?
What are you talking? Shut up, Tayshawn. Shut
I'm talking
up.
about what sugar cane got to do with this? Like, what are you talking? You just rambling, bro.
I'm saying that's what they were doing when I brought that up. That's what they were doing with the Navy. Tariq Nasheed talked about it on the show. They got a book on it where they were having babies with the women in Oklahoma, and the women was coming up dead and coming up missing because they wanted the land where the oil was at. You heard them say they kidnapped one of the brothers. I was actually agreeing with the story, but I'm saying they were doing that with the Native American women. It was killing them off. That was like a big thing, bro. They only married into those tribes at that time to get that oil, to get that land where that oil was at.
That's not true, bro. They already had a deal with those people.
But they were killing them off, bro. The book, I gotta find that book. It's under the Cherry Moon or something.
I
Something
understand.
like
I understand exactly what you're saying, but what I'm telling you is the deal had already been made to cut us out of our lands.
Yeah, but they made a deal, but they still was killing them people off. They was killing off
Wait,
chiefs and everything.
hold on, King Cash. So why was the niggas controlling the oil and the Native Americans just living in teepees? Why is that?
Yeah.
They didn't. They never said the Native Americans living in teepees there. The Native Americans was there. They was
What's their city? What's the name of the city?
Hold on.
You
Exactly.
didn't hear
What you
none of
talking
that
about?
on that documentary.
What
They
city?
just
Oh, okay. Hey, brother, can you name us a Native American city in America?
we talking about Oklahoma, bro. Y'all all
Sir,
over the place.
all you got to do is name us a Native American city in America.
What are you talking about? The Native?
So
We
you
gonna
don't
talk
know.
about the
All right, so
You want to
just
talk
for the
about the
record, you don't.
Mississippian?
Hold on.
You want to talk
No,
about Cahokia?
no. You said Native
There you
American.
go.
So once again, Native American is
Cahokia.
1975. Native American
Cahokia
is
was a Native
1975.
American
So there's
city.
no such thing as Native American in before
Okay, call them
1975. So
Aboriginals then. Call them Cherokee.
no,
Call them Iroquois.
because now
Iroquois.
everybody
Call
be
them Ojibwe.
confused. No. So understand, be clear that niggas was already in Oklahoma before the 1900s, sir.
Y'all were brought there as slaves during
Nigga,
the
Who was
fuck out of
Trail of Tears,
here.
bro.
Listen. Nobody brought nobody nowhere. That's
They
no
just
slaves,
said
bro.
it on the documentary we was looking
I
at,
don't
bro.
care
That's
what
what
the
they was
hell they
talking
said.
about.
I don't give a
How
damn
you
what they
gonna play
said.
a
They can't prove it.
documentary?
How they gonna prove
How
it?
you gonna play a documentary
Prove
then
it.
debunk the documentary? And
That's
then,
what we do over here. That's what we do,
Bro,
sir.
you can't
That's what we
cherry
do.
pick, bro. You
That's what
just
we
see
do.
what you
I'm
want
not
to
cherry
hear.
picking shit. I don't take no book, nothing at face value.
You just cherry picked out the documentary. You gonna say,
I
well, I'm
never
gonna take
cherry
the
pick
good
nothing.
stuff, but I want to hear, you know what I'm saying, about niggas having land there, but I'm gonna ignore the
No,
fact that they
I'm
had
saying,
slaves.
sir, listen.
Come on,
We're
man.
saying what I'm saying is that niggas was already in Oklahoma before the Trail of Tears. That's what I'm saying.
Bro, niggas did not exist in Oklahoma before
What
the
the
Trail of
fuck are you
Tears. It wasn't
talking about,
barely
bro?
white people out there, bro. Yeah, the Mormons and shit.
Are you high right now or something?
It's crazy.
No, y'all sitting here make cherry picking out of the documentary. Y'all
Bro,
just clearly watched
King
that was
bro,
Cash.
slaves. There was slaves there.
calm
Hey,
down.
so
I was watching the same documentary with y'all. I'm like, oh man,
Okay.
Chief
Okay.
Holiday is on point.
Okay,
He
just
coming back
slow
to
up,
the
bro.
light.
Just slow
You know?
down for 1 minute, okay?
Yeah.
Because that's why I asked for the documentary to actually be rewound. Because if you would see on one side of the street it was Negroes and the other side was white folks, but there were clearly more Negroes than
They
it was
also
white
showed
folks.
Native Americans
well,
too, bro.
I'm gonna take it a step further. There was Negroes on both sides of the street.
Yeah.
So what about those Native Americans that they clearly
This is
showed
what
on
I'm
all the
trying to tell
pictures?
y'all,
Nigga,
man.
what
It was
Native
not
Americans?
niggas,
What Native
man. It was
Americans?
never niggas. This is a
What
nigga
Native Americans?
continent.
What
There
Native
was
Americans?
no
Wasn't them niggas
nothing,
with them
no
pointy
Native Americans
noses?
voting nothing, bro. It was nowhere. This is a
The Native
fallacy.
Americans that look like Mexicans that was on
False.
them pictures.
It was 10 of them there, nigga. What is you talking
Come
about?
on, man. I wish
We didn't
y'all.
have no Native American talk, bro. It was just like niggas that was light skinned or to damn near white in our families, bro. Because of the actual mixing that had happened and however it had happened. You know what I'm saying? Whether people brought people in or whether something happened or we bro, stop playing.
Let's
Well, you
get
need to
this.
stop
Let's get
playing. It
this
was more
straight,
niggas here in the 1900s,
Way
sir.
more.
bro. Let's get this
It's
straight.
more niggas here now,
The
sir.
Cherokee and the Choctaw weren't even natives to that area of
Wait a minute. What are we talking
the
about Cherokee and
country.
Choctaw?
No, they weren't even natives to the Oklahoma and to the Trail of Tears. They come from
I'm glad
That's
you
a
Mexico.
reminded me
fucking
of that.
lie.
I'm glad you reminded me of that right there. So
It
when they
was
talk about the Seminole, I got you. When they talk about the Seminole, the Creek, and the Choctaw, and all these are all the same people, y'all. So
yeah,
I'm
but you
not
got
about
to
to go.
see who
I'm
was
not about
there
to hold y'all
before.
up with all that dumb talk.
Who was there first before the Cherokee and the
Oh,
Choctaw
did you hear
got
what I
there?
just said? Did you hear what I just said?
Negroes, the mound people.
No, we talking about the tribe.
Niggas.
I don't want to say
Tribe. What are you talking about?
natives and
Tribe? That's all made up. That's like a
tribe.
corporation.
That's
That's made
exactly
up.
what that is. A
No,
All made
if you
up,
corporation.
look
bro.
up,
Made up.
no, Cherokee and Choctaw is not made up. Them
It's
ethnic group
not.
of people, bro.
It's how you gonna? I'm Choctaw. How you gonna tell me it's not made up?
Oh, now you claiming your tribe. First you're like, oh, I'm Native
Sir,
everything.
I'm
All of
past
them.
that. I think this y'all problem. This was the Ratatouille problem. Y'all niggas is new. You some rat bastards. You don't know what the hell you talk about, bro. Like this is what we trying to
Hey,
tell
look,
you. We have never not said that we are not attached to these new Johnny come lately terms.
but
Right.
he
But we
can.
passed that.
It's like
We
the
passed those
Lenape
terms,
dude.
bro.
It's like that Lenape dude though. The Lenape dude can trace his people back directly to the
To
Lenape. Now he
Siberia.
How
even
he
admits that
traced it?
he
How he traced
mixed.
them back to something? How?
Yeah, tell him
He
now.
talk about his family. He talk
30,000
about his
years ago.
genealogy, bro.
Oh,
Nigga,
but
we
when
all
we
talk
talk
about
about
our family.
ours,
What you talking
when we
about?
talk
Y'all
about ours,
don't
y'all call
know.
us like, man, you full of shit, bro. Shut the
Bro.
fuck
He
up.
trace it back
Hey,
to a
hey,
motherfucker that got a Native American name. Y'all trace it back
hey,
to a nigga
Cash.
named Johnson. Come
Nigga
on,
full of
man.
What?
shit, man. Get the fuck
Are
out
you
of here, bro.
serious right now, bro?
You sound like
The
he's
Lenape
smoking crack.
guy, the Turtle Gang dude, I give it to him. He can trace his stuff back. He can physically trace his stuff
Really,
back,
bro?
bro. And that's all I ask. I'm like, look,
Whoa,
bro,
whoa, whoa.
before
Hold
we
on,
make it,
Cash. Hold on, Cash. You don't trace yourself back to nowhere? Because you
look,
speaking for
I
him.
trace myself. I didn't find no Native Americans. I found some Scottish, and I found black people with goddamn Scottish names in my family.
Well, guess
Wait,
what?
wait,
That's
wait,
it.
wait, wait, wait,
Your
wait, wait,
ass is
wait,
a
wait, wait, wait,
foreigner.
wait.
You need to go home.
Hold on.
And one
So
African, and one
if
African.
you had found a Yang name, that make you Chinese?
You said if I found a Yang name, I mean,
Hey,
what?
bro, hey, y'all and Curie Mayo and Ratatouille some dumb niggas, bro. Y'all don't listen to a nigga that just cause somebody, nigga, just cause you might have a whole name that you think is French or Spanish, like a lot of us do, but that don't mean that we got it from them, bro. They took our
Bro,
name.
where did it come from? Chief Pontiac. You
America,
don't find the name Chief
America. You was in
Pontiac.
the chat room
You
when I
don't
did
find Pontiac.
Latin, American Latin,
Johnson
sir.
and Pocahontas don't sound
American
remotely the
Latin.
same, bro.
I don't know what the hell you talking about, Pocahontas. That's
Johnson
fake.
and Pocahontas, Smith and goddamn Chief Pontiac don't sound the
Is
same.
this nigga talking
Pontiac
about
sound
his
totally
Shaquana
people?
sound
different
like
Talk
than
Pocahontas.
this
like
nigga.
Johnson.
Shaquanta.
Nigga
Pocahontas.
said
You got
Pocahontas.
ratchet names. What you talking about? Shaquanta.
This is
You want to play
crazy.
that game?
Are you serious
Shaquanto.
right now, bro?
Shantae.
Yeah, he's
Shaquante. Stop playing with me, Cash. Like, we can take it either way. We can play your game either way, bro. Like, you don't know what the
Gas
fuck
is
you talking
crazy,
about. Shut
y'all.
up, please.
But I think it's funny.
Bro,
I really
bro,
do.
this nigga is crazy. This nigga said John Smith and Pocahontas. This nigga.
Yeah, it don't. Hey Tayshawn, you can put that picture up all you want. You got clowned on my Facebook page the other day by
Nigga,
all the
I
women,
roasted
bro.
all y'all. Shut the fuck up. I
So
roasted your whole
the
damn chat.
women, this
Shut
nigga
up.
posted a picture up on my Facebook. All the women started laughing at him. Like, nigga, what's wrong with this nigga? This nigga
Yeah,
posted pictures up of
they love that
your
slave narrative, huh? Yeah, you the man over there, huh? Sheesh.
Nah, they
Talking
know
about
the
your
truth,
grandma
bro.
got raped and you light
What you
skinned because
mean
your
that
grandma got
true?
raped. They love that, huh?
Right.
Look,
Wow. Sheesh.
So,
I think
hold on.
y'all should listen to the Turtle Gang guy, bro. The
Bro,
Turtle Gang
hell
guy,
no.
he sit
Hey,
there and
hey.
he was on
So I just got one quick question, bro. I'm not trying to overtalk you or nothing. So you believe people came from monkeys?
why y'all taking it back to that? We talking about genealogy, bro. Y'all going back to the
Bro,
monkey
it's a
narrative.
question, bro. I need to know. Do you believe in the Darwin theory?
Look, at certain things I believe about that. I don't know about no humans coming from monkeys and shit. So I'm not about to
So it's certain,
say that.
bro. Now you're cherry picking, bro. Either you
Oh
believe in the
wow.
Yeah,
Darwin
I am
theory.
cherry picking. I admit that I'm cherry picking from that situation because I'm not about to
So
say I wasn't there
you're
when
a
the
half
nigga.
Darwinian.
You say I'm a half Darwinian. I mean,
You have
Darwin,
monkey
he
man.
stole a lot of
Have
his
monkey man.
information. He stole a lot of his information from older sources, bro. Older sources that came from the Moorish Empire in different places. So, you know, his stuff, that's not some shit he just made up out of his head, a lot of it. Now the monkey shit, that's his shit. But a lot of his stuff, I forgot the brother name. He stole a lot, him and his father stole a lot of their information from. Brother out
Mm,
of that was in Baghdad.
mm. So
So
do you think that they're using racist uh social construct words to put themselves in power?
Yeah, I know they do a lot of racist shit with the caste system and
Okay.
with caste system and with Darwinism. With
Does
Darwinism
it
and the
make
monkey
sense?
thing.
Okay. Here's my other question. Does it make sense for it to be more niggas than Native Americans, brother?
I mean, no, I know that we come from Africa, so I can't really say I can't use that argument in that. I can't
Wait,
use that
wait, wait.
argument saying it was for
No, we don't come from Africa. You might
What
come
the
from
fuck?
Africa.
Right,
We don't come from Africa.
right. I'm from America, motherfucker. You an African
Okay,
booty
so
scratcher.
if you're from America, you will find a bunch of you niggas in Montana. This is my thing. Y'all
Why?
would
Why
be
the
in
fuck you
Whoa,
always
whoa,
talk about
whoa,
Saskatchewan.
whoa,
Montana,
whoa,
bro?
whoa,
Y'all would
whoa,
be in
whoa, whoa,
Saskatchewan.
This nigga
You
always talking
can't
about
whoa,
some
find you niggas
Montana
in
and she like, what
Saskatchewan.
does that mean?
whoa.
It's niggas there too where you going to play that game, but that
Man, it's
like,
like
come
5
on,
What
bro.
you
niggas
talking
there, bro. Come
about?
on, man.
Man,
Niggas didn't want to live there back then. That's like niggas don't live there now.
All the niggas,
Facts.
let me tell you where most of the niggas at. Are they all in the coastal areas? They in the south, by the
Don't
Gulf of
nobody live
Mexico
there
and the
though,
Atlantic
sir.
Ocean. You
I'm
go
gonna
to
point out
Brazil.
something. I'm gonna point out something. Everything that you're
Go
talking
ahead.
about is not populated at all anyway by nobody. So why you keep acting like why niggas ain't
What you talking about?
in
It's Native Americans there.
why niggas ain't there? All I'm gonna tell you is if every square inch of this planet, but we're only concerned about the Americas, niggas was there first, according to
Facts.
science. So anything that you talking about, we was already there. So.
Yeah, but we don't find niggas there. You saying science,
Wait,
but
wait,
Bro,
wait,
but
what,
what you're
what do you
saying,
mean fine? Why are we talking about finding niggas? What are you talking
you
about?
found what's them
What
other
do you,
bones? What's them bones they
ho-
found up there?
hold on, bro.
you said Montana. There's a 14,000-year-old little boy in Montana who had a mom and daddy. He's a Negro.
No, they never said he was a
It's a
Negro, bro. That
15,000-year-old
never
village up
came
in
out of their
Canada. I
mouth.
got you. It's a 15,000-year-old village up in Canada. They're trying to say those were Inuits. There's no such thing as Inuits at 15,000 years ago, right? But the
How? You don't
problem
see
is, hold on,
niggas
I
up
got you.
there.
Listen. So when they say Inuit, they already putting a picture in everybody's head of what that looked like 15,000 years ago. Do you understand what I just said?
So what? How's
Wait, wait,
niggas with a
wait.
tropical?
Are you
We
duped?
have a
Are you
physical
duped?
tropical.
Wait. Are you duped? Or are you with them?
Bro, you're made
Bro,
for
it's
the
a simple
tropics. Why
question,
would you be?
sir.
Why would
It's
you
a
be
simple
up there in
question.
Canada?
It's
In that
cold.
case, you was in Siberia, my
Sir,
nigga.
shit don't grow up there. It's
Say,
cold. So
say that
niggas
one
ain't
more
dumb.
time,
Why
Chief.
would we?
Just say that
Why?
one more time. Shit don't
It's
what?
cold. Shit don't grow up
But
there.
it's
So we're
people
not
that
gonna be where
live
shit don't
there,
grow at,
sir.
Hey, Chief, can
sir.
I say
We're
something
gonna
real quick
go
to what
where
he's
shit
saying?
grows at, so we can eat.
Hey,
And build shit.
hey,
That's how
Chief,
that works.
can I say something to what he's speaking about, bro? That's cool. I don't know if bro got muted.
No, you got the floor, brother.
I appreciate it. So man, another search I went down to was all the information I could find about the Vikings excursion into the Americas, right? And I'm pretty sure it's on my old laptop. I can dig through and find it. But one of their accounts when they met the indigenous people over here in this land was that they spoke about some foreign invaders up north. And when the translation was made and shit, the actual name they called them was Inuits, which meant the flesh eaters. They was cannibals. So,
Them
you
little
know,
Chinese motherfucker wasn't no
so
goddamn
so so
cannibals,
you
man.
you might wanna do a little bit more digging about your Inuit shit, cause nigga, I can destroy that shit.
Yeah, but you will find niggas up there. This is my thing. If y'all
Niggas
populate
want
y'all little
Inuits,
world,
nigga. Niggas want Inuits.
well, y'all wasn't there. Y'all can't make
Niggas
y'all
want
claim to
Inuits.
America. Somebody else was here then.
Inuits was foreign flesh eaters that couldn't come south, nigga, because they got that ass towed the fuck up. So they fled back north in the cold, nigga.
Facts.
From the way that they came, nigga, when they invaded and shit in the first fucking place, nigga, but it ain't work for them.
Bro, well, somebody made it south because you still got lighter skinned Indians that y'all
Man,
call
at the
light
end of the
skinned
day, you
in
not
the
playing,
south.
you not peeping the play, my
Bro,
nigga.
you just literally went around the pale man creating them. You just went around that, huh? Forgot about that?
No, you talk about the motherfuckers in the
See,
goddamn
that ain't
Amazon jungles, the Amazon
bro, you
rainforest
mixing shit up.
that
There's more
still ain't
niggas in the
had contacts
Amazon,
with hunkies like
sir.
that.
There's more niggas in the Amazon. There's more niggas in North, South, Central, and the conjoining islands.
Most of the
How
niggas
is that?
in the
How is that,
most of the
sir?
niggas in South
How
America
is
on the
this?
coast, sir.
What
Pull up a
what are you
population
talking
chart.
about? Why
Pull up
why
a
Right.
population chart,
what is that?
then.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
You You go to Brazil.
Stop saying dumb
Listen to,
stuff, bro. That don't even make sense. We
no,
don't care
go
about
to
where they at. There's more niggas here than anywhere else.
that
Why?
matters, bro.
What? No, it
That
don't.
matters.
Tell us
Why?
why it matters. Go ahead. Tell us why it
Why
matters.
is it? Why is it lighter skinned Native cats that speaking the actual Native American language to this day? They found a
I thought
tribe.
we've already.
They
I thought we've
listen. They
already
found a
established this already,
tribe. What about
sir.
that uncontacted tribe in the
Sir.
middle of the Amazon that don't look like niggas?
Sir.
What about
If
them?
sir, listen.
You remember
How
the
are they able to
uncontacted tribe?
converse with them if they was an
You know,
uncontacted tribe?
right? How
How do
you
they
know they
know
was
their language?
uncontacted?
How they
Because
gonna
they
How you
talk
know
to
found
they
them?
out
was
about them
uncontacted?
through other tribes, bro.
Ah,
But they
man,
uncontacted.
stop it,
Yeah, from white motherfuckers.
stop it, man. Please stop it.
All right.
Didn't
You
y'all
gonna
see the
just,
picture of them?
and then he said,
bro?
and then he said the coastal shit like, you don't know that niggas is fishermen. You
Oh,
don't
Right.
know
I
that
mean,
We
that
stay by the
niggas
water.
are
Like,
some of the
come on,
best
man.
swimmers that was
well, we
diving
got
for
wherever
pearls
water
and
was
shit
at.
like
That's
that
what
when they
life
came
comes out
over
of.
here.
The
That's
Mississippi
how
River.
that's
What
how
are
you
you
do
talking about?
agriculture. Come on,
What
man.
is
You come up
happening?
with
so
agriculture and shit.
Fuck.
Come on, bro.
y'all
Come
was
on, bro.
fishermen, but y'all couldn't live in the wood. They had rivers in the
Nigga, we was the tillers of
Amazon
the land. What you
rainforest too,
talking about,
bro.
boy?
Bro, are
You talking about
you only
something
saying
that
what you
floods,
saying.
that's
First off,
unstable.
sir, we built shit.
Facts.
Why is this a conversation? And you know what it took to build shit? Calories. It took food, sir.
Yeah, there's plenty of it in the Amazon rainforest, but
Oh,
you don't find
and
niggas there like
it's not
that.
plenty of it in Africa, sir. It's not plenty of it in Europe, sir. Why is this a problem? Like, I don't understand why everybody's just so slow. We're never gonna get off this. Y'all gonna listen. This is what's so beautiful about this. It might be 10, 20 years, it might be 100 years. Somebody gonna be like, look at these dumbasses on the wrong side of history. Cass,
Bro,
you've
it's
been doing
never
this
gonna get
long,
to
bro.
that, man, because it's
It
non-existent, man.
That
Y'all
nigga's a
talking about a
dedicated op.
non-existent
is,
history,
He was a
bro.
man.
dedicated op, cuz. That's crazy.
Yeah, you dedicated. I hope you
It's
getting paid.
crazy because you can go up there where the Inuits at, and they know how to survive off the land. They know where to. They know
So
where
Nah,
to
Hey,
we
go
gonna
what
take
fish.
you
language?
up there.
Hey,
We gonna take you up there. We gonna sacrifice
Hey,
you.
hey,
We gonna
what
sacrifice you.
language do what language do the Inuit speak?
Shit, they speak Inuit, I guess. So that's what you
What
get.
language do the Inuit speak?
Inuit, shit. What
No,
the?
all right. So they language fall up on the language called the Nardine. It's the Nardine branch, which comes
That's the
from a
Navajo.
mother
That's the
branch.
Navajo, bro.
whoa.
No,
You
the
don't know
Inuits
nothing. You don't
too.
know nothing. You don't know
The
nothing.
Inuits too,
Inuit
You
nigga.
don't know
language is
nothing.
different, bro. They
Hold on,
Hey,
hold
literally
on,
nigga,
hold
I
on. You
did a
don't know nothing.
whole. Hey,
Hold on, you
hey,
don't know
hey,
nothing.
look, hey, peep game, Cass. I did a whole bill on language shit with these motherfuckers, bro. And the only world respected language connection and shit said not only the Navajo, but also the Eskimos and the Inuits as well. All speak Nardine.
I gotta
And
look
it's
this up.
accepted worldwide, nigga. I don't give a fuck if you're black or white, nigga.
So what is the Ojibwe then? The Ojibwe, what do they speak
Nigga,
then?
that's a tribe. We talking about language, you dumb up. Come on, bro. Stop playing.
That's
You
a
playing
language. They
games
speak
now.
a language,
This
bro.
nigga
The
playing
Ojibwe have a
game.
language,
Bro, ain't no
Right.
language called Ojibwe, bro.
but they speak a
Nigga, I
language. Is
would
what
give
I'm
you
saying.
$1,000 if you could show me a language called Ojibwe.
I mean, I can
No.
get them.
He should tell you what the language is, though.
They come across. They come across back and forth across the river over from Canada and shit.
So what language they speak?
Do a little pop shit. The
What's the,
Ojibwe. What
what
the
language?
hell?
This nigga said a giveaway. This
Yo
nigga.
ass speak Detroit
Nigga gonna get
Elementary
on no
School, nigga.
shit. This nigga
Nigga,
speak
I speak
This
gibberish.
is
the
This
white
amazing.
nigga speak
man's.
gibberish.
I
This
speak
is
the
You
white
speak
amazing.
man's
gibberish,
English,
King
bro.
Cash. You speak
He's a white man's
gibberish.
English.
You look like the
And
white
we
man's
speak the
English
white man
too, nigga.
English. Nigga,
You
this is
speak
our
Tata.
language. What the fuck
I
is you
told you I
talking
got
about?
Scottish
Tata.
in my family.
You know
Yeah,
what?
you a black European, nigga.
Nigga put
Take your ass back to
wow.
Europe, nigga. Go
Hey,
get
I
you
see
some
my
Y'all
brother
tea
see that?
crumpets.
Y'all
in
see
the
my
chat
avatar,
room.
bro?
Mr. Brooklyn, aka Aboriginal King, is in the building. Come on to the panel, brother. How you been doing?
Man, Cass, you stupid as fuck, bro. You cool, but you dumb as hell, nigga. You dumb than
Yeah,
a
man,
motherfucker, my
Y'all
nigga.
niggas was
hey,
never give me an answer why you niggas not settling in Idaho, why you niggas not in
Nigga,
nigga,
why,
Man,
nigga?
because
For
nigga,
what?
what
Like,
the
for
fuck?
what,
My
bro?
my
Slow
people
and
from the
make some shit.
Midwest and the Middle South, nigga. What the fuck? Nigga, I'm not
nobody
high,
wants
right.
to
Nigga, why
go
you ain't settling in Africa, nigga? Why you ain't in Africa? Don't ask us shit
Tay,
that
about over
part.
here. Why you ain't home,
Tayshawn,
You
bro?
can
Yeah,
go
The
there.
you
fuck?
Hey,
from a
look,
slave.
I
Nigga,
can
we
name
Tayshawn,
you.
we
you
in
from a
I
our
can name
slave
you.
homeland.
state. You
You
from
I
a
you
can
slave
you
name
state
you.
where
thousands of
most
miles
I
of the
away
can
from
name.
slaves
yours.
came through.
The
I
fuck?
can name you 3 places in Africa you can go without a passport right now, nigga. Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Ghana, nigga.
Bye.
Take
Bye,
out your
bitch.
401k, nigga. Go ahead, grab your savings, have a garage sale, and leave, nigga.
Bye, bitch. Bye. Don't ask us about over here. We in your
Tayshawn,
home. The fuck?
it's an
Fuck is you talking
African
about?
village
Nah,
in
what you
South
talking about?
Carolina.
Why you still talking? I
Tayshawn,
don't
it's
give
an
a fuck about
African
none of
village in
that.
South
Take
Carolina
your
right
ass
now. On
home.
them children.
You talking about why we not in
I
Idaho,
want
nigga?
you
Why
to.
you not in Africa, nigga?
right.
Fuck is you
Why
talking
you
about?
not in
You got me fucked
Madagascar,
up.
sir?
The fuck?
Cape God,
Tayshawn,
Cape
why is
Verde,
South
nigga.
Carolina a slave port, man?
Why?
Hey,
Why
King
did they
Cass, guess
force
what?
slavery in
You know
Nah,
South
what? I'm
no.
gonna
Carolina?
hit you on the back end. I'm gonna hit you on the back end. I got something for you.
Nigga,
I'm gonna
you
see
a
you soon.
Nigerian,
I'm gonna see you.
Tayshawn.
Nah, I'm
Come
gonna see
on,
you
man.
soon.
You're a
I'm gonna see you real
Nigerian.
soon. I'm gonna see you
You're
real
a
soon. That's
Nigerian,
all I'm gonna
sir.
say. I'm gonna see you real soon.
You're a goddamn Nigerian.
I'm gonna see you real soon. Don't worry about it.
Oh shit. Hey,
He called you a
but
Nigerian,
in real
bro.
time though, I gotta ask him though. I gotta ask him this, y'all. Like the videos that we've shown, Cass, you know the play, you know everything's going on. Why do you still push the agenda?
What you talking? I was agreeing with the videos. You showed the video and they said exactly to the T what was going
Why
on.
you
They
keep
said
talking
people
about
got
Native
lazy.
Americans? Why you keep talking
They
about Native
had them on
Americans?
the
You know what I'm
video.
saying? Okay, listen. Native
I was
Americans
watching
did
some
not
videos
own
about it.
niggas. Okay, listen to me. Native Americans did not own niggas.
So that dude that was speaking, he was lying about the Native Americans owning his family.
He's misinformed just like you, sir.
He did his genealogy. That man traced his
I
genealogy
can
back
guarantee you
to
he didn't
Indians,
find
bro.
slave on his genealogy.
Oh, come
Facts.
Just like you
on.
didn't.
You
Did
can't
you
change
find
the
it?
man's
Hold on,
story,
wait.
bro.
Did you find slave in your genealogy, sir?
We found the slave ownership. We found the
Did you
goddamn
find? See
shit.
that?
What
Let's
you
see.
talking
There we
about?
go. There we
We
go.
found the
Hey,
goddamn
hey,
slave owners in that bitch.
please email me slavery, please. Shout out to Fishing with Camo Joe in the building. Appreciate
Hey,
God.
I guarantee
So
y'all
your
when
family
these
was enslaved by the
Yeah.
so-called white slaves, the Irish.
the Scottish, yeah, Scottish.
The Scottish. So the white slaves
That's a
eventually
lie.
enslaved your family.
No, they was
You know
slave
they was
owners. They
called
weren't
considered white. You
slaves.
know they was considered white slaves up until like the at
Y'all
least
talking
the
about the Irish,
1800s.
not the yeah, by their own people. Remember, the
Nigga, that's
English
the
was
same
enslaving
shit,
the
nigga. They
Irish,
both
bro.
wear kilts and get drunk, nigga. They the
Hey,
same
Facts.
people.
hey.
Hey,
He said he said you lying. He in North Dakota right now.
man, he up there with one of them damn oil jobs, and it's like one or two niggas up there, or it's niggas going up there selling dope. North Dakota either going up there selling dope or you working the oil job, nigga. I know what's going on.
Bro, why are you being goddamn racist right now?
Right, man.
Damn,
Why
and
you putting
police.
people business
He
out there
racist
like
and the
that, nigga?
police. God damn, nigga. This nigga
Man,
racist
this
and the
nigga.
police. Sheesh.
Hell yeah. This nigga a guilt program, nigga.
We everywhere. You
This
gonna
nigga,
find us
yeah.
everywhere.
And then he gonna say, "Why are we up there? Why are we up there? Why were niggas the main source to growing shit? Who taught niggas how to grow shit in America? Answer that damn question."
I mean, shit. The one with the Gullah Geechee people brought from Sierra Leone, they already knew how to
Oh
make
my
rice.
god.
They knew how to grow rice. Hey,
My god.
crackers couldn't fuck with rice
Rice.
like that.
So they just ate
Rice.
rice. That's all they
I
ate was
didn't
just
say
rice. They
rice,
just ate
nigga.
rice.
I said
They just ate
grew
rice.
shit like black eyed peas, turnip greens, motherfucking field peas,
How
snap
they knew how to grow
peas,
fruit, pineapples. How they knew how to
nigga,
grow pineapples and
watermelons.
all this shit.
What the fuck are you
Watermelon. There
talking
you
about,
go.
dude?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you
Berries.
could be
Come
taught
on,
how to
bro.
grow some shit too. You know, they
By
teach
who?
the
By
Mexicans.
who? By
Who
By
who?
taught us?
who,
Who
nigga?
taught
They
them?
had a Mexicans. Look, they had a
Who
Mexican. Them little
taught us?
Russians that
Who
come up
taught us?
here.
Who
Bro,
taught
hold on.
us?
Nigga, Mexican is a brand new race, bro. Stop playing.
Facts.
He
Nigga,
Yeah,
keep
but
nigga,
don't
going.
they
He
have
keep
them?
going
Don't they?
back
nigga,
to
matter
that
of
Who
fact,
fact.
taught
nigga,
so-called slaves, man?
Mexican is about as old as the Constitution, nigga.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
But
don't they
come
come up
on,
here and
man.
work them little farms
Yeah.
and shit, bro?
Bro,
Listen,
one
that.
of no motherfucking Mexicans up here, niggas. I'm gonna be real with you, nigga. Hispanics ain't start getting into the South until like motherfucking 2008, nigga. Like, stop
That
playing,
part.
bro. Nigga, I done seen more Koreans and Hindus. Nigga, matter of fact, I ain't even know what the fuck. Nigga, I ain't even know Mexicans made
Man, you
tamales
say
till I got to
2018,
Chicago.
nigga?
Hey, look, on some G shit, nigga. Chief can vouch for me on this. I know he know about this. Nigga, I ain't even know Mexicans made tamales until I got to Chicago, because we always Mississippi hot. Nigga, Mississippi hot tamales. Niggas. I ain't
Facts.
even know they made tamales,
No,
nigga.
man, it's
I ain't
all
know shit
culture.
about
That's our
tacos
shit.
or
I can
none of that
prove it.
shit, nigga.
I can prove
Yeah.
it. See what he's not gonna be able to do? He's not gonna be able to prove shit. I can prove everything that I say out
You
my
just
face.
look. You debunked yourself playing that damn documentary. I don't. That's what
Oh,
I'm
it's an
saying. Like,
11-year-old
bro,
documentary. That means it's old, sir.
the man say, look, he traced he did his genealogy. I was like, what
He
about your
never said
genealogy? You had
genealogy
slaves
ever.
in his family?
By the way, say that again.
Huh?
He never said
Y'all only
genealogy.
yeah, he did his genealogy.
He never said. So he went to 23andMe.
No, he did. He
Okay.
traced his.
So how did he do?
He
What did
was
he do with
tracing his
genealogy?
family
Then?
back. He was tracing his
Okay, so
family back.
he's talking to his people in his family tree, right?
Yeah, he talking about the people in his family tree going
He's
all the way
so he
back
so
to the
so
slaves.
what? He's talking oral tradition. That was oral tradition. That was his sister telling the story that was passed down to her, right? And they talking to
And
older
that's
people in
what
their
y'all
family.
say. Y'all say, hey, Trey, listen to the
Whoa.
great grandma. And what he do, he listens to his grandparents and shit. And boom, they said they were slaves by them damn
Right.
Cherokee.
Now, with that being said, though, also then they also have records to attach to their family stories, right?
Yeah, they had records and everything. They got
All right.
land. They got land and
Where
everything,
is the
bro.
Native Americans?
He
Why
said
they don't
he
have?
enslaved them, bro.
Why they
He
don't have
showed the
what we have,
pictures.
sir? Why don't they have what we have? They
What
have a
land
lot
was
Got
they
more. They
enslaved
have
on? What?
reservations, bro. Where did this happen at? Show us their
Yeah, where the
land. Show us.
land
bro,
at?
a
Come on, bro. Like,
reservation is
stop it,
land,
man.
bro.
Stop it. They took nigga land, bro.
Hold on, so
They
they was
took our land.
enslaved
They
on the.
took our
Hold on,
land.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. So they had slaves on the reservation.
I mean, Andrew Jackson, once he forced them out there, they took their
This nigga
slaves
just
out
said
there,
on
bro.
the reservation, bro. Bro, they weren't even growing shit on no reservation. So what you got a
Motherfuckers
slave for?
starving, man. They can't even feed
Facts.
themselves. Why would somebody have
Facts.
slaves, bro? That don't make sense.
Them reservations still dry. Ain't no
They're
water in them middle of
prisoners
the
of
river.
war. Brother,
Yeah,
you a
because
prisoner
that's
of war if somebody made you move 3,000
That part.
miles on your feet,
That part.
walking.
so. This
You're a
my thing.
prisoner
If
of
they
war.
prisoners of war too, why
Yeah,
y'all not
prisoners of war
uniting in
don't
the
have other
cause?
prisoners of war,
Why y'all
sir.
not uniting in the cause with the Native Americans? Like, look,
Nigga,
man,
you
Black
already
Panther
united with them.
Parliament.
You
What
already
cause?
kissing
What
their ass.
cause?
You
What's the
kissing
cause,
their
sir?
ass.
What's the
Man, cause
cause?
the booty face ass niggas tried to claim to be us, nigga. That's why, nigga.
They
Facts.
how's
I just
they
want to know what the
claiming, bro?
cause
They go
is.
to their powwows. They talk
Nigga,
their
fuck,
little
nigga.
Hey, I
Nigga,
do
language.
white
too. I
people
go to
got
cookouts.
powwows, nigga.
I go
The
to
fuck you
cookouts.
talking
I go
about? White
barbecues.
people got powwows, nigga.
We having a powwow right
Facts.
now. How about
That's
that?
white people that mixed
Right.
in the tribe, bro.
Man.
That's white
Hey,
folks that done
Cass.
mixed in.
Hey, Cash, you know I was gonna order something from you, bro, but I don't trust you with my address, bro. You be putting that extra ass too much, bro. You really might send one of them niggas to my house and I had to bust your ass too. Real shit, bro.
Look, listen here, my Nigerian
You be
brother.
kissing these
You
motherfuckers'
ready to
ass,
order
bro. That
shit?
shit bad as fuck, bro.
Man, I'm
Real
trying to
shit.
get
You
it.
play too goddamn much, dog. But I'ma see you though.
Cause Tayshawn, my nigga, you in South Carolina, you down the street from
Nigga, I be
plantations
everywhere. Just know that I'm everywhere
and
now.
it's an
I'm
African village.
everywhere.
Go look up the
Just know I'm
Oyotunji
everywhere.
village
Right
in
on.
South
I'ma go see
Carolina,
it.
bro.
I'ma go
You
see
can
it. Yeah, for sure.
drive right
For
down there
sure. For
and meet the chief
sure.
and everything.
For sure, bro. I'm coming to Detroit too though.
Why is it an African village in South Carolina?
I don't know. I'm gonna go check it out though. But I'm coming to
Hey,
Detroit too, bro.
Are you
I see you.
serious right now, bro?
Yeah,
I'm
he
Brooklyn,
telling
you
you,
finna.
it's
got
an
a
I'm
African
gonna see
village.
him though. He
Look,
finna this shit again.
they showed it on a documentary on what's the name? It's an African village in South Carolina right now, bro. Like you go to Oyotunji village and they say the reason why we had it here because
Because these
our
foreigners have
yeah.
Hey,
made
Cash.
a fucking pact with the other foreigners to bring they monkey ass over here, bro. What you not understanding?
Bro, Baba Osage, man, everybody know him throughout the United States, man. He built that village, and there's
Cass, why
people
do you
to this
care
day
so
as
much
they live.
about what we talk about over here? Why do you care so much about what we talk about over here?
Hey,
Look,
bro,
y'all
he's a
showed
part
something on
of
the
it, man. He gotta
documentary.
be.
Y'all showed something on the documentary
He an
out in
Aboriginal
Hey,
fan
do
in the
y'all have
group.
like a board? Y'all got niggas like on a board? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, they
You
got
be
a
like,
hit list.
boom,
Yeah,
like,
No, because that's the
yeah.
thing. Like when we talk about the Lenape guy, the guy that I was telling you, the Lenape turtle gang shit.
The
He was like,
50,000
look,
year Siberians.
he
this
traced the stuff
nigga
back to
love
the
that nigga.
Lenape people.
Man,
What?
that
I
nigga
don't
had a
because
whole
I
Who's the
don't
white.
That
Lenape?
believe
shit was created in 1969.
what the Lenape.
No, dead homies. I'm dead serious, y'all. Like I just be like, you know what? I promise, it's just a real thing. I was gonna do it today. Like I'm gonna show y'all. Like this shit is crazy. And then they just be like, well, we know that that they came up with this, but they got it from our elders, right? Well, what language is your elder speaking when they told them this? You see what I'm saying? For them to create this, create the stories, create the narrative, everything that they're doing. Who gave them that story? That elder, that story. Once again, the elders don't have all the stories, especially if they went to Indian school, especially if they've been
Facts,
whitewashed and then they have a Siberian goddamn story.
facts.
Like, come on, y'all. Like, this can't be
But you do know they had the
talking
Indian
about.
schools in like Saskatchewan and Winnipeg and all that shit too. They
Nigga,
had a
they had it in
documentary on that.
Detroit,
Nigga,
they had it in Baltimore, they had them everywhere. Every
Mexico,
church,
Panama,
every
Cuba.
school was an Indian school, sir.
facts.
Every school is an Indian school, sir.
Yeah, some
Bro,
of
they
And
that
had
then
was
the
it. They
death
had
Indian
it
blow
for
was
land.
everybody, bro.
when they took us out of and desegregated. See, here's the thing about desegregation, right? How about this? Could y'all imagine? Like, we got duped even with that. We just
Facts.
showed what Professor James Small said that the elders was like, bro, why y'all over there trying to go to their shit? We got our own shit. Why y'all over there empowering their restaurant? That's stupid. Why you forcing your way into to empower somebody else's business?
Unless it was they plan,
So
it
And
was they plan
was a
to,
plan.
to disenfranchise us because we had all the shit going on. It's just like the Reconstruction shit, nigga. We had all the fucking banks, and now
hey,
all of
but
a
P
sudden,
game.
what they like?
Hey,
Oh
no
no,
nigga said, man, in
niggas doing too little.
the bus boycott, right? Because y'all remember, I forgot who that was telling us about the history of that. Dr. Clark Anderson was talking about that they had his family owned bus company and cab companies in the Carolinas, and then their people offered to send buses down there to Atlanta, and then they was like, nah, don't send them because they wanted all the symbolic marching and crying and boycotting. Fuck that. Start your own bus company. That
Facts.
motherfucking
Hey,
bus
but
company
P
is still
game, what
running
you
right now in
said
Atlanta
though.
right now today.
Hey, but P
Y'all
game,
gotta
what you
stop that
said
shit.
though. He said that his elders told them that why y'all want to go do they shit when we got our own shit. That's stupid. So what do that make a motherfucker still following that same stupid ass lead?
Stupid as
Autistic.
hell.
Yep.
Autistic with a mixture of fucking retardation.
Agent provocateur. Hey y'all, hey,
Facts.
tell y'all bosses that this is illegal what y'all doing.
Tell them.
I just want y'all to know that. Like we definitely gonna sue y'all. I promise.
You talking about
Gonna
my
sue the shit out
boss?
y'all.
Yeah, your
I
boss,
don't know
nigga.
if you got a
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
boss.
my
yeah.
boss,
I'm
bro.
I'm
Big
taking
dog.
all your copper, nigga. I'm
Bro,
taking all your
we
copper.
gonna
You
try
know,
to, man.
I'm gonna sue
It's
the
a
fuck out
problem,
you.
y'all. We letting y'all know we not stupid.
That
I
nigga
think
said
y'all
I'm
All y'all
taking
think
gotta
all your
do,
we are
copper.
not
let me
stupid.
tell you,
I'm
let
gonna
me
sue
tell
that
you
nigga for
how.
all your copper. I'm suing you for all your
We
copper,
are
nigga.
not
Real shit.
stupid, y'all.
Keep playing, nigga.
I know we be talking a lot on these things, but we letting y'all know we are not stupid people.
All
We
that
really.
copper, look, all that copper getting mined out of
It
the
don't
Congo
matter. Yeah,
right
you
now.
think it's a
That's
game?
where
All
all your
right, cool.
natural
All
resources,
right. Okay, yep.
all the
You taking my
diamonds,
ancestors'
all the
shit and
gold, bro.
you telling us we Africans. All right, yeah, keep playing though.
Yeah, y'all just keep telling us we
Keep playing.
Africans, man. That shit crazy. That is illegal.
Yeah,
You
but all
can't.
you gotta do is follow the bullets.
Disrespectful
The
as
niggas that
Yeah,
fuck,
got
but
nigga.
if it
killed
weren't
was
for us,
Pan
you niggas would
Africans,
be
bro.
starving, nigga. You can't eat uranium and diamond and gold, nigga.
Man,
The
them
fuck you
niggas
Bro,
gonna
couldn't
have
even.
gold,
Them niggas didn't
gold
even have
soup?
shovels to dig nothing up until 100 years ago. So what the hell is y'all talking about?
bro, y'all cobalt and shit that go in the chips in your phone that power up the phones
Who
and everything,
cares,
that
bro?
shit
Like
come
that
out of
ain't
the
got nothing to do
Congo,
with
bro.
nothing. They ain't got nothing to do with civilization. Ain't got nothing to do with building. Ain't got nothing to do
It
with
does. That's a part of civilization right
nothing.
now.
Nothing.
Nigga, wasn't
Nothing.
nobody
I,
talking
I,
on no
I need
cell
to know.
phones
I need
during
to know
walking
the
time,
Mali
nigga.
and the Songhai Empire, right? Who built those boats?
Who built the boats? The people.
Okay, where they build them at? Where they
I
get the wood
mean,
from?
they got wood in the
Where's
mountains,
the
bro.
shipyard?
Facts. Where is it?
Where did they get the
I,
technology from?
I mean, you gonna find a
What
shipyard
language
from
did they do this in?
1400 years. I mean, from
No,
1400
no,
AD.
no, no. 1400 AD. That's when they first had boats
What the
in
fuck
Man,
is
they
this
Africa.
had them
nigga talking
before
about?
then, bro. Humans had boats before then, bro. Like it was all type of
Whoa, whoa,
boats.
whoa. So when did they come? When did Africans start selling in boats?
When did they start? I mean, shit, this is in the BC era, bro. Like that's like trying to find the nigga that mutated out of Lucy and shit like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like shit, boats been around forever. You know, when a nigga wanted to cross a river and they got in the log and cut a hollow the log
We're
across,
talking
they cut
about
across the damn
ships,
river.
nigga, not boats. Boats and
Yeah,
ships are
I
two
don't think he
totally
Bro,
different
understands.
fucking things.
I think you
have
you
y'all
you
ever
you
seen it?
still.
Have y'all ever seen the Tahitian? Y'all ever seen the Tahitian ships and the Polynesian ships?
Wait a
Nigga, that
minute.
Like
ain't.
they're not human.
Where is that
That's
located at?
America.
No, Polynesia is over in
Polynesia.
Australia, near Australia and all that shit, man.
Hmm?
And you see they boats, they don't look all super sophisticated, but the motherfuckers work. Got them across that goddamn Pacific.
What does this got to do with anything?
Because you trying to look for this grand technology, and what the Tahitians did and
No,
all
I'm
them, they
trying to see.
knew how to map the
I'm trying to see where
stars.
did they get it? Where they got it from the Tahitians in Africa?
I'm just
I'm
saying,
asking
bro.
you about
Like,
the Songhai and the Mali empires. They had
yeah,
boats.
but
They were
I'm
trading.
skeptical.
And
I'm
this nigga
skeptical
took
on
us
that
to
story, bro.
Southeast Asia, nigga.
Hey, what you over there for? We right here in the Atlantic Ocean.
Bruh.
I'm trying to connect the dots right here. I'm trying to figure out why y'all always say 1492 and these boats coming back and forth. 'Cause remember the story is that that's when America was discovered, right?
I mean, according to Columbus
According to
story.
them, said according to them, and so everything that you're pushing is according to them, brother.
Facts.
Hey, look,
Just like your
they
half
said
brother.
Columbus already knew about this place. They say the
It ain't no
whole
such
secret
thing as
societies
Columbus.
and
There's
shit,
no
bro.
such thing as Christopher Columbus. See what I'm saying?
Okay. So
It
the
don't.
crypto Jew Christopher Columbus didn't exist.
Right. Nope, sure didn't.
See how y'all changing history up, bro? Y'all trying to change
Of
that
course,
shit
Nigga,
to cherry pick
it
parts
was
of it.
Crystal
of course,
Ball Cologne.
of
Yo, this
course.
nigga
And
This
America
nigga
wasn't
fighting
Nigga,
for
you
the
a
colonized by
white
crypto
man
Britain.
and
Jew.
shit.
America
You
was
see how
never
you trying to
colonized by
change
Great
up this
Britain.
good old white man history, man?
America
Right.
wasn't colonized by
You
Great
niggas
Britain.
should be
How about
ashamed
that?
of y'all.
America wasn't colonized by Britain, Spain, or France. How about that? Let's go.
Okay,
Not
y'all
North,
weren't
not us.
colonized.
Not
Then
this piece. Not us.
why niggas ain't up in Newfoundland and shit? Y'all still
What?
ain't explain that, bro.
It
We ain't
is
where
With
niggas
again?
all
up
the
there, nigga.
It's
What the
fish.
cold,
fuck are you
nigga.
talking about,
It's
bro?
cold.
It's niggas up in Canada, nigga. Where the
Right.
fuck you
Yeah, it's
think
niggas
Tory
in
Superstar.
Lanez and
Toronto
Drake and
and
all them niggas
Nova
from?
Scotia.
Nigga, where the fuck you think that's at? That's in Canada, nigga.
This nigga's
Bro,
high.
yeah, they're immigrants, bro. I know
Nigga,
people up
Bro,
there.
Canada
I'm
is New
4 hours
York.
from
All
there,
that shit
bro.
is the same thing. That shit is right there, bro.
This nigga's
Ain't no
high.
Most of the
fucking
people
fake
up
ass
there are from
borders, bro. You
Jamaica and the
stupid as fuck,
islands and
bro.
shit, bro.
Yeah,
No, the fuck they
So what
not,
does that
bro. What
mean
are you
though?
talking
What is
about?
what is the question though? What's the question?
he
If
saying why it ain't niggas in Newfoundland.
it's a lot of niggas not in Alaska because it's cold. It's not a lot of people in Alaska because it's
Bro,
cold.
it's
It's
people in
cool.
Alaska, bro.
Damn.
It's been people there for
This shit
thousands
don't
of years,
grow.
There's
bro.
You
not
already
a
so
Bro,
lot
hey,
the
of
hey,
not
whole
a
Cat,
lot
state
of
hey,
them.
answer
Not a
population is
lot.
like
hey, Cat,
fucking
Not a
hey,
lot.
Cat.
300,000,
oh,
I've
bro.
answered this question already. Why you keep answering the same question? I've literally answered this question. It's cold
That's
and
y'all.
shit don't grow, sir.
That's y'all
It's
excuse,
cold,
man.
sir. It's cold and shit don't grow, and nobody's gonna be somewhere where it's cold and shit don't grow.
Okay, it's hot in the middle of the Amazon, and there ain't no niggas in the middle of the Amazon like that.
Oh my
Who
god.
told you that?
Why'd you talk? Why'd you moving the goalpost? You asked us why we not in the north
Cause I
in the
just went to a
cold.
hot place, bro. It ain't a bunch
My
of niggas.
nigga, hey, my nigga, it's more Detroit, it's more niggas in Detroit than the whole state of Alaska, nigga. They got a population of 779,000, nigga. What the fuck are you talking about?
And I can guarantee you, if they didn't have heaters up there, niggas would not be in Detroit right now. You hear me?
Bro, Alaska
Facts.
population is
Niggas back down in Alabama.
779,000, bro.
It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Bro, they
What?
got suburbs with more population than that, my nigga. That's a
I still
whole
think
fucking
this is.
state.
I still think this is a retarded conversation though. Like, why we having that conversation?
Because this y'all is y'all said we're Aboriginal, we the first people here. That mean y'all will be everywhere, bro. You will be
Nigga,
all
did
over.
you just hear what Truth just said, bro? Are you fucking
The
stupid, bro?
population don't mean nothing. It'll be
This
Oh
nigga
my
779,000
god.
retarded.
niggas in that bitch,
This
nigga.
nigga
He
talking
was
about
dropped on his
population,
head
then
as a
go say
baby.
population don't mean nothing. Shut the fuck up, then, bro. All right?
Bro, it's more white
I
people there than
understand.
anything, nigga, because they like cold climates.
Yeah.
Ain't no
I
niggas
mean, but
living in
that
no
still
shit
don't.
like that.
So your reasoning is crazy. So like I said,
How's the
it's not.
reasoning crazy, bro? Y'all, this is y'all
Bro,
claim to fame to
oh
connect
my
yourself to
god.
America. Y'all could have been like, oh, y'all could have just made up
Hey,
something like, you know,
hey,
the English hate the niggas and shit.
is this harming you? Is this harming you? What we talking about?
No, it ain't harming me, bro.
All right, well, shut the fuck up. Stop complaining about it. We
No,
don't
but
give a
I'm
fuck.
just saying though. He act like
We
we
don't care.
have to
We don't
be
care, bro.
literally living in every square inch of the Americas.
Yeah, because people
That's what he
travel,
said.
bro. People traded, man. People traded.
Okay, so
People
people,
It's
traveled.
still
You know what I'm
women.
saying? Back and
ain't no
About
forth.
Native
100.
Americans in on the southeast. What
It's
about that?
still women.
So what's
Majority
the
of the
population of
country is
Native
women.
Americans all over America? Why
Nothing.
you don't see them all over America? Why you
I
don't
do
see
see
them in the
Native
areas of
Americans.
why you don't see them in the areas of where the Trail of Tears supposed to came from or other
Right.
wars and shit like that? Why you don't see them there?
Well, we know
You only
the
see them
Cherokee and
niggas in
Choctaw were
Oklahoma and
displaced.
Oh, by the way, hold on. Do you know how many people went on the Trail of Tears and how long it went for? Sir?
How many?
See, right there. I think that's a problem right there. The fact that you don't know how many people went, bro, is a problem. But in a 20-year span, they said it was about 60,000 people went on what is called the Trail of Tears, bro.
Okay, that's a workable
So
number.
that
That's a
means
lot of
that the
people.
majority of the people was still left where they came from.
I'm saying that's a lot of people to displace, bro. 60,000 is a lot of folks.
Nigga, it's millions of us.
Yeah, you know the population of the world increased, bro.
That's not
Population
even
in
a
the
percent,
1800s,
bro. That's not
it wasn't
1%.
7 billion people in the world like
We're not
how
even
it is now.
1%. Oh my god. All right, so sir, it's
did you
Okay,
say
millions.
look
it
up.
wasn't 7 million people in the world
It's
during that
7
time?
billion. It wasn't 7 billion people in the
Oh
1800s like
wow.
it is now either.
This nigga is
Because
slow as
y'all
fuck.
not thinking about population growth, bro. When
Hold on,
My
parents
wait,
nigga,
wait,
you
wait.
just asked why
having
you just asked
babies.
why you don't see niggas in every part of America, but you see us in majority parts of America. But when I ask you the same question about Native Americans, nigga, you always take us to some other shit, man. Stick your ass on topic, nigga. I know you went to
You
Detroit
do it
public
on purpose,
schools, nigga,
man.
but you ain't that stupid, nigga.
Look,
Bro,
Native Americans ain't
they're
having
gonna
babies.
fire you. You're gonna get fired. That
Why
shit
don't
Yeah,
y'all?
crazy.
yeah.
Hey, do me
Nigga,
this
they
favor.
pulling
Look
his
up the
money tonight.
population of the United
They
States in
go
the
off that
1800s versus
nigga.
now.
Bro, we're not even talking about no population of the United States. What does that got to do with anything?
Remember, it wasn't hardly no motherfuckers out of California until the goddamn gold rush, and then California boom.
Bullshit.
There wasn't motherfuckers out there like that.
That's
Bullshit.
crazy.
Nigga, you forget about Queen Khalifa, nigga. It was all kind of niggas out there. Man, you as slow as
They
the
say that's
fuck,
a
bro.
mythical character, so I don't even know if she
That's
even
not no
existed.
mythical fucking character, nigga.
What tribe
But
was
nigga,
she
listen,
from
nigga,
then?
hold on. Wait, wait,
nigga,
wait.
Gucci
Hold on,
Kente.
hold on, Cash. Let's get this straight. So Queen Khalifa, the emblem of America, is a mythical character.
They were saying she was a
But
mythical character.
but Christopher Columbus is a real person.
I mean, I think so. The ships was over here, bro. They got landing of the ships. They talked about how they met the natives and described them. Y'all use Christopher Columbus manifestos to describe Native America. Y'all do it
Bro,
all the
they are
time on
gonna
this
Not
fire
me.
you
platform.
tonight, just so you know.
Not
Y'all
Y'all
me.
get
do
off
them on
your
the
funding.
platform. Why do y'all use a manifesto of a man that didn't exist?
I don't.
Chief, so you telling me you never used his manifesto? Like, what did Christopher Columbus say in his book? You
I
never seen
never.
that over here.
I never. Bro, I just did a build on Christopher Columbus. Just debunked it. What are you talking about? I don't think nobody ever did that before. See, y'all just see once again, man. Sheesh. That's why. That's what we be talking, man. We be dropping shit over here. Hawk School dropped some shit. Sheesh. Y'all catch that shit last night? Y'all gotta understand, man. This shit
I
is
seen Hawk
crazy.
School shit. I seen this stuff.
I was supposed to go. We was gonna do this live last night. I seen that. I was like, shh. Go get some popcorn. Like, y'all playing, man. Too much information being disseminated over here, bro. Well, I'm telling y'all, Lotus got some shit about to hurt everybody feelings Monday.
Man,
This
Lotus
shit
be so
crazy.
all over the place, man. I wouldn't even have Lotus. Lotus information be so at least
Man,
Hawk
shut
School.
up, bro.
He
Like,
got
what
a
are you
goddamn
talking about,
trail or
bro?
something like whatever. It still be cherry picked, but it would be a trail of shit. Hawk School, this nigga had you searching on Mars for niggas and shit like that, man. I mean not Hawk School. The other dude, Lotus.
Bro, they gonna pull your funding tonight, nigga. You are gonna be officially fired, nigga.
Y'all still ain't tell me what tribe Queen Khalifa was from, though, bro. Y'all tell
You
me
said
that.
what? What tribe she was from?
Yeah, what tribe was she from, bro?
What tribe you from?
So you talking
My
about
nigga, do you
Amelia?
know they got a whole big ass museum in her castle still out here in California, nigga?
With Queen Khalifa in
Are
there?
you aware of that?
I just
No,
been here.
he's
She
not.
she
Down
was a
down in
mythical.
Malibu, the most beautifulest place in California.
I just heard she was mythical, bro. That's all. You know what I'm saying?
So
Nigga, you need.
why would they say that? Why would they still have her castle up?
Well, I don't think her that would be her castle would have been destroyed. Like, what the hell was they living in huts? Out in
Are
goddamn
you
with whoever.
serious, nigga? You was a
Like, come
slow
on, man.
man.
Have you ever heard of Pyramid Lake, brother?
We know you talking about Pyramid Lake.
Have you
You
ever
talking about
heard
the
of that?
you talking about the one up in like near Minnesota somewhere?
No,
Bro,
the
you
one in
not even
California.
American, bro. Take your ass back to tea and crumpet land, nigga.
Hey, Cass,
Y'all,
you funny. You really
I
funny.
got I got $2. I got $2 for somebody to find the tribe where Queen Khalifa came from. Y'all
Nigga,
can
go
send
to
us $2.
Liberia. Nigga, go to Sierra Leone somewhere with this
Wow.
bullshit,
Nigga,
nigga.
come on, no, don't say that. Give me the tribe.
Nigga,
I ask
they got
direct
free
questions.
plane that you can get on, nigga. Take your ass on somewhere.
If I told you, you wouldn't understand.
It don't gotta be a secret. All you gotta do is directly say like, "Oh, she came from the Oot people or the Ute people, whatever they call them
All
out
right,
there. She
so
came from the
I'm gonna break
Nation."
it down. I'm about to do a whole build on Queen Khalifa. So check it out, right? Y'all know how like the Statue of Liberty, right? Supposed to be the emblem of America now.
Yeah,
Not saying my things I'm wrong. Cass is the Statue of Liberty emblem of America.
yeah. When you come in, that's like the
Hold
emblem of
on,
America.
hold on. Is she a real person? Does she have a real name?
I don't know if they modeled it after somebody, but she was like a
Oh, stop
symbol.
right
She
there.
was symbolic.
Oh, stop right there. Hold on, stop right there. So they modeled her after a goddess or something, right?
Yeah, they modeled it after like a Greek
All right.
goddess. You see
So she
Greek
don't have a
goddesses.
name. She don't have a name. So before the Statue of Liberty, the emblem of America. That's the emblem of America right there, brother. Now,
What's Queen
today
Khalifa?
is no. I'm talking about today, right now, today. The emblem of America is the Statue of fucking Liberty.
Mm-hmm.
Cash.
Yeah,
Do you understand that?
yeah.
She's not a real person, is she?
No, she's not a real person.
All right. Hundreds of years before her, Queen Khalifa was the emblem of America. Do you understand the concept?
I mean,
That a
was she
black
West
woman,
Coast? Because we didn't see her on the
your
East Coast.
terminology, no, hold on. That a black woman was the emblem of America, brother. Do you understand the concept? She don't
I
have to
mean,
be a real person, but the emblem of America, the mother of America, is Khalifa, who represents the Caliphans. Kali, the Kali. So you say what tribe? The Kali. It's a descriptive term. We could call them a bunch of shit. You know what I'm saying? But that would only be a descriptive term of where they at geographically in California, brother. What lake, what river, what mountain, what woods. But
Facts. And don't
mean,
forget
we
the
can look up.
Amazonians.
hold on. So the emblem of America is a descriptive. It would be described as the mother, the great mother, the mother, Khalifa, which is a descriptive term. So when you're saying that she's a mythological person, now you're saying that she's only just an emblem of America, brother. You know what I'm saying? That's what they hijacked. That's what they swapped out. That's what they changed up. They just gave us a different story.
They said the original Statue of Liberty supposed to have been a slave holding a damn it was a
See,
slave woman
now
holding a
see the
lantern.
point. He just. So you
They
don't
changed
believe
that.
you're not gonna take my story, right?
Yeah, but see, this is the thing with Khalifa. Okay, so whatever she is, what's the tribe? We can look up the
No,
tribes
no,
in
no. She's
California
called
right
the
now.
emblem of America. Don't do that.
Okay, she's an
What does
emblem,
the
but y'all
emblem of
just said
America
she was
mean?
a real person.
That don't matter if she's real or not.
It matters for historical context. If I'm
No, it
going
Nigga,
don't.
by
no,
his,
it don't. If she's the
No, it don't.
emblem of America, nigga, the fuck is
That
you
means
talking about?
Logo of
Negroes was
America.
in America. That's it.
The idea
Period.
of America,
That's what
brother.
he's
Nigga,
missing.
she's the logo of
That's what
America.
you're
The
saying.
logo,
Yeah, that
literally.
don't matter.
She the
She's
Michael
a
Don't matter.
Jordan on the
representation.
shoe,
She's
nigga.
a
What the fuck are you
representation
talking
of
about?
America. What the fuck is you talking about, King Cass? Are you fucking retarded?
He is. I'm telling
bro,
you.
fuck
He,
it. They can
he,
make
he got to
Jackie
be
Chan
retarded or
they can
he's
make
what it
Jackie
is.
Chan the emblem of America. Don't mean the
No, they
Chinese.
can't make Jackie Chan the emblem of America. The emblem of America is Khalifa.
But she's
That's
in
all. That's all.
Period.
California.
I
They
don't
got her
understand
in
what he's not understanding,
California, bro. She's
bro.
not all
Listen,
over
that don't
America.
matter. All that don't matter right there.
He's what he's saying is you can put motherfucking Jackie Chan on a Jordan shoe and it's still a Jordan. Nigga, no, it's not, nigga. You're dumb. Nigga, that's slow, nigga. Get off the shorty short bus, nigga.
No, you can
You
put Jackie
can't take the
Chan.
Michael Jordan emblem off of the Michael Jordan shoe and it's still a Jordan. You can't take the Nike check off of the Nike and it's still a Nike. You can't take the Reebok off of the Reebok and it's still a Reebok. Nigga, what the fuck?
Y'all see how y'all jump when I asked what tribe? I'm like, okay, what tribe she from? We can look up the tribes
I just
Man,
told you what
this
tribe.
nigga
You didn't hear
here.
that.
California.
You didn't hear that.
Oh, bro, I've been asking this.
I just told you the
Yo,
Kali tribe. Kali.
Okay, so after I get off of this, I'm gonna look up if the Kali
You
tribe
know
man,
you
exists.
you
gonna
not
look up
gonna look
whatever you
out
want to
shit.
look
You
up.
ain't gonna look up shit.
You
Stop
should have known
lying,
the
bro.
answer to that. Hold on. You should have known the answer to it when you asked the question, sir.
Facts.
You know
Because I
what's
could have told
crazy?
you she's a Plutonian and you can't say shit, but I gotta go look it up later. So
It's more
go ask
proof
the
of
question that
Bigfoot
just
existing.
having us go in a circle. Like you trying to you guys, she's the emblem of America, brother. Why is this Aborigine copper colored woman the emblem of America, brother? Why is
I
that
don't see
happening?
her in New York, so I can't say she's the emblem of America, bro. Like she's not in the Statue of
I
Liberty.
know I'm saying when we're talking history, we're talking historically. Right now, the emblem of America is the Statue of Liberty, brother. Why you not? Are you paying attention?
So why is Khalifa
Why
not
did they
in New
do that?
York?
Why did they replace the emblem of
Because
America
she's
with that
famous.
emblem of America, brother?
Why
Why
not?
is that important? Why is it
Brother,
important for California? Matter of fact, fuck the bear. Why is the emblem of California a bear now?
why is it a bear?
I'm not asking you. I'm asking them. I know the answer to this. Why do y'all think it's a bear? Why is it not still this copper colored woman still the emblem of California
We're gonna look
by
that up too.
default, the emblem of
Let's
America,
look that up. That if Khalifa was
the
the
emblem of Mississippi, the emblem of Chicago, the emblem. Y'all understand what I'm saying? This all shit. Stand
I understand.
up.
That's a fact.
Stand up. Sheesh. If you're a goddess, you're a king, you're an emperor, You all these things, right? Be that shit for real. Don't just be it online in the metaverse, nigga. On YouTube, be that shit outside. Like I'd say this, man. Like shit, I'm glad the pandemic just brought us to get outside and get to work. You know what I mean? And one thing, beautiful thing about me, y'all, I'm always outside. That's why shit. I think I could be in front of a goddamn computer. Wow, I don't think I can sit in front of a computer for 2 hours. I'll be having shit to do. You know what I'm saying? Got real life going on, man.
I'm
Nigga
still
can't
waiting
sit there.
for the tribe of Queen Califia, but
Bro, ain't nobody talking to you, bro. I already told you to try. You ain't even accepted. So that
so
means
if
you
I
don't
look
know.
up Kylie after I get off of this and I look up Kylie and it don't exist.
Why you didn't know the
Let me ask
answer
you a
before
question.
you asked the
Let
question?
me ask you a question. Where do you think they got the word California from?
I'm not sure where they got that word from. I say I don't know that. I ain't
Wait,
even
wait,
gonna say
wait.
I don't know.
Hold on. Listen. So a lot of the states and counties and stuff is named in your terminology after Native American stuff, correct?
Yeah, native like
Hold
Mississippi,
on, hold on, hold
Alabama,
on, hold on, hold on. So
Michigan.
why isn't the emblem of Native Americans uh uh Native American woman, Asian looking woman, instead of a copper colored Aboriginal woman, sir?
I mean, they have Native
With
American
locks, by the
emblems
way,
in places, bro.
sir. I'm sorry, what'd you say? What'd you
They
say?
have Native American emblems up.
Nigga. Time out. See, this is when the cognitive dissonance. It's like it's set in you like rigor mortis, nigga. You just suck. Bro, please stop. I literally just said this. The emblem of America is Queen Khalifa. You see her. We see what she looks like. That's a historical thing, right? Why at that time she doesn't look like them? Why is she not? Why isn't that phenotypical looking person not the emblem of Native Americans, for instance, or California? Because you said niggas wasn't in California. Why is the emblem of California by default and the name of California named after these people and this emblem right here, sir? Why is that happening? Why do you think that's happening?
I'm gonna look it up. Let me look up the etymology.
And by the way, while you looking it up, do you know what Paris, what the word Paris come from?
Paris. Are you talking about Per Isis?
Right.
House of Isis? Yeah.
There you go. Now, what is who's
But
ISIS?
we also know Napoleon and them was
Wait,
Freemasons
wait,
too.
wait,
They looked
wait,
at
wait, 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 wait. So if they worshiping niggas in Europe at the time, right?
uh-huh.
Why is it just a far stretch for your brain to see that they worshiping niggas over here? The same niggas that they still worshiping right now today, sir. Why you can't see that?
Why would they worship niggas and then oppress you?
Nigga, they got black deities all over the planet. Why can't we have why can't y'all get through y'all head that we have the same black deities or older black deities here? Why you
Here.
can't see that shit? Why is it not working for your brain? Why the elevator just ain't gonna move up to that?
That's probably why the Olmecs was painting themselves black. They probably was seeing niggas selling those and shit.
This nigga said painted
They
themselves
painted
black.
themselves
My
black.
God.
This is crazy. This is
Oh
crazy. Well, I'm glad I got these runs tonight. God damn. Cash, you suck. That's terrible. I don't know, y'all. We gotta talk about something else. This is terrible.
no, I'm about to head out, but that's my challenge. I'm looking up the tribes in Cali and I'm looking up this
That's
Cali
your challenge.
cipher. Where
Nigga,
we
your
from?
challenge should be to
Shout
go back to
Jackson,
Africa
Harlem in the building.
and never come back.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
tell you, like, look,
No,
Chief, I'm
no, no,
wrong.
no, no. Go
What's
home.
wrong? You ain't never
Go
came
home.
back and said you right. I mean, wrong about nothing. Never. Ever.
We gonna find the Cali
Mm-mm.
tribe. Peace and blessings,
The
everybody.
cardinal
I'm
D.
out.
All right, peace, Cash.
Mm-mm.
Terrible.
Mm-mm.
Terrible, y'all.
Mm-mm. OMG.
Man. David Bell, peace to God, man. Thank you guys, man. Links in the chat room, man. Y'all, we in the middle
Chief,
of
that question stung the fuck out of me. You know that? Why was a copper colored woman the emblem of America at that time period, and not what they call a phenotypical Indian.
Can we pull it up? Let's talk about it. Let's pull up on Queen Khalifa. I'm gonna pull up on her. Read up on her real fast. See what we.
What a cornucopia. They don't even know what that is no more. You know that?
They don't.
While everybody else was starving, nigga, we was over here throwing away food.
Right, and have food in abundance. Figured out how to dry it and mounds for the salt. That you know what I'm saying, like the store stuff for the winter. Like, come on, man, surplus. And you know how we had a surplus, and we built shit. Like you cannot build without food. You cannot create without food, y'all. This is the land of milk and honey. And beans and cornbread. These niggas is crazy.
Crazy as hell. What you saying? Beans and cornbread, nigga. These motherfuckers don't know nothing about that nowhere else.
Nothing. Nobody. Ain't crazy. It don't even make no sense.
At all. Look at that beautiful image of America.
That nigga a dud.
That nigga is. Man, he gotta be getting paid, bro. That's the only way I can see.
Man, these niggas too stupid to realize they should be getting paid. They doing this shit for free. That's the fucked up part about it. You would hope they would, but then you like, nah, this nigga too stupid. You know he ain't getting paid.
Yeah. I mean, and that's their depictions.
Exactly. That should raise a red flag to somebody. Like, wait a minute. Well, why is this black woman the image of America?
Right.
And how long was she the image of America?
Right.
If niggas is from Africa, why would it be a depiction of a black woman? Wait a minute. Because if it's a black woman here, you know it's black men here. Period. You know, wherever she goes, we go. Period.
Man, them niggas will write us out of everything. They'll be like, that's that painting. She painted herself darker. She had a tan.
They didn't have but one color crayon. All them colors.
Everything, right? But even when we get to the Madonna, like at this point, why would anybody be surprised that niggas was here? Why would that surprise anybody? Like at this point, I'm like, wait, stop it. Please stop it. Why y'all in Montana? We show y'all the oldest people in Montana. It's niggas. Why y'all in South Dakota? Niggas. We everywhere, man. What are y'all talking about? Like, shit, we're not gonna live in uninhabitable places. And they might be uninhabitable now based off of all the dams that have been created, right?
Facts.
Climate change, droughts, people moving. So, like, questions that you don't know the answer to, bro. That's just crazy. What's Queen Khalifa's tribe? If she's a mythological person, why would you ask that question? You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right. And the smarter question would have been, well, why the fuck is this black woman even the image of America?
Right. Whether she's a mythological person or a real person. Right. Next thing you know, Ratatouille gonna be like, that's his great aunt. Oh God, like he probably like, yo, I should have said that instead of Osceola. Y'all so sucky. Nigga. Oh God, these niggas are some suckers, man. That shit is incredible. I'm like, he said that. Like, man, I said, this is crazy. Ain't show shit. Shit is crazy. Yo, it's crazy.
It is, bro. It really
That's
is.
crazy. Yeah, I'm convinced. Yeah, I'm convinced, y'all. So, hey, man, vacay, sweepstakes, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. Tap in for that. That trip to Mexico to all expensive things, man. As well as trip to the Bahamas, as well as trip to Vegas. That and we got other things as well. Oh, also the trivia. Most you guys is already are participating in the donated and participating in this, you definitely already have an invite to be a part of the trivia game show that we're gonna be doing. We might do some later on today. It's Friday. Not yet for me, but another 15 minutes. Friday out here.
Right.
Oh yeah, but
Hey, G,
tomorrow.
I'm gonna jump down, let my phone charge up, and then I'm gonna jump back up here.
So. Appreciate you, bro.
Y'all watching this fight Saturday?
Who fighting?
Tank and Rolly. I want to see Rolly get knocked out. I think he a fraud. He all talk.
Yeah, Tank been on his head though, so
Yeah, I'm trying to get somebody to bet, man. We got to stop excluding the Puerto Ricans and Mexicans and shit so I can start getting some people to bet me, man. Trying to get their money, nigga.
Yeah, all are welcome over here, man. As long as you for the truth, you gotta have a good sense of humor as well. You know what I mean? You gotta have some tough skin.
And yeah, be prepared for Hiker to call you a million bitches. Tayshawn to get on your helmet.
But I think they reasonable though, man. Them two guys is reasonable, man. Like real talk. They let you go, but they know the motherfucker playing. You know what I mean?
I ain't
Yo,
gonna
that
lie,
nigga
man. We
geek
got
ass retarded.
He
hey
gonna come
y'all
back
two
on the
niggas.
and be like, what about voodoo though? Like what?
Y'all two niggas be capping at each other so hard. I think when y'all see each other, y'all gonna give each other a hug, nigga.
Nah, I real life don't like you. Nah, I don't like that nigga. I don't like that.
You gonna let that nigga call you a Nigerian, bro?
That's what he see. He gonna call me African in my face, and I'm gonna go in that nigga mouth, boy. Watch now.
Oh shit.
Man, Chief, who you like? Spencer Crawford.
Man, I'm about to go with Bud, man.
Yeah, nigga. Yeah, I'm Bud all day. I don't get no fuck. I ain't even
I'm
gotta
just
think
saying 'cause he
twice.
darker, man. I'm just saying 'cause he darker, man. Fuck it. He darker. I love Spencer, man. That shit didn't work with Deontay though. He got brakes beat off of him 2 times in a row, Deontay. Sheesh. Hey man. Oh my bad, man. My bad. But y'all know, oh boy, Tyson Fury just knocked old boy out too, man. It ain't looking good. But here's the thing, right? I gotta tell y'all this, man. That he calls himself the Gypsy King, right? Hey Sean, what my brother, my astute brother, what do you think Gypsy is short for something? What do you think Gypsy's short for? Matter of fact, that could have been a good trivia. It's gonna be the first trivia question for the night, you guys, for today. What is Gypsy short for? You guys can't answer on the panel. You guys can't answer on the panel. This is for the chat room. Who got in the chat room? If you haven't donated to the Backyard Boogie for Sunday, you get the question right, you in there. You in there. Let's see who get it. Truth, you know? Now you ain't gotta say it, but do you know? Mike Al C. Shout out to Mike Al C. Egyptian. Right? Egyptian. Mike Al, hit me up, chiefholiday@gmail.com, man. We got you on the Backyard Boogie this Sunday, man, from 3 to 7, man. Yours truly and DJ Cut gonna be going in, man. Old school, man. It's gonna be a nice little laid back session, y'all, man. Barbecue. It's gonna be crazy, man. So we're gonna be streaming that old school mix, throwback mix, man. So yeah, it's Egyptian, man. Gypsies, Egyptians, gypsies, right? And people like, well, how is that possible? What does that mean? Right? Now, a lot of times I know when the movies show these people, you know what I'm saying, they depict gypsies as being like a Middle Eastern olive and ambiguous this, and you can't really tell, what ethnicity they are, right? Now, back to Tyson Fury. Now, when you see Tyson Fury, you say, hey, Tyson Fury is like, he's over in UK, you know what I'm saying? Blah, 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 blah. He's pale skinned, and he's calling himself the Egyptian king. Y'all follow me? Y'all with me, Tayshaun?
Yep.
Now, why this is important? Because once again, they'll do it right in your face, and you don't even know that they playing you. You see what I'm saying? That's the beautiful part of. I mean, say the beautiful. That's the crazy part about this, that they don't even know this is happening. We don't even know this is happening to our face. You know what I mean? Sheesh. Hey man, the links in the chat room. If anybody else want to come on here, we're gonna get ready to shift gears. We're gonna have a couple videos overnight. We'll be back in the AM. But you never know. I might take me a nap and get right back on it, y'all. Yeah, man, we're going in this a marathon. I definitely want to get a little rest, man, for tomorrow. We got a few things, like I said, going on tomorrow. Definitely we want to get the trivia game. So you guys want to be a part of the trivia game. Once again, $10 donation. Be a part of not only the Backyard Boogie, but be able to be, if you want to be a part of the trivia game that we're going to be doing later on today as well as Saturday. So yeah, shout out to everybody, as well as obviously get the Backyard Boogie as well. Mr. Brooklyn, what it do? What you got in here? Gretchen, what up, though? I had to. He said he had to hop on this answer. That's what's up. That's what's up. But yeah, that's how they try to play us, though. You know what I'm saying? Hey, no, you say what you want? Yeah, man, hit me up, chiefholiday@gmail.com, man, or just put your email in the chat, and we'll send it to you. You get the Backyard Boogie. You also are entered into raffle that we're doing. We have some prizes and stuff for that, and you get to participate in the trivia question because you won the first trivia question. So you get to get in the trivia game, which you can win prizes, cash prizes, as well as other things that we got going on, brother. So yeah, backyard boogie, a few other things, bells and whistles, man. Just trying to get back, y'all. You know, pay the blessings forward. So that's what we got going on, man. If you got a business, man, tap in. You know, we're here to promote. You guys already know about the digital black dollar, man. We got a commercial for that. I'll play that commercial a little later, you guys, today. Hey, Tayshawn, you guys got a few things you want to say? I don't see nobody else coming in. You got a few things you want to say before we get up out of here? Before we put this video on?
Nah, you go ahead, bro. Peace to all the American Aborigines, man.
I don't even know what Tasco got on deck, you guys. So you guys gonna be seeing it together. Yeah, man. Appreciate you coming on, man, and building with us, man. And also, man, subscribe to Tayshawn's channel, man. If you guys haven't subscribed to his channel, that will help grow his channel. Like I said, we need as many Aborigine channels as possible, man. You know, people putting out information, and however you do it. But we definitely need different genres, so to speak. You know what I mean? That's what we're talking about. Not tribe up, but I don't give a fuck. Sports, news, and entertainment. What we're doing for sports sector, news, entertainment. You guys, we're covering all aspects, and so that's what we're saying. All hands on deck. You know what I mean? So creating our own platforms, creating our own everything, our own infrastructure, our own currency. You know what I mean? When people say keep it in and keep it circulating, well, it should only be designed to circulate within our own communities. You know what I mean? So yeah, kind of what I'm at with it. Tasco video for us. Send you one. Get us started. Oh, I'm gonna let him do that one. Right. So my cow. So check this out. When we talk about ancient gypsies, right? Ancient Egyptians. You know. So we know that we're not talking about Northern Africa, right? And the reason why we know we're not talking about Northern Africa because Northern Africa wasn't called Egypt until not about 1948. Okay. And I know people be like, well, they're just describing it. Well, you know, we start getting into Kemet, we start getting into other things, right? The point is that when they're talking about Egypt or Egyptians or gypsies, we're talking about a descriptive term, and it started obviously from skin tone. If everybody know what Egyptian mean, we don't got to go back and forth. If everybody know what Kemet mean, we don't have to go back and forth, right? So when we start talking about ancient Egypt, ancient Egyptians, ancient Kemet, right? We're not talking about a geographical location or a specific people that come from a geographic location. We're talking about a custom, a culture, a skin tone. You understand what I'm saying? Architecture, right? So, Michael, when we talk about architecture, the main architecture that you associate or anybody associate with Egypt or Egyptians will be pyramidal structures. And we have the oldest pyramidal structures on the planet. We have the most by far, the most pyramidal structures or monolithic structures on the planet. You could combine the rest of the planet together and we would still smoke the whole planet. Okay? So when they're talking about ancient Egypt, you know what I'm saying, they have to be, or Egyptians, they have to be more specific, even when we talk about gypsies, because as you guys can tell, this guy right here is not the gypsy based off of skin tone, right? So I just wanted to point that out. Hey, Taysha, hold on 1 second, real fast. Hold on, I'll be right back.
All right, bet I got you. Peace to everybody in the channel. Let me see, got Gretchen. Shout out to Gretchen. FA, I see you, bro. Michael, Mr. Brooklyn, Camel Joe. That's all showing me. You know. What y'all low, man? What y'all spoken of? I need some of them asteroids, FA. I gotta hit you up, man. Hit you up on the back end. I need some of them asteroids. For sure, for sure.
What'd you say? Yeah, I just resent it to you. We're gonna pull up this Brown University lecture. They're gonna be talking about Indian slavery. We're just gonna keep the theme going. I was actually gonna play this one earlier, but we got to having a great conversation. So it's a cast came on. So yeah, we're gonna pull up this Indian slavery. It's like a couple hours. I'm gonna come back, you guys, on the other side of this. Your boy Two Hawks is in this as well. So we're gonna see what he's talking about. This is an interesting video. I ain't gonna lie, yo, there's some good shit in here. Some of the stuff that these guys are saying. One of the guys is an anthropologist. Yeah, I don't even want to spoil it. You guys gotta see this shit. Yeah, Tayshawn, like I said, man, like it just once again, once you know, you can you see it. There's nothing they can tell you. You know what I mean? Like once you have it, you have to
That's a
understand
fact.
the information. They can't even fuck with you after that. So hold on. Okay. All right. Probably be, yeah, I guess we could start it over and obviously name it. That's what we're gonna do, you guys. We're gonna shut this down. Can we get a song? Let's get a song Let's get that. We ain't heard that Mr. Miyagi in a minute. Let's get that Mr. Miyagi. We're gonna get out of here. We're gonna shut this down. We're gonna come back with a new video, you guys. So for the marathon. So yeah, we're gonna come back and we're gonna shut this down. So, yeah, it might be still in the queue. No, well, I got you. So yeah, let's get this Mr. Miyagi, and then we're gonna shut this down, and we'll be right back, you guys. Yeah, man, he a double speaker. Gonna be nothing. So yeah, man. It's the GOAT. Cheeto Gambino, North God. Let's get him.
Rose gold dip, money so blue it look like crips. Work so good this shit gon' flip. Sauce so strong this shit gon' drip, 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 drip. Dope so good these hoes gon' bite. All these bitches nigga, all this ice. Everything now God drop be pipe, 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 pipe. Flex by what I made these niggas. Daycare center I raised these niggas. Rose showers I spray these bitches. Hate me, love me, don't make no difference. Backwood rolled up nigga I smoke. Trap girl with me everywhere I go. Cocaine flow, my shit so dope. All these D's wrap round my throat. TTG, I'm trained to go. Money over bitches, I don't love these hoes. I FDB, I fuck that bitch. CDC, cut that chick. No control, I don't play no game. Knock up SD, hold my name. 4.6, I'm out of your range. Nigga Bruce Lee kid like a young Luke Kane. Like, yeah, hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. No one can stop me. Dancing, 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 dancing. Mr. Miyagi. Yeah, hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. No one can stop me. Dancing, 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 dancing. Corner store, yeah, I work that store. Got it at the pot, yeah, I work that store. North Guard nigga, boy, I birthed that coast. Still in my style, can't work no more. Uptown nigga, boy, I made that shred. Mask up on you, come take that bag. Real true hustle, make that bag. Real street nigga, I don't play like that. All the way live, baby girl, I'm a real one. Bloody good when you go OJ Sims. I don't play with these niggas, better check my pen. Mexico flag, better check these trenches. Still like Gucci, all my children. Nigga ain't with it, then you might well killing. Nigga ain't gang, I'm feeling. Cut a nigga hand off, bitch, keep stealing. You went in the whole shoe with me. Who taught that dog fool at me? I wasn't shootout after shootout after shootout with them niggas across the street. These niggas all off a beat. I made it all off a D. But till a nigga dead or they bust my head, we don't call off the beef. Kid hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. No one can stop me. Dancing, 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 dancing. Mr. Miyagi, kid hopping out the Rari, kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi, no one can stop me. Dancing, 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 dancing. Mr. Miyagi.
That's my shit. Shout out to Cheeto Gambino, North God. Hey man, yeah, like I said, we're gonna shut this down, man. We'll be back. Let's say 2.2 seconds, but no, it's not gonna look like that. So I'm gonna say thank you guys for tapping in tonight, man. Appreciate all the love. Like I said, man, we're gonna keep this a marathon going. Hey, Mike Hale, hit me up, chiefholiday@gmail.com, brother. Get you your prize. Hard to explain. Up though, got my email. Yeah, I didn't. Hold on, I didn't get this. I didn't see it. Exalted Georgia Aborigine in the building. Peace to the God. I still don't see it, brother. Well, Hefe, I don't know if you've seen. I don't know if you've seen Egypto. Well, it was Commander in Chief. Well, Shogun. It was a long ass time. I must have been high as shit. It was Shogun, Commander in Chief, or Egypto America, uncovered by the Commander in Chief, Shogun, Supreme Chief. I don't know what the hell I had going on. But it was almost like an 8-hour lecture, bro. It was crazy. Um, yeah, man, just showing when we talk about air quote Egyptian culture, when we talk about just even the origin of the language, you know what I'm saying? Show the archaeological evidence of that here in America. Show the oldest mummies in America. Show shit that never been seen before. Because I looked, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm doing this research. So you know what I mean? So a lot of times when people say stuff, I know like people like to say stuff or whatever, and they put certain shit out there or whatever. But this is why we had these builds. Like you guys gotta understand, we've been building behind the scenes with a lot of these guys as well. Sharing information on niggas just never mind, we ain't gonna get to that. But the point is though, it behooves me. It's crazy how we accept culture vultures before we accept our own people sometimes. You understand what I'm saying? We have to get other people validation for the shit we know that's in our bloodline. You know what I mean? So we got people telling us we're Europeans just based off of names. That's not enough, especially when people adopted names, took names, gave names, did all shit, and just names are just subjective, to a lot of things. Hey, on the run, hey man, I'm gonna change my name. Then your whole goddamn family, and you named your kids out of somebody of a name that was made up off a nigga that was just a criminal that was running from some shit. You know what I'm saying? So but it still has significance because that was your great grandfather or whatever, and that's why you pass it down. So once again, don't mean that you a slave, don't mean that you was owned by somebody else. So once again, we couldn't even have that conversation with Cass. He don't want to have a conversation about slavery being somebody else. That's the crazy shit to me. Yeah, Egypto America shit was, hey bro, like I said, it was a classic bill. Not because I did it, but everybody, man, this man, I just want him to go. You gotta check that boy out, man. Shit crazy, fam. That thing crazy. So yeah, man. Working on a few things, man. Shit crazy. That Egypto America and once again, they like to talk crazy, but you have to be able to apply science with science and history go hand in hand. So you can't say something and say, "Oh, I have all this slave narratives and and talking points," but you don't have no documentation for it. You know what I'm saying? Then even if you have some documentation, you still have to cross-reference that documentation with actual things. You guys, we got some great shit coming on today, y'all. But give you guys a great example before we get up out of here. They talk about all these slave plantations and shit, right? And then you'd be like, okay. So then you go to a air quote plantation or whatever, right? And you see this big ass new white ass house sitting on the hill. And then you see some older houses, like, in the field and, some dilapidated shit, some shit broke down. And in your mind, you like, oh, okay, that new house is the slave. That's the big house. And them old houses right here is the slave quarters. But see, once again, that's an interpretation. Or a narrative that somebody is painting. All right. Though the old houses were there first. Think about it. The new house is new. Hence, it's new. And a lot of times these motherfucking houses were built, listen to me, after what they're calling so-called fucking slavery. Don't play with me. Don't. Oh, jeez. Don't play with me. Don't do it. And the reason why a lot of the older things are burnt or tore up is because there were wars and things or whatever that was tore up. Or they're just old. So of course, when somebody builds something new, you know what I'm saying? Think about it. Or the people that bought the land and they built something new and they still had the other stuff there, whatever. They're not the ones that originally owned the land, air quote, when it was so-called slavery time to be a plantation. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? So these are the things that they're doing to us psychologically by creating the narrative. So we're gonna get into all that, man. It's gonna be crazy, y'all. Just want to say that. Hey, man, we're gonna get up out of here. Yeah, man, we're gonna probably get into some more trivia or something later on too, man. But got a dope little video, man. We're gonna do this Brown University video when we get back. I'm gonna say peace and love to everybody, man, and we'll catch you guys on the other side of this. We out.